Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Woman Who Refused to Choose Sides. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The plane descended through a haze the color of cigarette smoke. From above, the city looked spotless grids of pale stone and steel under a thin winter sun, but once the wheels hit the runway, the perfection cracked. Billboards promised luxury like salvation. Even the air outside the terminal smelled bought and bottled. Elias met me at the gates, collar up, the same sardonic expression he had worn the last time we'd fought side by side in Poland. His quirk left his hands trembling now. Too many years running, too much caffeine, too little sleep. We were both pretending not to notice. I told him he looked worse than the last time, and he replied that I looked exactly the same, which he added was worse. We shared the kind of laugh people make when they've forgotten how. The war had ended only on paper. Villains scattered, governments blamed each other, heroes became public property. I had been moving from one broken border to the next, trying to hold things together while the League restitched itself in the dark. When Elias wrote saying he knew someone who could heal, someone who might tip the scales, I came without thinking. He had said her name once, quietly, like an address he wasn't supposed to remember. Wyan. Now it echoed between the marble towers rising ahead of us. Saint Asteria Royal University looked more like a palace than a campus. The front gate alone could have stopped a small army. Guards in tailored coats scanned us as if dirt were contagious. Students drifted past in uniforms lined with gold thread, their laughter precise and expensive. Money had a sound here. It hissed when it moved. I asked Elias whether he had studied here. He said he had, briefly, until he realized the classes were just rehearsals for power. I asked if she was still inside. Elias said that she was, unless she had already burned the place down. Inside, chandeliers bled light across marble floors. The halls vibrated with a low hum of conversation. Bets whispered, deals struck. A girl in a red blazer blew a handful of dice that floated midair, glowing with quirk energy. Across from her, a boy reshaped the dice into crystal birds. The crowd clapped. Someone transferred a stack of digital chips to a wristband. No one here seemed to be learning anything. They were practicing control. Elias led me through corridors veined with gilt until we reached a wide door carved with vines. Noise spilled through the cracks. Cheers, the pop of champagne. He pushed it open and we stepped into the university's heart. It was a casino disguised as a lecture hall. Dozens of tables, holographic scoreboards, professors watching like pit bosses. Quirks flared and dimmed under the chandeliers. At the center, a circle of students surrounded one table in perfect silence. That was where I saw her. The table itself wasn't special green felt, gold trim, but the people around it had built a small religion out of watching her play. No one spoke. Every sound seemed filtered through her, the shuffle of cards syncing with the measured rhythm of her breath. She leaned back in her chair, one leg crossed over the other, a line of light running down her silk sleeve. Her face hardly moved. Everything important was in the eyes, still, assessing, too calm for someone her age. Elias stopped a few steps from the circle and murmured that this was the sermon and that she was its high priest. I couldn't answer. I couldn't have if I had tried. The boy across from her looked like he hadn't slept in days. Sweat beaded under his collar as he tried to hold a grin. A mountain of credit chips and a set of thin metal cards lay between them. His fingers twitched toward the deck. She raised one eyebrow and he froze. She told him he was bluffing again. He laughed, too high-pitched, turned the card, and lost. The audience made a single, collective exhale and then applause. She didn't smile. She stacked her winnings in neat, perfect lines and looked bored. The dealer reset the game. Two new challengers sat down, older, wearing the kind of arrogance that comes with family empires. She greeted them with a politeness like glass and began to play again. I watched her dismantle them in 10 minutes. Every time one of them raised the pot, she matched it without blinking. When they tried to read her, she let them think they could. The moment they believed they'd figured her out, she changed rhythm, betting too much, too little, making them question their math. It wasn't luck. It was science wrapped in poise. The crowd adored it, but something about it made me uncomfortable. I knew what it looked like when power became entertainment. I had seen people fight for food, not fortune, and the difference between survival and spectacle suddenly felt smaller than I wanted to admit. Elias nudged me and said that now I would understand. She won because she never played for money, she played to prove she couldn't lose. When she finally finished, the room seemed to exhale. She placed her last card on the felt, perfectly straight, and the dealer announced her victory. The losers stood, pale and polite, and left their credits behind like offerings. She didn't touch them. She reached for her glass instead, took one slow sip, then set it down with surgical precision. Then she looked at me. It wasn't curiosity, more like recognition without memory, the way someone might glance at a painting they're sure they've seen before. Her gaze lingered just long enough to make my heartbeat stumble. She then murmured something to the dealer and walked out through a side door. Elias muttered a curse and started after her. I followed. The corridor beyond the hall was quieter. The sound of the crowd dimmed behind heavy doors. We hurried through marble arches, down stairs lined with old portraits. The air smelled like dust and perfume. Everywhere we passed, students watched us with detached amusement, like hunters watching animals run the wrong way. By the time we reached the courtyard, she was gone. Only the ripple of her exit remained. People glancing over their shoulders, a doorman closing an expensive car door, the echo of wheels on stone. Elias said, hands in his hair, that she always did that, leaves before you can catch up. I stood there staring at the spot where she'd been, trying to fit the girl at the table with the story I'd been told. The healer, the one who could fix anything. The two images didn't match. One was all fire and precision, the other was supposed to be salvation. I asked Elias if he was sure it was her, and he answered that he was positive. He motioned for me to follow and said they would never find her on campus, and suggested getting a drink. The bar smelled like spilled gin and cold air from the street. Elias chose a corner booth where the shadows covered the state of his hands, knuckles scarred from old fights. He ordered whiskey without asking what I wanted. I told the waiter water anyway. It felt safer to keep my head clear in a city that didn't know me. Elias talked for a while, half to himself, saying that she could end the rebuilding in a month, that hospitals and disaster zones didn't matter, that she could have them walking again before breakfast, but that she refused to help because she said she did not believe in sides. I did not answer. I understood sides. I just did not know how to live without one. The door opened and laughter rolled in before I saw her. She arrived with 3 girls who looked like light itself, gold fabric, sequins, perfume that drew eyes. She looked different outside the university uniform, freer but deliberate. Heads turned. The air bent in the same way it had in the hall. Elias's jaw tightened and he said that of course. She saw us immediately. Her gaze skimmed the room, landed on Elias, and passed over him as if he were invisible. That dismissal cut deeper than any insult. She and her friends took a table near the bar. Someone recognized her and the bartender poured without being asked. I began to ask whether we should act, but Elias stood and told me that they had come all this way. He crossed the room before I could stop him. She did not look up until he was beside her. Elias addressed her as YN. She replied in a blade-edge tone that she was Elias. He told her he had not thought she would still be in the city. She answered that she had not expected him to still be breathing. The girls at her table laughed softly, unsure whose side to take. Elias pretended it did not hurt. I stepped forward and told her that we had come to talk about the league and about what was coming. That earned me a glance. Her eyes were the same unreadable calm as before. She remarked that we had brought a hero into her bar and called it brave. Elias explained that they did not need her to fight, only to heal and to boost the heroes so they could finish the job. She traced the rim of her glass and accused us of wanting her to patch up soldiers so they could keep fighting, calling it noble. I replied that it was not about killing but about stopping people who did not care who died. She looked at me properly then, measuring the conviction in my voice, and asked whether the word hero protected us from being the same as those we opposed. I answered that being a hero did not make anyone good, but that saving someone even once still mattered. I reminded her that she saved people every day when she healed them, and that was purpose, not arrogance. Her expression flickered the first crack in her composure. She repeated the word purpose with almost a laugh, saying I made it sound clean. She said her purpose made governments nervous and made people either worship or hate her. She kept the world balanced by refusing to choose who deserved her. I said quietly that maybe balance was not the point, that maybe it was just doing what you could while you were here. The table grew quiet. She finished her drink, set her glass down carefully, and stood. She told me I sounded like someone who still believed the world could be fixed and that she envied that. Elias urged her to at least think about it. She replied that thinking was all she ever did, and then told me that I should go back to my war, that I was built for it, and she was not. Then she left back to her friends, back to laughter and champagne that felt too loud after her words. Elias sat down hard. I remained standing and said that she would not help. He responded that not yet, but that she would when the world finally got bad enough to bother her. YN stood by the last bed in the pediatric ward as dusk emptied the rooms, leaving paper cranes on windowsills and the soft antiseptic hush hospitals pretended was peace. She watched a boy flex a leg that had been badly damaged on arrival hours earlier. The mother cried quietly into her hands. The boy did not cry. He stared at his toes like they were a magic trick he had finally received. YN smoothed the blanket and told him not to run any marathons this week, that he had 2 days and then could misbehave. The mother tried to thank her, bulky gratitude spilling out wrong, and YN nodded once before moving into the corridor. Her shoes whispered over waxed linoleum. She could still feel the small fractures and tears in the boy's tissues knitting back together, a motion in her head as precise and automatic as breathing. Power moved through her like breath, automatic, precise, limitless. It never asked for payment beyond attention. At the reception desk, a wall television bled headlines into the white light. Tokyo districts evacuated, League forces resurge, All Might confirmed powerless. Footage rolled of smoke and streets torn apart, heroes forming thin lines that already looked fragile. In the grain of the video, she recognized a boy with green eyes moving through wreckage with a gait she knew every step an argument against despair. She stood very still. The receptionist muted the screen and pretended to look for a file that did not exist. YN's phone vibrated with dozens of messages from hospital directors, ministries, and private numbers offering orders or prayers. She switched the phone off. Remaining neutral had always been the cleanest word for what she was. Staying outside the coin toss kept her face from being claimed on anyone's currency. Do not choose heroes. Do not choose villains. Choose bodies that hurt and fix them. It kept the world simple enough to live in. The television flashed another angle, closer this time, a hand outstretched toward the camera, then the street peeling back like old paint. She did not flinch. She had long ago learned that horror and spectacle shared the same lighting. YN noticed the receptionist bleeding on the desk and told her gently that she was bleeding. The woman apologized and looked startled. YN touched the air and the skin sealed. The woman seemed on the verge of crying in that small, embarrassed way adults do when kindness arrives at the wrong moment. YN walked back outside into the evening and called a number she had never deleted. Nito Minoma answered on the second ring with theatrical surprise and said he had begun to think she had forgotten him. She addressed Nito and said she needed a door to Japan. He laughed delightedly and asked to where. She said Japan. He warned that every sane person seemed to be headed the other direction, but when she asked if he could open it, he promised that for her he would invent a new way. She put her phone away and told the night supervisor she was taking an unpaid leave of absence. The woman nodded without understanding. Nothing in that building would break while she was gone. In the courtyard, the air went thin. A circle of space shivered, a seam unzipped in the evening. She could feel the copyquirk in the weave Minoma's ego stamped on the stitchwork like a signature. YN stepped through without a backward glance. She did not feel fear. She did not feel tired. She felt the small, steady click of a decision locking into place. The city stopped pretending to be a city sometime before dawn. By the time we pushed into the industrial ring, it was only metal screaming and the taste of smoke in my teeth. Buildings leaned the wrong way. Sirens braided themselves into a single note that lived behind my eyes. Every few minutes the ground convulsed like it was trying to spit us off its back. A voice called for the left flank. I didn't see who. Voices came from behind masks, through dust. I moved because moving was what was left. Elias fought 3 meters from me, mouth set in a line that used to be a smile. His quirk cracked along the pavement like frost. He shouldn't have been here, he came anyway. Everyone who could stand had come, pros, students, men and women who had sworn up and down they were retired. The air tasted like endings. We'd already lost a district trying to keep civilians ahead of the decay line. We were losing the next one slowly enough to call it strategy. Shigaraki was a smear of white at the center of everything, a negative space that erased whatever it touched. He moved like someone who had learned to love the sound his hands made when the world broke. When our eyes met over the ruin, he grinned. Elias called to Midoriya and asked if he was all right. I was breathing. It counted. I hit a rooftop and scanned. All Might stood 2 blocks back beside the command van, thinner than the statue people still built of him, speaking into a radio with a calm that made my chest hurt. Powerless didn't mean useless. But it did mean we were running out of miracles. If I burned everything, if I emptied one for all into one shot and the afterimage of it, maybe it would be enough to punch a hole through the thing wearing a boy's face. Maybe it would be enough to give someone else time. Maybe was the whole plan now. I flexed my hand. The familiar current gathered under my skin like a storm that remembered my name. It would be so easy to hand it away and be done. A ripple went through the smoke, like wind moving through tall grass. The battlefield went quiet in a way battlefields don't. I turned. Space tore itself politely open beside the collapsed tram line. A door hinged on nothing. Monoma laughed before his face appeared and boasted that he had been right, telling them to try not to die before thanking him. She stepped out after him as if she were arriving late to a dinner. For half a second I thought I was hallucinating. The coat didn't have a wrinkle. Her expression said she'd rather be anywhere else. The pressure change said the world had been waiting for her. The first wave hit her shrapnel, heat, the low invisible hum of a power that made concrete forget its solidity and vanished. Not bounced, not deflected. Gone. The air around her clarified to the color of clean glass. My ears popped. Elias barked a laugh that ended in a cough and noted that she had arrived. Shigaraki turned his head. What he did to buildings, he did to the ground in front of her. Dust lifted like feathers and then fell back, ashamed. He frowned, as if the toy he wanted had arrived broken. She didn't look at him. She looked at us. The veil widened. I felt it pass over my skin like cool water, tasted ash and then nothing. Elias's knuckle cut sealed. The hole in Snipe's shoulder closed beneath shredded fabric. Somewhere to my right, someone sobbed once and then laughed because their leg was attached again. She addressed Midoriya as if they'd met on a quieter street. I was already moving toward her, words in my throat I couldn't afford to spend. She told him to wait. She indicated Shigaraki and observed that he was loud. I acknowledged that he wouldn't stop. She urged him to make Shigaraki stop. I pulled power until the edges of my vision went white. Old impulses rose. Give it away, burn it clean, leave an empty room behind where a person had been. It almost felt like relief. She caught my wrist. Her hand was cool. Her eyes were not kind and not unkind, only exact. She warned him not to waste it and explained that his power was for the living, not for graves. I thought I could end it. She corrected that he could win it, and something moved through me like a second heartbeat. The boost wasn't a flood, it was a calibration. Sight sharpened to a fine point. The city resolved from chaos into lines of force and angles of approach. My muscles felt like they belonged to me for the first time in days. Behind us, the line of heroes straightened, as if a spine had been slipped back into a body. People I thought were finished were suddenly standing. Others reported present. Shigaraki charged. The ground forgot to hold him back. He hit the field that wasn't there and snarled, hands skittering against a refusal he couldn't parse. She ordered him to go. So I went. Gearshift stacked, FA gene coiled. One for all sang through tendon and bone. The first hit landed hard enough to seem to bend the weather. He slid, regained purchase, laughed like a knife. The second found his center. The third stripped the grin from his face. He kept trying to rot me where I stood. The veil absorbed it before it reached skin. Every time he reached, the space between us lengthened into an impossible inch he couldn't cross. Elias called now, which meant never stop. We didn't. A wave of us moved with me Endeavor's fire without the hunger, Bakugo's explosions braided into shockwaves that held together, Mirko kicking clear paths ahead, Nijire's energy stitching the push together. And always, under it, the clear hum of her power, nothing harmful landing, everything broken mending as fast as it broke. Shigaraki finally slipped. Not much, half a misstep, a stutter where the ground stopped agreeing with him. It was enough. I hit him with everything the past had left me. Something in the air snapped in a way that wasn't bone or concrete. The sound rolled out over the district and didn't come back. He fell. He tried to stand and found there was nowhere to stand to. He looked up at me like he was trying to remember a punchline. Izuku told him that it was over. My voice sounded older than I felt. Someone laughed once, as if to keep the shape of himself in the world, and then the sound died away. The noise of the city didn't rush back. It drifted, cautious, like an animal testing the open door. Rain began, thin and particular, tapping ash into paste. I turned. She was where I had left her, her coat untouched by the fight as if the battle had been a rumor that never reached her. Monoma hovered 2 steps away, pretending not to preen. Izuku told her that she had come, foolishly, as if naming it would make it stay. She acknowledged that he had been right, as if it were nothing, and added that sometimes it mattered. Her gaze moved over the ruined street, the standing people, the ones who would stand in a minute. I waited for the sag in her shoulders, the tremor in her hands, the cost that always comes due. It did not come. She looked exactly as she had in the hospital lobby on another continent. Composed, precise, as inexhaustible as weather. She warned him not to make a habit of this, almost bored, and said she preferred quiet shifts. I laughed, and it hurt in a way that meant the hurt was leaving. Behind us, the channel cracked alive with sobbing and swearing and roll calls that ended in relief. Ahead of us, the city decided to try being a city again. For the first time in days, maybe weeks, the future did not feel like a dare I was going to lose. By midnight the city sounded different. Not safe, just less doomed. Sirens thinned to singles instead of chords, the radios stopped screaming, and the floodlights that washed the broken streets felt more like daylight playing dress-up than interrogation. The relief camp rose in the shadow of a collapsed overpass. Someone had strung tarps between bent rebar, blue fabric fluttering like flags that had forgotten their countries. Field medics moved in practice triangles. Volunteers handed out water and blankets that smelled like warehouses. Every few steps, someone cried the way people cry when the world decides against its habits to spare them. I should have slept. My body kept offering to fold where I stood. Instead I walked the perimeter, checking names, trading small lies that would be true tomorrow. Present, stable, family located. It did not feel like victory. It felt like being allowed to breathe again. Elias found me by the supply truck, a gauze square taped over a fresh wound. He joked that I looked like a man who had tried to headbutt a thunderstorm. Izuku replied that he had, and that it had worked. Elias grinned, and for a second I saw who he'd been before the bad years. He told Midoriya to go sit down. Midoriya had earned the right to be useless. I nodded and did not move. My eyes had been hunting the crowd without permission, looping the same paths, triage line, command tent, the ruined tram rails where the portal had opened. I saw her near the generators. No coat now, just a black dress that refused to wrinkle. The light loved her broke on the air around her and came away cleaner. A small circle formed without effort, medics too wired to stop moving, heroes stiff with adrenaline, civilians who needed to be near the thing that had told physics to behave for an hour. She listened to them the way she had watched the cards at St. Asteria, precisely, as if attention itself were a tool and not a courtesy. I took half a step before a clipboard intercepted me. A coordinator requested headcounts, then a statement for media triage, then an assessment of structural risk along the canal. When I finished, a second coordinator wanted the same list with different adjectives. Someone else needed me to sign off on a rushed evacuation corridor. The small responsibilities of keeping what we just won kept stacking until they felt like a single duty with 1,000 pens. From the corner of my eye I saw movement. A shock of yellow hair, a pink bob, a silver grin. Mina Ishido reached her first, because Mina always reached people first. She talked with her whole body and did not slow down for awe. She skidded to a stop, hands already in motion, and said something that made two medics snort into their masks. Denki Kaminari arrived next, tripped over a cable, and recovered with a flourish as if he'd meant it. Nito Monoma slid in last with the stride of a man who wanted credit on his tombstone. The four of them made a shape that did not belong to war. For a second Wyan did not react, measuring them. Then something eased in her shoulders. I watched it happen like a weather change. Mina hugged her without asking permission. Denki bowed too formally and then ruined it by winking. Monoma launched into a monologue that had to be about his portal. His hands kept describing circles in the air, and she let him finish without rolling her eyes. When she laughed, it was small and private and real enough to change the temperature of the space around her. I had not known. I had been waiting to see if she could. Someone called my name. I turned and spent 5 minutes explaining to a news liaison that they could not line up the top 10 heroes for a group photo while the mood was still good. When I faced the generators again, the circle had thinned. Mina had a foil blanket cape draped over her shoulders. Denki was pretending not to shiver. Wyan spoke something that made all three lean in. She touched Mina's elbow in farewell, the gentlest punctuation mark. She looked across the camp. Our gazes met through the floodlight haze. There was no weighty silence, no music, just a human distance bridged by the fact of two people recognizing each other for the first time without an argument between them. She lifted her hand in a brief, almost lazy wave. A small, unguarded smile followed, nothing like the bar, nothing like the table at St. Asteria. It was the kind of smile given to someone you might not see again, because that's how nights like this work. I raised my hand back and found that I was smiling too. Monoma clapped and announced that everyone should make way for civic infrastructure, then tore the air open with the casual elegance of a magician who had decided the trick would succeed because he said so. The portal opened like a bright seam in the dark, edges clean, the interior the wrong color for night. YN said one more thing to Mina that I could not hear. She put 2 fingers to her temple for Denki as if returning a salute he'd never given. She did not say anything to Monoma. He would have taken it as an invitation. Then she stepped into the impossible doorway and vanished. The seam zipped shut with a polite sigh. I kept looking at the space for a breath too long, the way you watch a star after you know it is a memory. The camp sound resumed its ordinary pitch, generators humming, boots on gravel, a volunteer swearing softly as a coffee urn refused to cooperate with triumph. Elias nudged me with the shoulder that hadn't been broken last spring and teased that she was allergic to encores. I told him that was the last time, saying the words like a dare. He raised an eyebrow and asked if I was planning to lose her phone number. I did not answer. The coordinator reappeared with another clipboard, and the night decided I still had work to do. By dawn the sky had the grayness of a responsible adult. The camp exhaled in stages, people sleeping in chairs, in corners, on each other's shoulders. I sat on a curb that had spent the evening being a curb and nothing more and let the ache in my hands identify itself as an ache rather than a warning. Peace felt quieter without her in it. That was not an indictment, it was a description. Some people pull noise into their orbit. She did not. She left rooms with the lights still on and the air still moving. I should have been grateful for the silence, and I was. I just noticed what it was not. Someone pressed a paper cup into my palm. Coffee, thin but hot. I thanked the person, stood, and went to help the city remember how to be a city. I did not see her again. Not that week. Not that month. Long enough that the memory of her began to file itself under stories you tell other people so you can keep believing them yourself. The portal's sigh became a detail I could not prove. The wave became a trick of light only I had noticed. 2.5 years later, on a morning so ordinary it practically apologized for it, I walked into the UA University training hall with a stack of syllabi under my arm and heard Denki announce loudly that she had finally said yes. Mina shushed him with the enthusiasm of someone who did not mean it, telling him not to jinx it. I kept walking until I did not, and then I asked who had said yes to what. They turned like children caught decorating a cake before breakfast. Mina rocked on her heels, and Denki tried for casual and landed somewhere near neon. He explained that it was transfer paperwork from overseas. Monoma appeared from nowhere with a pamphlet he had absolutely not been asked to bring and proclaimed the Commission's International Hero Practice Program as selective, elite, and glamorous. Mina rolled her eyes and clarified that he meant I was coming to UA. The syllabi slid a little in my grip. I repeated that to myself as if to test it, to UA. Denki added that it was for 4th year only, for the license, and that they had kept in touch. I echoed his wording back more gently than I expected. Something unclenched in my chest that I had not known was refusing to move. I pictured a portal closing, and then, like a film played in reverse, I pictured it opening again. That night, after drills, office hours, and 3 emails about budget, I lay on my back on the dorm roof and let the campus lights arrange themselves into a map I did not need. The sky over UA does not get properly dark, it just deepens until the stars look like holes punched in a better black. I found her on social media without trying. A clean page. Sparse posts. A photograph of a hospital garden in winter. An art gallery opening where she stood in front of a painting that could have been a bruise or a dawn. One image from the night of the war, taken from too far away to define anyone's face, the caption a single PRD. I sent a request. A minute later, the notification slid across the screen, accepted. I did not write. I could have, but I did not know what sentence belonged under the last one we had shared. Instead I tucked the phone into my pocket, listened to Yue exhale, and let myself believe quietly, privately that the door I had watched close was not, in fact, the last in the building. Power does not disappear, it hires new accountants. My father used to say that over coffee that cost more than some neighborhoods. I used to file it under wit. Later I understood it was a policy wealth explaining itself to itself. Our house had been built for those explanations. Glass corridors calibrated to catch morning light, rooms lined with art that had outlived revolutions, doors that muted the world by design. People came to negotiate and left convinced they had been persuaded rather than managed. By 12 I had learned when to be a window and when to be a wall. They started calling me an asset the year a diplomat's car disappeared in an abrupt, catastrophic flash, and I stabilized his daughter in a hallway that smelled like burned leather and lemon cleaner. The story leaked. Headlines turned me into a parable. The ministry stopped asking what I wanted and began asking where they could place me. My sister stood in my doorway like a painting that knew it was worth too much and asked if I was leaving paradise for homework, a coin spinning over her knuckles. Her quirk bent bad outcomes away from her like rain slicking off a good coat, and the universe treated her like a favorite. I told her that paradise rots and homework was at least honest. She suggested, half-hearted and as if quoting a script our parents had left on the kitchen island, that I could take the license exams at home, make hospitals fight over me, run a foundation, marry someone tolerable. I said that neutrality looked different at a distance and that I did not want to be something people fought over. She responded that I did not get to choose that, then softened her voice and asked if this was about the boy. I paused with my hand on the suitcase zipper and said it was about me and that he had reminded me what I had been. She smiled like someone who knows when she has won the point and asked me to send pictures of the dorm, preferably when it was on fire. Our parents arrived as a matched set, elegance with edges. My father's quirk, cell command, could coax a stopped heart into a second chance or make a migraine forget its name. My mother's barrier skin repelled toxins, pressure, and the kind of accidents that happen to people on the wrong side of cameras. Between them, my biology had been calibrated for survival and then wandered into something larger. They asked about optics, treaties, televised hearings, which committee would claim jurisdiction over my decisions. My father warned that Japan would say I had defected, which was his way of talking about losing the narrative. I told him to write a better one, adding that I was registering, not swearing fealty. My mother observed that neutrality was a crown you kept only if you never bent your head. I answered that I was not bending, I was walking. They went 3 rounds that sounded like love and policy in equal measure. In the end, they did what they always did, calculated the path I would take with or without them and chose to stand beside it. They hated losing control more than they hated cameras. When they left, perfume lingered clean, expensive, uninflected. I slid a photograph into my case. A blurred crowd under floodlights, a raised hand, a seam of light closing. Proof for me, not for anyone else. My sister tapped the doorframe with a coin as if blessing the threshold and promised that her luck would cover me until I made my own. I kissed her cheek and told her that I already did. I said that without arrogance. My power never asked me to be brave, only precise. It did not tire. It did not bargain. It simply refused harm and repaired what it could reach. The difficult parts were and are human. Boundaries, choices, the noise other people make when you will not belong to their story. I zipped the suitcase. The sound was clean and final. The embassy car waited at the bottom of the drive, engine murmuring behind white hydrangeas clipped into spheres. The morning light here was always polite, bright enough to be seen, never warm enough to change anything. I preferred it that way. Change belonged to action, not weather. My phone buzzed as I locked the gate and Nito Monoma's name flashed on the screen. I answered and told him I was not commissioning a statue for the portal stunt. He sighed theatrically and said he had already chosen the marble, then announced that he was calling as a responsible engineer of miracles. I noted that the title was new. He said it was temporary but deserved, and explained that he had solved the old bottleneck. He described a support module that stored microsamples, sealed, cataloged, ethically acquired removable cartridges with DNA on demand. I could hear metal and glass, the satisfaction of a man giving a lecture to an audience who could not leave. When I asked what that meant in practice, he said runtime would climb, turning 5-minute sprints into a 2-hour window before cognitive fatigue or device lockout, enabling sustained quirks, not party tricks, and including portals. I pointed out that he had found a way to keep doors open without the doorman. He corrected that he had found a way to keep doors available and offered to skip customs by opening a neat circle directly into UA's welcome lounge with no turbulence, no queues, and no paparazzi trying to climb the rope. It was tempting, but I refused. I chose a normal flight, a bed that lay flat, and Wi-Fi that would let me ignore him from 12,000 meters. He groaned like a villain in a play that knew he would lose and warned I would regret not letting him redefine physics. I told him he could call when he patented it. He replied that he had already filed and added that I should fly like a civilian but not complain about the fruit plate. I assured him I would never complain about fruit and ended the call before he could test that. The driver hurried to the trunk. I closed it myself while he recalibrated his sense of my usefulness. The hydrangeas leaned into a small wind as if gossiping. I instructed him to head to the airport and the city obliged. First class was a controlled fiction. People pretended the door between them and engine noise was a curtain rather than a contract. I liked it for what it offered, a quiet box moving through a vacuum, staffed by professionals who knew exactly how much to ask and when to disappear. A flight attendant offered champagne and I requested tea. The seat reclined until the world looked flat. I took off my shoes and let the hum of the cabin do the work anesthetics usually did for other people. My messages kept multiplying. Mina had sent 3 since dawn selfies, hearts, and an argument about whether my coat counted as battle gear, which she insisted did. Denki appended an absurd number of lightning emojis to a note about welcome dinner plans. Recovery Girl left 2 practical paragraphs about university protocol and a smiley face that did more work than either paragraph. A UA email thread had Elias S. in strategy C-seat. His signature carried the dry humor of someone surprised to have a title. I opened social and scrolled to a name I had pretended not to think about. Izuku Midoriya, a follow request I had accepted without deciding to, sat there like a door I had not knocked on yet. I did not write, and he did not either. Some conversations deserved better than a plane's Wi-Fi. The cabin dimmed and a stranger across the aisle finally let go of the posture he had brought on board and became a sleeping person. I watched the wing carve the cloud layer into silk and thought about governments mistaking measurement for control. Everyone always tried to measure me. It ended the same way. They found a number and called it a cage. They never asked the right questions. How did the barrier distinguish threat from touch? It did not distinguish, it refused harm. How wide was the field? As wide as it needed to be, which was not an answer bureaucrats could sign. How many people could I heal at once? As many as fit inside attention. Did I tire? Did I stop? When I chose. I slept eventually, not the way other people did, but enough to let hours pass without me needing to name them. We landed in weather that believed in its job. Rain made the runway honest. The terminal was clean and loud and exactly the same as every terminal from here to cities my government pretended not to visit. I walked through immigration with a passport that made computers polite and followed signs to the Cork Registration Bureau. The bureau smelled like ozone, copier toner, and the fear of getting sued. A receptionist handed me a badge while trying not to hyperventilate. The security gates beeped at my shadow. Upstairs, glass rooms waited for me to prove I could be graphed. 3 technicians and a supervisor rotated through introductions and explained their instruments as if flattering me into behaving like a data set. They asked me to place my hand on a pad to start with baseline output and expand outward. The pad buzzed, hiccuped, and died. They apologized to the pad, not to me. They brought a newer model, then the newest. The third one survived long enough to print a page of useless numbers and then retired early. The supervisor observed auto-defensive interference and noted that they had expected field spillover but not at that amplitude. I told them they were trying to touch me. The second technician, too curious to be afraid, pressed for an explanation of how it refused. I explained that it did not run a checklist. It does not parse intentions into approved or denied like their software, the narrator explained. It refuses harm and everything else passes. That was why hugs worked and decay did not. They absorbed that and immediately tried to break it. They rolled out projectiles labeled harmless impact and threat model. The barrier treated both the same because neither carried intent, they were just machines performing scripts. They tried a chemical mist flagged safe, then the same mist in a vial stamped biohazard as if my nervous system read labels. The mist condensed politely and slid down the invisible wall like disappointed fog. The supervisor asked about range. I replied that it reached as far as I needed it to, and added that it would be nearer when I wanted to be touched. He asked whether it worked through walls. I answered that it worked through harm. He wrote indeterminate 3 times in 4 different sections. They took my verbal statement for the record while a senior officer with the tired eyes of a civil servant tried to determine whether my existence constituted a legal category. He read the file header aloud, noting divine veil, defensive regenerative hybrid, automatic, continuous. I confirmed that description was accurate enough. He asked about stamina cost. I said there was none. He asked about cooldowns and fail states. I told him the constraints were consent and boredom. He blinked at my answer, and I explained that nothing lasts forever except systems that refuse to end, and I preferred not to be one of those. He gave me the kind of look people give statues when a statue answers back. They issued a temporary license pending full accreditation via UA University Hero Practice, the official informed me, and he mentioned that a relative had already arranged my placement. He slid a card across the desk and welcomed me to Japan, advising me to try not to cause malfunctions. I finished for him by promising to do my best. The rain lightened while I stood under the bureau awning deciding how much of the day needed planning. The city looked like a promise someone had written in neat handwriting. A tram sighed past and Neon began thinking about turning on. My phone buzzed. Mina asked if I had landed yet. Denki messaged that they were kidnapping me for ramen and added that Izuku and Elias were basically roommates and that Bakugo was present but less explosive. Minoma declared bureaucracy a disease and claimed to be the cure, then sent 3 selfies holding a support module at heroic angles. I scrolled back to the UA thread and read the names again. Elias S. In strategy. Of course he would say yes to a job that asked him to explain chaos for a living. I pictured him and Midoriya with their coffee cups, quietly scheming in a corner while Bakugo insulted them both from the doorway and then lingered to hear the end of the plan. I started walking. The university district welcomed me the way institutions do when they have already decided where to put you, gates open, guards careful, maps that pretended to be simple. The city's noise calmed around the edges of campus like it remembered a version of itself that wasn't burning. I did not head to the dorms yet. I had promised myself one civilian errand before the next avalanche of forms. A bookstore with a cafe, a table by a window, a notebook that would never, ever be required by anyone but me. On the way, I replied in the group thread that ramen would have to wait until after registration and that Mina could pick the place. If Denki chose, I warned I would call security. She sent back hearts and a location pin. Denki sent a photo of chopsticks staged like swords. Minoma insisted on credit for inventing noodles. I let the screen go dark and looked up. The street smelled like wet leaves and steel. Somewhere past the next corner, the person I hadn't messaged yet was probably pretending not to refresh a roster that already had my name on it. Purpose is not clean. It is a decision you keep making while the world asks you to be a different kind of useful. I had chosen. Now I would live inside the choice. I turned toward UA. UA University at night looked like someone had taught a constellation how to stand on its own. Glass facades held the warm buzz of voices. Pathways cut clean lines between trees still wet from rain. I followed the map on my phone until it politely stopped pretending I needed it, and the dorms rose in front of me bigger than the photos, softer than the rumors. The lobby doors sighed open. My heels tapped once against polished tile. The lights snapped on and the building inhaled my name. Students erupted in celebration as confetti drifted down and music jumped to full volume. A hand-painted banner announced welcome in 3 alphabets. Mina vaulted the front desk and threw her arms around me before I could protest. Mina insisted she could not believe I was actually there and inspected my outfit like it was an event. Denki called that green suited me, brandishing remote controls he absolutely should not have. I pretended not to hear. The dress was emerald clean lines, mid-thigh, structured enough to feel like armor but with enough give to be kind. The heels persuaded the floor to be cooperative. Mina explained that Nito had planned the banner and that she had done the playlist. Nito appeared as if by choreography, claiming responsibility for lighting design and boasting only slight intoxication on his own genius when I asked how modest he felt. The common room had been transformed. Tables were pushed aside to make space to move, string lights were strung across the ceiling. A long counter at the back had been turned into a buffet that looked like 6 people's grandmothers had been put on salary. Students from 4A and 4B mingled with support and general studies names I knew from files now attached to faces washed in party light. Someone had set up a corner for photos with a disposable camera and a stack of ridiculous props. The air smelled like citrus, warm bread, and the particular electricity of too many people. Deciding to be happy at the same time. Word that I had arrived rippled through the room and turned into laughter. I accepted paper cups and compliments with the same nod. A muscle memory from too many fundraisers reshaped into something that did not ask for anything back. People introduced themselves too quickly and then slowed down without realizing they had. Someone said they were glad I had come, and I believed them. The room settled around a center I had not meant to look for. Izuku stood near the far wall, half lit by a lamp someone had draped with a scarf. He was talking to a first year without grandiosity. He never had. Time had smoothed the angles of him and put steadiness where there had once been tremor. His hair remained an argument with gravity, but the rest of him had learned to listen. He noticed me, seeing me the way people see whether moving and not surprised. Exactly. As if he'd been deciding what to say for 2.5 years and had just remembered language, he finally spoke. I let the crowd carry me until I was close enough to be absurd and not rude. Someone pressed a cup into my hand. I didn't drink because I didn't need to. He welcomed me in a way that made the word feel like his. I thanked him in a soft voice. He looked at the dress, then at my face, and smiled without comment. Mature, I thought, and unfair, and then fine. I tilted my head conspiratorially and told him I had worn his colors because it seemed efficient. Denki, 3 meters away, made a strangled noise and pretended to choke on a pretzel. Izuku's ears went pink in the way I remembered from another continent. He handled it better now. The embarrassed flush arrived and then went where it was needed. He leaned closer, just enough for me to hear over the music, and said it suited me in a way that clearly wasn't about the dress. I replied that I was glad, steady, and added that I would hate to return it. Mina dragged me toward the dance floor before the air could decide to thicken, cheerfully telling me I could flirt later but first I had to dance badly with them. Nito sniffed that he would speak for himself and was already mid-twirl with someone from support who looked delighted and alarmed in equal measure. The music hit a decade I respected, and I let my body remember that control and movement can coexist. People parted without being asked. The room permitted it. I laughed at something Denki did with his arms that physics might sue over, and the sound came out like something I hadn't rented in years. Bakugo appeared the way storms appear on maps suddenly, with context. He didn't say hello. He eyed my heels like a threat assessment and then nodded, asking if I sparred. I said I sparred when it was required. He asked how required that was, and Mina answered for me that I could punt a tank. Bakugo's mouth did an almost smile, which on him looked like a confession, and he said they were running drills on Saturday and that I should bring shoes I could run in. I noted it and said to bring gloves one could bleed in. He barked a laugh, and for reasons that defied statistics, we were immediately fine. People kept arriving with reasons to keep me. I let them. Someone from General Studies cornered me about power ethics and the difference between neutrality and abandonment. We argued amicably for 10 minutes and then took a photo with foam crowns. 2 support students brought a small drone they taught to deliver cupcakes and asked if my barrier would annoy. It bumped against me twice, forgave me, and went to find a less principled person. Elias found me near the snack table at the point in the night where music heats up and conversations start to unbutton. He looked better than the war and worse than the photo on his staff ID. Time had put something adult in his posture that didn't feel like defeat. I congratulated him on gainful employment. He touched the edge of the paper plate like it was a talisman and told me he was a strategic analyst, which meant he got paid to tell people things would go wrong and then apologize when they did. I said he'd already been doing that for free. He laughed and then sobered, apologizing that they had dropped threads back then. He didn't use stronger verbs and dropped, felt right. The friendship had been fine until it wasn't, and then there had been bad timing and a war. I said he had been busy bleeding on everyone's behalf and that I had been busy refusing to join the chorus. He asked if we were still friends, and I said we were still terrible at confetti, flicking a gold scrap off his sleeve. His small, honest smile didn't pull anything out of me I hadn't consented to give, and that felt new and good. When I turned, Izuku had circled back, chatting with a pair of first-years who pretended not to orbit him. He looked up exactly when I decided I wanted him to, which felt like either perfect timing or affection. He asked me to dance, almost as if he'd practiced not assuming I'd say yes. I asked him to define dance, and he said standing in the same place while music happened, where talking also counted. We found a corner where the lights were kinder. The room moved in soft geometry around us. I could smell citrus peel and the faint metallic clean of fresh wires under warm plastic. He stood close enough to be a wall if I needed one and far enough not to imply I did. I told him he looked different in a good way, and he told me the same of me. When I pointed out that it was not a sentence, he said it felt true anyway. We didn't rush into anything. That was not how this worked. The air shaped itself into the beginning of a conversation that could survive daylight. He asked about my classes and I asked about his teaching work. He mentioned Elias moving into a faculty apartment down the hall and pretending to hate board games he always won. I told him Monoma had tried to portal me straight into customs and I'd chosen a chair that turned into a bed instead. He said he was glad I had chosen to come. I turned my gaze away to keep the room from believing too much too quickly. Bakugo disrupted us with the grace of a thrown chair, announcing the duo of strategist and saint should stop talking and eat, and that at 2,300 they would do the stupid roommate quiz thing because Kaminari wouldn't shut up about it. Izuku sighed like a man resigned to joy and called it a team bonding exercise. Bakugo called it a cry for help but already had 2 plates balanced in one hand and passed me the better one. We ate on a sofa that had survived 2 graduating classes and a small electrical fire. People joined the conversation and left it again. Someone started a sing-along that was rescued by a girl who could actually sing. I let my shoulders come down one vertebra at a time until they were where they belonged. Later, Mina dropped onto the armrest like a decorative bird and told me I could smile more. I deadpanned that line gets people killed. She grinned and said that here it got you cake, then handed me a slice that tasted like sugar and something I hadn't named in a while. The playlist softened, and the lights did too. Monoma made a toast that almost worked before turning into a 5-minute talk about logistics. People booed politely and then cheered him anyway. The drone returned, forgave me twice more, and delivered a final cupcake to a girl in support who cried for no reason and then laughed about it. I stood to throw my cup away and almost collided with Izuku. We did that tiny dance people do when both try to step aside in the same direction. He apologized, then after a breath that felt like a small choice he asked to be called Izuku, saying we were close enough not to keep pretending we were strangers. I let the name fit and accepted it. He did not ask for anything in return, he only nodded, and it felt like a door eased open in a house we were both still learning. Later, after the quiz that turned into a referendum on whether cereal is soup, after Denki knocked over a stack of plastic cups and swore allegiance to gravity, after Mina declared that my emerald dress would be the baseline for all future parties and Nito vowed to invent better confetti, I found a pocket of quiet near the window. Campus lights blinked like patient satellites. The glass held enough of my reflection to remind me I was a person in a room and not a symbol on a screen. For the first time in a long time, I felt legible. Not as a weapon. Not as an asset. As a woman who could be loud and tired, elegant and ridiculous, capable of dancing badly and laughing without negotiating the contract of it first. The party was not about my power. It was about the fact I was here. Izuku ended up at my shoulder again, not crowding, not performing. We stood like we'd been doing it for years. I could feel the warm echo of the room in my bones, and I could feel the shape of what might happen if time behaved and we did not break it. I thanked him, surprising myself with the sincerity of it. He asked what for. I explained that I appreciated a party where I was not the main course. He smiled and said that Mina would never allow that, and neither would I, which landed like a promise to myself. Mina called last songs even though no one was singing. People started the slow choreography of goodnights. Bakugo collected trash with the lethal efficiency of a man preventing tomorrow's annoyance. Elias carried 2 boxes as if they weighed regret and set them down as if they did not. When I finally reached the hallway, Izuku walked me to the elevator because that was the kind of person he was. The doors opened. We stood there, not filling the silence with anything we did not mean. He said good night. I answered good night, Izuku. The doors closed. The elevator rose. My reflection said I looked like myself after all this time, and I chose to believe it. War had been loud. This felt like the right kind of noise. The first morning in a new place always sounds the same. Pipes, footsteps, the soft violence of a door closing 2 floors down. I lay still and counted each noise until the building felt like a body I could read. Light bled around the blackout curtains. Someone in the courtyard practiced scales on a trumpet. They were brave or inconsiderate, maybe both. My room looked like the diagram of a life bed, desk, closet, one long window that turned the campus into a movie. I had unpacked the night before in neat lines. 3 suits, 2 dresses, 1 pair of shoes that promised to hurt me only if I deserved it. The photograph of floodlights and a wave sat on the desk where I could ignore it on purpose. The air held a faint metallic hum, my power refusing dust and stray bacteria the way a bouncer refuses bad ideas. A group chat pinged. Mina messaged that breakfast was now and to show up. Denki messaged about coffee with enthusiastic emojis removed for clarity. Elias warned of a faculty meeting at 10 and joked that if he were not back by noon he had defected. Izuku messaged that he was already at the cafeteria at the table by the windows. I told my reflection it could be human for a day and dressed for compromise. Black blazer, dark jeans, hair swept up like I had time to care. Outside, the campus walked itself awake, bikes cutting clean arcs on wet pavement, student voices in English and half a dozen other languages, the scent of rain polished into something presentable. The cafeteria was all glass and stainless steel airport lounge energy with better bread. Izuku stood to wave me over, and I took the offered seat. He carried a tray that looked like a dare. Pancakes, eggs, fruit, 2 coffees, and a stack of forms that wanted to be a wall. He greeted me good morning in a way that sounded like a decision. I observed that it was a working breakfast. He corrected that he was trying to be useful and smiled like he knew I knew he always was. He introduced me around the circle. Ochako's smile felt like sunlight the building hadn't earned. Ida sat straighter than most laws. Tsu said my name carefully and I liked her immediately. Mina and Denki showed up with a plate of sliced oranges and a speaker the size of a fist. Monoma drifted in late like a comet with a schedule. Ochako asked gently why I was doing the hero program now if I had already graduated. I explained that it was because of the new law, and the table went quiet in the useful way that makes room for truth. I said that without a license anyone with healing powers couldn't legally treat civilians unless they also had a medical license and accepted a stack of limitations written by people who had never been in a hallway full of bleeding. I added that I had worked in a hospital. It had worked until it did not. Now I was there to get the paperwork and then try to rewrite the paperwork. Ida nodded like a verdict and said that powers affect public safety, that the law's intent was good though execution often lagged behind reality. I observed that execution always lagged behind power. I noted that my degree was in politics and economics and that I was adding the language of law because if they insisted on putting my work inside a frame, I would rather choose the frame. Tsu said those frames always cracked, but sometimes they held long enough to finish the painting. Izuku did not interrupt. He watched like someone who had trained for battles and hoped a garden might grow instead. He remarked softly that the plan sounded exactly like what I would do. Denki leaned in and stage whispered that my plan translated to fixing the government. Mina added that I would politely terrify it. I said both and stole an orange slice. We ate without performing it. The music stayed quiet. A cluster of first years tried to look at me without looking. Mina rescued them by waving them over and introducing me as if I were a hobby she'd found at a night market. I asked about their classes. They forgot to be nervous. It was startling how quickly ordinary became possible. When the tray was mostly evidence, Izuku checked his watch and told me that orientation drills were in 20 minutes, asking if I wanted to see the grounds before the tour became performative. I said I would follow. He did not rush the walk. UA University had rebuilt itself from glass, steel, and in tent arenas hollowed like amphitheaters, observation towers with walls that turned transparent at a gesture, an entire district of support labs exhaling the clean breath of new machines. Students cut across grass that had not had time to be worn yet. The sky had the color of a fresh page. Izuku tapped a map on the wall and indicated where combat theory was, where tactics generally ran out of B3, and that legal seminars were in H Hall. He confirmed that I was taking law and policy of powers. I let my mouth tilt and said someone had told him. He admitted Elias had, and that Elias was excited I would argue with someone who was not him. I said I never argued, that I only annotated loudly. He laughed, and the sound hit me in the ribs in a way I refused to name. We stopped at the edge of the training field. Bakugo was already there, yelling at no one and everyone with the precision of a man who knew exactly how loud he needed to be. Bakugo spotted me, tipped his chin, and told me to be ready to spar on Saturday and to bring shoes I could run in. I reminded him of gloves I could bleed in. His mouth formed an almost smile as he said that I was finally someone interesting, then he walked off to terrorize Joy into a warm-up line. I reminded Izuku that I was observing. He agreed that I was observing for now and suggested that learning to fight without my power was not a downgrade. I said it was either that or dealing with Monoma inventing anti-barrier etiquette. Monoma, who had clearly been within earshot, announced from a bench that he had already drafted a policy that included a tuxedo requirement. Bakugo shouted from wherever he was to burn it. I left them to it and went to H Hall for my elective, law and policy of powers. The lecture room was a theater, tiered seats, acoustic panels, a lectern that looked like it belonged at a trial. The room carried the weight of standardized ambition. I took a seat center left, close enough to ask questions, far enough to leave before anyone could stop me. Hitoshi appeared 2 rows up, leaning back with feet planted and arms folded, expression curated. Before the professor had even finished her opening definition, Hitoshi dropped the idea that intent could not be a legal category if it was invisible, arguing that outcomes needed to be codified or else fear would be criminalized. He was not wrong, and I resented him for being right first. When the professor asked for introductions, a few students listed internships and committees. I gave my name as YN, and the room noticed in the quiet way of a held breath. Hitoshi turned his head just enough and remarked that I was the famous transfer. I replied that he was the local myth and suggested keeping the proportions manageable. A few people laughed. He smiled with all his teeth and none of his warmth. I liked my opponents labeled. The class surprised me. The professor, Hashimoto, had a spine under a soft voice and moved us quickly past platitudes. We discussed precedent and perverse incentives, negligence in the presence of powers, and the thin line between regulation and fear. When Hashimoto asked how to draft a statute that authorized emergency healing without licensing abuse, I raised a hand and proposed that emergency be defined by the patient rather than the practitioner, that post-incident reporting be required within 24 hours and tied to the hospital network for audit instead of a commission that did not exist after business hours, that immunity be built in for good faith action and strict liability applied for profiteering. I argued that the current law punished improvisation and that people died on paperwork. Hashimoto's eyes warmed like a verdict. Hitoshi watched me with the interest of a researcher who had found a better lab rat. I ignored both. After class, Hitoshi caught me in the aisle and told me I argued like I had been doing this for 10 years. I said I had been doing it in hallways and that the law had arrived late, as usual. He said that was why they wrote better ones. I corrected him on his phrasing and stepped around him on principle. I did not dislike him because he was smart. I disliked him because he enjoyed being correct more than being useful. The afternoon became logistics. Elias sent a message with the week schedule and a meme that made me laugh harder than it deserved. Mina dragged me through the student services maze to pick up my ID. Denki checked me into the gym with all the efficiency of a man who had once been banned from it. I signed up officially for Japanese class, which was in a sunlit room that smelled like dry markers and optimism. 12 of us sat together, all accents, all wrong together. We went around the table. Anna from Canada introduced herself, Marco from Italy introduced himself while wearing sunglasses inside, and Hannah from Cairo introduced herself with a laugh that made me want to make mistakes on purpose. When it was my turn, I did not attempt to lie. I gave my name as YN and admitted I did not know any Japanese. The teacher, Ms. Sato, smiled as if that admission were her favorite sentence and told us that we would learn it in the right order. We stumbled through introductions, butchered vowels, and applauded one another for getting things almost right. It was the first classroom in years where I was not the problem someone had come to solve, and it felt intoxicating. By the time the campus tilted toward evening, the glass buildings had collected the sky, and were selling it back to us in small pieces. Izuku found me outside the language center with his hands in his pockets like a man who had finally realized he could put them there. He asked how it had been. I said I could now say hello, thank you, and please slow down with conviction and called that progress. He offered coffee, tea, or whatever people like me drank when they had antagonized a professor and made 3 friends. I chose tea and insisted I had not antagonized her. He told me I had terrified Hitoshi. I said Hitoshi terrified himself, which was not untrue. We walked without needing to fill the space. Izuku pointed out a courtyard I had not noticed, a path that stayed dry in the rain, and a window where the bakery dropped end-of-day bread for students with luck or timing. He was good at this, at making a map out of a world that had once tried to refuse him entry. In the student cafe, the barista knew Izuku by name and recognized me by the fact that I made the lights look too bright. We took a small corner table. Izuku asked about my elective, and I asked about his teaching. He described a first year who thought strategy meant yelling louder and how satisfying it was to watch him learn it meant listening. Izuku asked whether YN still wanted to fight without using her power for a while. YN said she wanted choice and explained that if she walked into a room without using it, she wanted to know what her hands could do. Izuku nodded and offered to help if she wanted. YN accepted, letting the words come easily. The tea cooled and the room warmed. Neither of them reached for anything they had not earned yet. Slow was a decision, and YN was learning to like it. By the time she returned to her room, the trumpet in the courtyard had worked out a melody. She set tomorrow's schedule on the desk: hero tactics, combat theory to observe, law and policy, and Japanese. She added ramen under protest because Mina had declared it would happen and Denki had RSVP'd with 3 lightning bolts and a noodle icon. Her phone buzzed. Izuku thanked her for the day and offered to walk her to tactics tomorrow so Bakugo would not poach her for a 6 a.m. sprint. YN teased that cowardice looked good on him. Izuku preferred the term prudence. YN said goodnight, and Izuku returned the goodnight. She set the phone face down. The room kept its quiet. The barrier hummed, not as a wall but as a floor. For the first time in a long time, she did not feel like she was standing on it alone. 2 weeks at UA had finally stopped her walking like the floor might change its mind. She knew which vending machines had decent tea, which hallway stayed warm in wind, and which staircase made students question their life choices. She had learned the names of the night shift security guards and the shortcut past the support labs that smelled like hot plastic and ambition. She joked more, slept better, and laughed hard enough twice to startle herself. And then Ochako introduced her boyfriend. Gabriel was the kind of rich that thought it had invented oxygen. He called himself a businessman, which here meant his family owned half the skyline and the other half owed him favors. He wore suits that tried too hard and a watch the size of a guilt complex. He shook hands like he was signing contracts and smiled the way someone practiced sincerity until it gave up. He spoke in phrases about building a life and how optics mattered, correcting Ochako in public with the ease of someone paid to be condescending. He called her sweetheart in the tone used for a pet that would not stop chewing the couch. YN tolerated him for 1 lunch, 3 coffees, and 7 minutes of him lecturing that hero students should be careful about being too accessible online. Then she watched him tell Ochako at a festival stall that she looked childish in a plush hat. It was not the words alone, it was the angle, the casual dismissal wrapped in velvet. They argued 2 days later in the courtyard. Gabriel found YN and offered what he called concern, saying Ochako needed stability and implying that students like them were volatile and only charming at a distance. YN asked whether he heard himself and said he wanted a product, not a person. Gabriel blinked as if she had spoken in a foreign code, then smiled and called her intense. YN said she was uninterested, stepped past him, then turned back and warned that if he made Ochako smaller because he could not grow, she would make him smaller because she could. Gabriel laughed like he was in a boardroom and asked if that was a threat. YN called it a forecast and left. It should have ended there, but it did not. Gabriel sent Ochako a snide message that morning, nothing illegal, just enough to bruise. YN watched Ochako smile like paper at breakfast and felt something click inside her. By midnight, she was in 4A's common kitchen, pacing in joggers and a fitted black top, muttering at the sink. She called Gabriel a smug, patronizing man PowerPoint with a pulse and complained that he treated Ochako like a KPI and spoke of optics as if joy were a public relations risk. She poured water and forgot to drink it, pressing her palms to the counter and trying to breathe herself back into diplomacy. It did not take. A throat cleared behind her. Izuku stood in the doorway, hair damp from a late shower and his t-shirt clinging to shoulders he had not always had, holding an empty bottle as proof he had come in peace. He took in the scene, YN fuming, the kitchen tidy, the untouched glass of water, and kept his voice low as he asked whether she was conducting midnight planning or workshopping insults. YN said both. Izuku moved closer, close enough for YN to notice the clean smell of soap and training dust. He asked if she was okay. YN replied no and called Gabriel an a-hole, then gave him the story in clipped, angry pieces. The hat, the text, and the way Ochako had folded in on herself like good manners could double as armor. Izuku did not interrupt except to say that it was not okay. When she ran out of words, Izuku leaned on the counter beside her. They stood shoulder to shoulder, nearly touching. The silence felt warm rather than empty. He asked what she wanted to do, practical and steady. YN said she wanted to wake up Katsuki and ask him to help confront Gabriel. Izuku raised his eyebrows at the specificity. YN explained she was a planner and she was angry. He fought a smile and lost, then questioned whether it was necessary. YN admitted she did not know if it was necessary, only that it would be satisfying. Izuku considered that like someone evaluating a risky route, and agreed to come along to make sure neither of them ended up on a livestream. YN called him an angel and said he had keys. When Izuku asked why he always ended up driving, YN said it was because he was the only one who used his turn signal, then grabbed his wrist to pull him into the hall. His wrist felt warm and steady. She resisted getting sentimental. They knocked once on Katsuki's door and let themselves in. He was awake, of course, and sitting on the edge of his bed tying his shoes as if he had anticipated this very moment. YN told him they were going to confront Gabriel. Katsuki stood and agreed without needing further details. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. I said that we were not beating up anyone. I then amended that we were correcting behavior through interpretive violence. Katsuki grinned like a wolf who had passed the bar exam and answered that sounded even better. Katsuki grabbed a hoodie and shoved his arms in as if the sleeves had offended him. He said his car was in the lot by the labs and started moving. I said that Shoto's was better, because it was. Katsuki stopped and turned slowly, announcing that we were stealing Icy Hot's car. I corrected him by calling it borrowing and dismissed the semantics. Izuku raised a hand to protest, but we were already detoring down the hall to Shoto's room. Katsuki rapped on the door with the confidence of a locksmith and a battering ram, then tried the handle. It was unlocked, of course, because Shoto lived like a monk with a gym membership. Inside, everything was surgical. A neat bed, a minimalist desk, 2 plants that probably improved air quality through sheer intimidation. Katsuki went straight to the small dish by the door, jangled the keys like a bank robbery soundtrack, and pocketed the prettiest fob. Izuku looked pained and said that we should at least leave a note. I grabbed an index card from Shoto's desk and scrawled that we were borrowing the good car for hero business, signing it love, responsible citizens. I drew a smiley face that looked legally dubious and tucked the card under a mug. Katsuki snorted and said we should go. We made it to the lobby without anyone demanding receipts. The doors opened onto cool night air and a parking lot glittering under lamps. The city beyond hummed like a machine trying to be gentle. We were 10 steps from the car when Ida's voice sliced the calm. Ida appeared like a moral lesson, hair perfect and glasses reflecting disapproval. He planted himself between us and the world like a drawbridge and windmilled his arms once, on principle. He demanded where we were going. Katsuki and I exchanged a look while Izuku opened his mouth, probably to invent a polite half-truth. I answered first by saying we were going to confront Gabriel. Ida stared and performed a quick, visible set of calculations. Everyone knew Gabriel. He inhaled as if preparing a lecture with footnotes, then exhaled and crisply declared that he would take shotgun. He marched past us and got into the back seat as if enforcing municipal oversight. We stood in stunned silence for a second. Izuku was the first to recover and said he had no idea what was happening. Ida explained that this was civic duty and municipal oversight, and that someone must ensure our vigilante impulses stayed within acceptable parameters. Katsuki muttered that he wanted to watch them commit light crimes. I joked that it wasn't a crime if it was funny. Ida objected that was not the law, to which Katsuki and I insisted that it was tonight. Izuku climbed in last, hesitant but already turning the key. The engine purred like a well-bred animal. He gripped the wheel like the only adult in a car full of toddlers with fireworks and asked for the address. I rattled it off without thinking. When he asked how I had it, I said I was resourceful. Katsuki admired my menace. Ida adjusted his tie even though he wasn't wearing one and laid down ground rules. No property damage, no bodily harm beyond bruised egos, no live streams, and they would speak to Ochako in the morning with care. Izuku agreed and asked for a definition of property. Ida refused. Izuku pulled out of the lot with the caution of a saint and the speed of a sinner. The city opened for us, green lights like divine permission, empty lanes like fate apologizing. The silence buzzed with the 4 different kinds of adrenaline we carried. Katsuki drummed a rhythm on his knee and asked about the plan, suggesting he blow up Gabriel's mailbox. Izuku, horrified, insisted that was metaphorical. I told the others we were not actually going to hit him. We wanted him to understand consequence or, failing that, be embarrassed. Katsuki cracked his knuckles and said it would be a verbal explosion. Izuku kept his eyes on the road, jaw set, a small smile tugging as if he didn't want me to see it. He admitted he was terrified but enjoying a little of it. I leaned toward him and teased that he was endearing when he was complicit, and he almost swerved, warning me not to say things like that while driving. I agreed and looked out the window so he could breathe. We cut through neighborhoods learning to sleep again. Windows glowed warm. A cat watched us from a wall like a judge. Ida narrated 3 turn signals and 2 complete stops like a supportive GPS. Katsuki rolled down his window to let the night in and muttered insults at Gabriel under his breath like a prayer. At a red light, Izuku said this was technically a terrible idea. I agreed but said that emotionally it felt like community service. He glanced over and met my eyes long enough to move something under my ribs and said I really hated him. I said I hated what Gabriel made her feel, and Izuku nodded, promising to make sure she never felt that again. My phone buzzed with a message from Mina asking if I was out and suggesting bringing snacks or chaos, both being ideal. I replied that both would be best. Izuku signaled the last turn. Ida whispered praise for good form while Katsuki cracked his neck like a boxer approaching a press conference. We rolled onto a quiet block of pretty townhouses, the kind of street that considered itself safe because it was expensive. Gabriel's building had a security panel and a camera that would recognize money at 50 paces. The porch light turned us into a painting. Izuku parked neatly. We sat for a heartbeat, for idiots in a very nice borrowed car, listening to the engine tick. Izuku reminded everyone there would be no violence and that they would talk. Katsuki corrected that they would humiliate. Ida amended that they would educate with firmness. I exhaled and felt my anger settle into something clear and cold, then unbuckled and said we would knock. The others fell into place without needing orders. Izuku at my shoulder, steady. Katsuki a half step behind, dangerous and delighted. Ida squared off like a statue come to life. We walked toward the door like a thesis, 4 arguments, 1 conclusion. I raised my hand to press the bell, the porch light hummed, the street held its breath, and somewhere far away a cat decided we were idiots. Gabriel opened the door dressed in designer sweatpants and an ego. He blinked at the 4 silhouettes under his porch light and offered a smug half-smile that made my hand itch. He remarked that it was the student group and asked if they had an appointment. Katsuki announced that the appointment was then and, with anime-like speed and precision, delivered a quick, shocking strike that sent Gabriel stumbling back against the doorframe, stunned and more surprised than hurt. Gabriel stumbled backward, tripped over his own rug, and screamed in outrage. Ida protested loudly that Bakugo had promised no violence. YN spread her hands calmly and told Tenya that this was not violence but education. Katsuki barked that it was violence, and that he had never really agreed to no violence in the first place. Izuku ran both hands through his hair and asked everyone to talk first. Gabriel clutched his cheek and declared they were all insane. YN agreed and added that Gabriel was being rude, meaning to restore balance. YN then delivered a sharp, open-handed smack to his cheek in a theatrical, non-injurious way. Katsuki whistled appreciatively, and YN flexed her hand with a grin and a joking comment about years of righteous anger training. Ida made a strangled protest about physical retaliation not being the correct approach to conflict resolution. YN countered that it was at least conflict resolution adjacent. Izuku pulled out his phone and started a video call. The screen lit up with Ochako, half asleep and blinking at the camera. Izuku explained what was happening and pushed the phone toward Gabriel to make him apologize face-to-face. Gabriel's lip trembled as he attempted a halting apology to Ochako, admitting he should not have said certain things and calling himself an a-hole. Ida muttered about language. Katsuki and YN told Ida in unison to be quiet. Ochako covered her mouth, shoulders shaking, and asked if they were hurting him. Izuku weakly explained they were only educating him. YN added that it was both visual and physical education. Katsuki stepped forward and ordered Gabriel to repeat that Ochako was amazing. Gabriel did so, louder the second time, and promised he would not be condescending again. YN clapped once and declared the class dismissed. Gabriel sagged as if defeated. A vase teetered and fell behind him, and a neighbor's dog began to bark somewhere in the distance. Ida adjusted his glasses and insisted they leave before the situation escalated. Izuku agreed enthusiastically. Katsuki wanted one more thing, but Izuku grabbed his collar and cut him off, insisting they leave before any more damage was done. Ida took YN's wrist like a responsible guardian and urged her to come along. YN protested but allowed herself to be led. They piled into the car in chaos. Ida and Izuku took the front seats like exhausted chaperones, and Katsuki and YN were banished to the back. Izuku instructed everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Katsuki scoffed at the idea of falling out, and Izuku muttered that he would lock the doors to prevent any attempts at a second round. YN leaned back and grinned, agreeing that Katsuki's restraint was fragile. Ida checked the rearview mirror and reminded them not to encourage bad behavior. Katsuki elbowed YN and teased her about striking like someone who shopped for perfume in a library. YN shot back that he punched like someone who needed anger management. Izuku, in the driver's seat, complained that he could hear them. YN told him she stood by everything she had done. Izuku sighed and warned that she could not just go around slapping people. YN countered that she could, if the target was Gabriel. Katsuki immediately agreed with Ida groaned into his hands and lamented the moral state of the group. YN corrected him, calling it moral DLVI, free of charge. They stopped at a red light. Izuku drummed his fingers on the wheel as he tried not to smile. He called the pair impossible. YN described them as adorable. Ida muttered, chaotic, and Katsuki called them effective. Izuku admitted he was lucky Ochako had messaged to say she was fine, or he would have to lecture them. YN scoffed that he could not lecture her if he tried. Izuku offered a bet. A playful exchange followed, and Katsuki told them to get a room from the back seat. YN kicked his seat and reminded him he had started the mission and should not ruin her post-victory banter. By the time they reached the dorms, roles had shifted several times. Ida was listing hypothetical disciplinary forms, Katsuki argued that what they'd done was therapy, and Izuku whispered to the steering wheel that he needed a vacation. He parked, turned off the engine, and looked at YN with exasperation threaded through something fond. Izuku asked her to be more careful next time. YN insisted she had been careful. Izuku reminded her she had hit a man on his doorstep. YN joked that she had done it with style. Izuku called YN impossible, and she stepped closer to him. She offered a small, light-hearted promise that she did not plan on being easy emotionally, phrased in a way that kept things tender, and Izuku's mouth twitched. He blushed and looked away before regaining his composure. Katsuki called from across the lot for them to hurry, and YN laughed, calling him the human grenade. Izuku smiled, half flustered and half content, and muttered that YN was going to get him in trouble. YN winked and suggested he would look cute doing the paperwork. They walked toward the dorm lights together, exchanging quiet laughter. Izuku muttered under his breath that next time he would drive alone. YN said they should bring snacks. The doors of the dorm clicked shut behind them on a night that had surrendered to absurdity. Somewhere out there, Gabriel was probably icing his cheek while rehearsing a better apology. Beside YN, Izuku laughed softly, the kind of sound that felt like a private secret. Combat training day. But the phrase alone made YN want to file a complaint. The gym smelled of rubber mats, metal, and ambition. Half the class was already stretching with the intensity of athletes, and the other half, including YN, pretended to care about a warm-up. YN was adjusting her gloves when Denki leaned over from the next mat with a wide grin and teased her about getting tossed around by Izuku. YN replied flatly that she healed people for a living and warned him not to be foolish. Denki responded with a playful tease, and Mina told him to stop flirting irresponsibly. Denki winked. It was a bit much, so YN simply moved on. The instructor clapped his hands to call partners. He assigned Midoriya to train with YN. Izuku jogged over with a tentative smile already forming. He had ditched the jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and looked unfairly comfortable in his own skin. I, on the other hand, looked like someone about to lose gracefully and dramatically. Izuku asked kindly if I was okay with him as a partner. I made a sound that was half laugh, half panic, and asked him to define okay. He chuckled and assured me he would go easy. I muttered that was what everyone said before I ended up face first on the mat. He promised he would make sure I landed gently, though it came across as more flattering than he intended. Denki Wolf whistled from his mat and teased that I might use the excuse to get close. I threw a glove at him. He caught it and made a goofy face. I rolled my eyes so hard it felt like a full week spin. Izuku bit back a laugh and told me to ignore Denki. I pointed out the obvious about Denki. We took our stances. Izuku was patient, annoyingly patient, explaining footwork and balance while I nodded and absorbed about half of it. When he moved it was all precision and control. When I moved it was artistic chaos. He told me my guard was too high and stepped close to adjust my wrist. The contact was unexpectedly steady and my thoughts went fuzzy for a moment. I tried to sound normal as I asked if that was right. He confirmed it quietly, close enough for me to notice the freckles on his cheek. Denki yelled across the gym to stop stalling. The instructor responded by ordering Kaminari to drop and do 10 push-ups for existing. Izuku and I both laughed, the tension breaking, and we circled again with smiles lingering. He feinted left. I tried to dodge. Somehow he ended up catching me by the waist to keep me from falling. For a moment the whole gym faded into background noise. Izuku asked if I was okay in a low voice. I said I was fine, very unconvincingly. He grinned and said I was improving. I accused him of lying. He hedged that maybe he was, but that I was still doing great. I rolled my eyes and admitted he was dangerously charming when being nice, and he accepted that as motivation. Denki yelled something about chemistry and got another round of push-ups. By the time class ended I had managed to trip, nearly elbow Izuku in the ribs, and laugh until my sides hurt. After the last sparring round, Izuku offered his hand to help me up, and when I took it he kept hold for a moment longer than strictly necessary. He told me I had done well and that next time he would teach me how to throw him properly. I warned that was a dangerous promise and admitted I might enjoy it. He smiled and said he would risk it. The boutique smelled like clean linen and the sort of perfume saved for nights out. Racks of color negotiated with the light. Mina had already thrown 3 dresses over my arm and was circling for a 4th like a cheerful shark. Mina insisted I try the silver, then changed her mind to navy, then argued for emerald with theatrical enthusiasm. I decided to retire emerald for the night and joked that I could not make it my personality. Denki, who had appointed himself bag carrier and running commentary, peered from the doorway and teased that I would look good in a tarp. I called that encouraging and unhelpful and told the attendant we would keep the tarp option in mind. Mina herded me into a fitting room while Ochako and Jiro claimed a velvet bench like royalty. The mirror was brutally honest. I tried the navy first, sleek, square neckline, a slit that negotiated with gravity. Mina gasped. Ochako clapped. Jiro said I looked like I could sue the moon. I threw back a quip and ducked in to try another. I ended up choosing a black satin slip with a back that meant business and heels that promised to be unkind in exchange for beauty. Hair up, earrings small. Armor by other means. Mina leaned against the door while I fastened a clasp and sang about whether I looked at Izuku like he was the last clean shirt on laundry day. I told her we were going to pretend, yes. Ochako asked gently why I would pretend, pointing out that Izuku and I were nice together. I explained that pretending was how adults maintained plausible deniability and that he made me forget words, which I disliked. Mina observed that he made everyone forget words, but claimed I made him forget to breathe, which flustered me despite myself. I protested that we were not doing this in a store with good lighting. Mina proposed a gossip trade and flashed her phone to announce that Kirishima had asked her out. Jiro congratulated them and Mina admitted they were keeping it low for now because it felt nice. Denki popped back in with tissue paper stuck to his shoe and announced that the car was here, that Shoto was turning 21, and that the punch bowl looked huge. I grabbed my coat and said we would go congratulate him and try not to set anything on fire. Mina asked for minimal fire, and we filed into the soft-lit evening like we'd rehearsed it. Shoto's parties did not look like parties so much as weather events sponsored by good taste. String lights stitched the courtyard into constellations. The sound system behaved with restraint. The crowd was the whole university plus whoever had been cleared to be seen at a cake. I arrived early to help with chairs and pretended not to know what I was doing when someone handed me a mic. Shoto asked me to keep it simple. His mild expression read as "Please don't cry on my birthday." I promised, though he did not entirely believe me. People flowed in 4A, 4B, support, general studies. Elias wore a suit he refused to admit looked good. Ida arrived with a stack of polite rules he would not enforce. Katsuki was in his usual outfit and somehow still looked expensive. Then she walked in. She wore black satin with clean lines, hair up, earrings catching the light. My heart did something embarrassing and then pretended it hadn't. Mina and Ochako flanked her like friends who believed in laughter. Denki carried bags and bravado. When she stepped under the lights, conversation dipped and then smoothed back out, as if the room had taken a breath and chosen not to make a scene. She saw me and offered a small smile that steadied me. She wished Shoto a happy birthday when she reached him, her tone formal to hide whatever else was there, and noted that he looked as if he had been assigned speech duty against his will. I told her that I had been assigned that duty. Midoriya told her that it would be short. Wyan asked what he meant by short. Midoriya answered that it would be measured in mercy. Yn said that was good, and the word warmed Midoriya's hands. The party finally started behaving like a party. Music found hips, drinks found hands, and someone in support unveiled a fog machine that refused to misbehave. Shoto endured 21 toasts stoically. When Midoriya took the mic, he kept his remarks to 3 sentences and a single joke about ice cream that drew a laugh Shoto pretended to dislike. For once they were, against history, happy. Midoriya was returning from negotiating with a tray of appetizers when the air changed in the way it does when weather shifts or an old song starts. He turned and saw Mirio stride in, smiling like a lighthouse. Mirio was impossible to dislike in general. He was sunlight and certainty and the kind of laugh that fixed rooms. When his eyes found Yn, Midoriya felt something selfish rise inside him. Yn saw Mirio too. Instead of flinching, she became still. Mirio cut through the crowd, clapped Shoto on the shoulder, and then angled toward Yn with a grin that said, "Hey, remember me." Midoriya remembered too much. Midoriya had heard that they had dated years ago. It had been complicated. Back then hero work had been a cliff and everyone jumped. Mirio had chosen duty the way people choose breath. Yn had chosen to be seen as a person in a world that wanted a symbol. They had broken each other a little and then gone separate ways. There had been someone else afterward. Midoriya knew the gist and did not want the details. He drifted closer, not hovering but in orbit. Mirio greeted Yn energetically and remarked on how she looked. Yn offered a small, measured smile and described his impression as accurate. Mirio chuckled and attempted an apology, saying he owed apologies he had probably already given. Yn replied that he had said them and added that he had later dated someone who wanted the version of him she could not tolerate, which she called statistically healthy. Mirio winced. He then asked if he could get her a drink. Yn declined, as she often did when it mattered. Mirio tried again, suggesting they catch up and explaining he trained with the same crew and spent most days at endeavors. Yn asked, politely and sharply, what catching up would amount to, noting that Mirio lived in motion and that motion was not a house. Mirio laughed softly and conceded that she had always spoken that way. He glanced at Midoriya and acknowledged him by name. Midoriya returned the greeting, meaning it while also wishing Mirio would evaporate. Mirio lowered his voice and asked Midoriya to take care of Yn. Midoriya answered gently that she was not a package but affirmed that he would. Mirio watched Yn and declared she looked happy in a tone that mixed regret and hope. Yn corrected him, saying she looked busy, which was her version of happy. Mirio saluted Shoto with his glass and melted toward Endeavor's side of the room where agency people gathered like expensive thunderheads. Midoriya stood with his heart still doing the thing, and Yn watched Mirio go with her shoulders easing a fraction. The music slowed, the room ignored it. Yn told Midoriya he had dragged her away in his head. Midoriya said that he had only done so in his head and that in reality he had used his legs. She laughed, brief and real, and thanked him for the rescue whether imaginary or not. Midoriya gestured toward the balcony and suggested a walk. They stepped outside where the air was cooler and the party noise became a tide. City lights made polite constellations. Yn leaned on the railing, spine straight, hands relaxed, a pose that said she was fine while inviting the question anyway. Midoriya brought up Mirio. Yn summarized their history. Mirio had loved a mission more than a person and she had loved being seen more than being scheduled. They had collided. He had found someone who liked his collisions. She had learned how to walk away before apologizing for existing. Midoriya mentioned the place Elias had described like a legend with rules and debts, the so-called University of Risks. YN agreed, describing it as games that taught how power thinks, part theater, part threat, full of money and secrets and people who mistook adrenaline for meaning. It was why she wanted to reform the system. Too many rooms like that passed for education when they were cages with chandeliers. Midoriya said that she had been young then. YN answered that he had been young too, carrying an inheritance he had not asked for. Midoriya admitted that one for all had not been earned but chosen for him, and that he had to become the person the choice assumed he could be. YN said that she had noticed the first time she stood near him, that it felt like echoes and a choir in one voice. When Midoriya asked whether it had scared her, she said no, it had made sense. She observed that he carried burdens and pretended they were not heavy. Midoriya confessed he was trying to set some of them down. YN approved bluntly, adding that she did not date metaphors. They stood in a companionable quiet, letting the night stitch together unreleased sentences. YN's profile in the balcony light was soft where she pretended to be sharp and strong where she thought she was breakable. Midoriya felt an urge to be closer and deliberately pushed it aside. YN asked about his family. Midoriya spoke of his mother as the bravest person he knew, the one who made small apartments feel like fortresses and who worried and threatened to mail him soup when he texted too late. YN commented that soup was a love language. Midoriya asked about her family. YN described a father in cell command and a mother with barrier skin, two people who could make politicians cry and preferred to do it politely, and a sister the universe seemed to apologize to on schedule. They loved her skillfully and sometimes overly so. When Midoriya asked what she wanted, YN looked at the city and said she wanted a world where healing was not a permit, where people did not have to apologize for little things, and where she herself was not a walking exception. She confessed she wanted something ordinary too, coffee, groceries, and being teased for bad singing. Midoriya laughed and said for the record that she had looked incredible that night. YN looked at him properly then, not as a weapon nor a myth but as a person marking a moment she might revisit later. She said he was biased. Midoriya acknowledged that he was. I said I was okay with that. Inside, someone yelled because Denki had turned the fog machine into a weather event. Mina hooped. Ijiro spun her and blushed when cheering followed. Shoto accepted a ridiculous crown and pretended to hate it. The whole room wrote itself into a memory. She exhaled and said that Mirio would be fine, almost to herself. I asked quietly if she meant me, risking it. She stepped closer and told me that I kept finding ways to make the hard things simple. I admitted that, honestly, she made the simple things feel earned. She smiled open, unarmed, and it turned something in my chest into a room with a lamp I could turn on. Behind us, the doors slid open. Ida poked his head out, saw the tableau, and immediately retreated with a speed that suggested etiquette had finally won a battle. We both laughed, the kind of laugh that closed distance without announcing it. She mentioned she should say hi to the agency people before they declared her antisocial. I said I should stop Denki from fogging the cake. We didn't move. For one heartbeat too long we just stood there, looking at each other like the night had introduced us properly. She asked casually as a dare, for me to walk her back later. I agreed and told her to text me when she wanted to leave. She teased that I was bossy. I countered that I was prudent. She shook her head, smiling, and slid back inside. I watched her go, cataloging small things, the line of her shoulder, the kindness of her hands when she accepted a compliment, the way she didn't flinch when Mirio laughed across the room because some ghosts deserve to watch you live. I took a breath, squared up to the fog machine, and went to prevent frosting from becoming weather. The night kept being a party. But somewhere between the string lights and the balcony, something else had started quieter, steadier. Not a lightning strike. A lamp. Turned on. In a room neither of us had to leave. The next few days behaved like a coin that couldn't decide which face it liked better. Half the time I was fine classes, coffee, training, texts that ended with emojis Mina insisted I adopt. The other half, every corridor turned into an ambush of eye contact. Izuku and I kept bumping into each other at corners, doorways, elevators, the line for tea. Each time we did the same choreography: look, catch, look away. One of us said something practical and the other overcompensated with a joke. I was rarely shy. It turned out I could be, if you placed one green-eyed variable in my day and asked me to carry it around. It didn't help that everyone else was unbearably observant. Denki had started humming cheesy love themes when we were within 10 meters. Mina sent me photos of dresses with captions suggesting they were for my coffee dates. Even Bakugo had side-eyed me once and grunted that I shouldn't trip over my own crush like he was issuing a fire code warning. By the fourth morning, the awkwardness had condensed into a weather front. That's when the agency email landed. The subject named a joint assignment between UA and the Endeavor Agency. The report listed a time of 1300 at the Endeavor Agency Annex, South Tower. Teams were assigned, Midoriya with me, Todoroki with Ida, Bakugo with Elias. The objective was reconnaissance and civilian extraction from a rogue tech ring suspected of using non-licensed power amplifiers. Risk was listed as moderate, urban, time-sensitive. I stared at the pairing and made a small noise at my screen. Mina sent a string of exclamation marks and asked incredulously if I was with Izuku. I replied that apparently fate had a sense of humor. Mina suggested I wear the gold suit. I asked what gold suit she meant. Mina told me to check the other email. I opened the attachment and saw the render of my hero uniform. I had told support I preferred minimal. Support had said minimal but iconic. They were not lying. The suit had a black base, sleek, tailored, breathable. Over it, a long sleeveless coat was cut clean as a verdict, lined in a soft gold that would catch light and throw it back nicer than it found it. Gold piping traced the high collar and seams, fitted bracers had carefully hidden ports for med patches, and the boots looked like they had been designed by someone who understood physics and still liked drama. The hood tucked into the collar and, according to the note, could refract glare from power events, which I assumed was a polite way of saying my eyes might change under stress. Let's manage that. I rolled my eyes at my laptop and texted that it was unnecessary, excessive, and that I loved it. The annex lobby smelled like polished stone and an argument with a budget. I stepped out of the elevator, the coat whispering gold at the corners, and immediately regretted stepping out of the elevator. Izuku stood by the briefing board, flipping through dossiers, wearing his standard field gear and the expression of a person who had put too much responsibility in his pockets. He looked up with a look that hit me first open, surprised, gentle. Then he blinked like he'd forgotten how to do it, then smiled in a way that made my stomach remember falling is a verb. He started to speak and then recovered, struggling for words. I told him I looked ridiculous. He told me I looked beautiful, as if we were refusing the easy version of the day. His gaze flicked quickly to my eyes and he observed that they were already gold. I hadn't noticed. I said the gold was nerves, pretending it wasn't also him. Denki Wolf whistled from the corner and made kissy faces until Shoto lifted an eyebrow and Denki decided living was preferable to being a meme. Ida greeted me with a bow because he was allergic to chaos in lobbies. Bakugo gave my coat a once-over and muttered that at least I wouldn't get lost in a blackout. We filed into the briefing room. A senior agent described the targets as a warehouse in the River District, outwardly a distribution center, inwardly a market for power amplifying. She warned that cheap devices and dirty circuitry led to 5 minutes of glory and a hospital bill afterward. She said there were civilians inside, buyers, runners, kids caught in the wrong job, and that the team would extract and shut it down with minimal force and cameras everywhere. I asked what amplifiers were. She explained that they were bootleg exos, injectable boosters, and wrist rigs that temporarily spiked output. I caught Izuku's glance, and we both understood what 5 minutes of pretending did to a person's life. The agent assigned Midoriya and me to the first team for close-quarters extraction and instructed us to keep the front room calm while the others cleared the back, saying we would be the face and the floor if the floor collapsed. Izuku confirmed and I nodded. We suited up. In the gear room mirror, the gold edged every angle of me into certainty. For a second, I looked like what they kept trying to make me into, a symbol. I pushed the hood back and found myself again. Izuku came to adjust the clamp at my shoulder and carefully set the joint, indicating where it needed to be secured. He asked if I was better. I did not turn my head because he was too close, and I told him that I was. He cleared his throat and asked if I wanted the hood down, noting that the glare filter was working. I told him I wanted to see and that I fought better when the world did not hide. He nodded, something like pride passing over his face, and said they should go. The warehouse district looked like a city had left its bones out to dry. We approached from the riverside while the annex team curved around to cover exits. The front looked innocent, half-loaded pallets, forklifts at rest, a hand-painted sign that read Midnight Flowers Wholesale. The door guard wore a jacket that cost more than his morality. Izuku murmured that the operation was on me. We walked in like we belonged to the building. Gold caught the fluorescents and turned them warm. Inside, shelves made dead ends where aisles should have been. A generator hummed as if nervous. Metal tables displayed devices that could ruin hands and hope in equal measure. Then I saw them 3 civilians, early 20s, pressed against a side wall while a man with an amp gauntlet explained the concept of taxes but for fear, saying they could pay now or later and that later hurt. I stepped forward before the plan could argue. Izuku matched my pace and did not touch my elbow, which was how I knew he was already braced. The man with the gauntlet clocked the gold, the coat, the way I did not move like someone hiding a weapon. He smirked, commented on my cape, and lifted the gauntlet. I told him not to. He fired. The blast came at me like an argument with no listening in it. The barrier became a surface between ideas. The blast folded on itself, broke, and slid away. The air wobbled. The civilians flinched, then stared. Another man at the far table reached for a wrist rig, panic blooming. Izuku was there before the second hand could close a rush, a snap, a controlled slam that ended with the rig skittering across the concrete. He moved like a sentence finished with the right punctuation. The gauntlet fired again and the barrier refused again. The man's expression changed from thrill to math. I took one step forward, then another, until the muzzle was inches from my chest. I caught the wrist, not hard, just certain. His eyes flicked up to mine. I said it was about education, then twisted. The gauntlet clattered free. The civilians ran. Izuku pivoted to cover them, steering them toward the exit with the ease of someone who had practiced moving crowds without breaking them. The back room erupted shouts, boots, the thud of agents doing their jobs. Somewhere behind a wall, Bakugo hooped in a voice that suggested someone had let him play with the adult toys. A runner hit the alarm and the warehouse lights stuttered into a seizure. A third man, wearing what looked like a headset attached to a battery strapped to his chest, came up on my right, panic making him brave. I stepped between him and the civilians. He swung. The barriers softened the blow until it was nothing. He swung again and the gold in my eyes brightened. He started crying. Then, because the world likes to test timing, a crate shifted somewhere up in the rafters, a cable snapped, and a cascade of boxes tilted toward the floor where a kid stood frozen, hands up, a poorly fitted exo half-strapped to his arms. Instinct yelled from 3 corners of the room. Izuku moved, fast, too far, too slow. I was faster. I stepped beneath the falling crate and raised the barrier. Wood and metal hit the invisible floor and shattered around us, raining a storm of splinters and screwed-together nonsense. The kid screamed. I kept the field tight to avoid turning shrapnel into projectiles. When the last of it fell, a nail skittered to a stop at my boot and looked offended. The kid blinked at me through snot and terror and called me miss as he asked if I was all right. I told him he was okay and that we would collect his bad decisions later. Footsteps arrived behind me. Izuku came up breathless, eyes wide and his face wrecked with a fear I did not have time to name. He asked if I was then saw the field, saw me, and realized the only thing hurt was the floor's pride. His hands shook once before he forced them into fists. Agents swarmed and cuffs clicked. The scene shifted into the tidy part where people write reports and argue jurisdiction. I guided the kid toward the exit and handed him to Ida, who looked like a father and a courthouse had learned to collaborate. I told Ida to take him outside and he nodded. The kid cried again for reasons no law could capture. I turned back and found Izuku still there, chest heaving and pupils too wide. He told me not to do that. I blinked and asked what he meant. He said stepping under a crate was not something I could just do and broke off, teeth on the syllable. I explained that I could and that it was how I was built. He let out an ugly laugh, a bark with salt in it. He admitted that he knew I could but that it was not the point. He said he had watched me walk under a thing that could kill a building and had two thoughts. The first was thank God she can do that, and the second was that he could not survive watching me do that again. He swallowed and said he hated both of those thoughts. I told him I did not know how to make that easier, that I did not have a trick word to turn his fear into a better chemical. He exhaled, almost a laugh, and said there was no trick. I asked what he wanted from me, my voice smaller than I liked. He stepped closer quietly. He said he wanted me to tell him before I took the hit. He wanted to know I had chosen it with both of us in the room. He wanted to feel like he was not just watching me prove I did not break. I blinked hard. The gold in my eyes dimmed. I answered that I had spent years being a solution, a fix people applied to disasters, and that he was the first person who had asked me to be deliberate, not because he doubted me. Because she did not want to be left standing afterward. He did not answer with words. He lifted one hand slowly and rested it on her shoulder where the gold piping met the black fabric. His thumb brushed the seam he'd adjusted earlier. The smallest touch felt like a yes. She apologized for frightening him. He apologized in turn for making it sound like anger, and then admitted that he had been terrified. Something in her unclenched that she had not known was holding. The space between them made a decision without asking. She stepped forward and rested against him in a quiet, full-body acceptance coat against jacket, gold against green, his chin at her temple as their breaths fell into the same rhythm. He held her as if he understood that this, not the barrier, was the thing she rarely did for anyone. One hand anchored between her shoulder blades, the other hovered and then settled at her side. He did not try to soothe her with words. He simply stayed, letting the shape of OK be whatever they built from there. She told him, with a strained attempt at humor, that the hood would have ruined the moment. He laughed, a little broken around the edges, and told her to keep the hood down. They stood until the warehouse remembered it had fluorescent lights and responsibilities. When she eased back, neither of them let go immediately. The pause felt like a truce and a pact at once. She promised that next time she was about to do something stupid she would say it out loud. He promised that next time he began to panic he would remember she was a person, not a metaphor. They both meant it. Outside, Ida was debriefing a shaken kid with a kindness that read like a moral instruction manual. Shoto signed a form with the elegance of someone who understood that ink could be a weapon. Bakugo argued with the camera. Elias gave them a look that said they would talk later and then did not, because he knew how to pick the right later. Back at the annex they took statements and pretended not to notice how Izuku stood a half step closer to her than protocol required. When it was finally just them in a hallway with bad art, he reached up to the clasp at her shoulder and pretended to fuss with it, saying it was still better that way. She accused him of using it as an excuse to touch her. He admitted guilt, cheeks warm and eyes unafraid. She said good, because she was not planning to give in easily. He smiled with all the gentleness he tried to ration and failed at, and said he was not planning on going anywhere. They walked out into late afternoon light that the city seemed to give away when it remembered. The annex windows doubled their reflections for a moment. Two people, a shared outline, a little braver than they had been at noon. Gold did not break, it bent and returned to shape. She was learning that resilience could have a name other than invincible. It might be love or it might just be them. Either way, it felt like something worth not walking under a falling crate for without warning him first. Ever since the mission, her mind had become a slideshow of small, stupid things, his voice admitting he had been scared, the way his thumb had rested at her shoulder, the hug that still lived under her ribs. Every hallway in the university started to feel like a trap. She would turn a corner and there he would be, polite smile, quick glance, both of them pretending there was nothing to pretend about. It felt like the universe had a sense of humor with terrible timing. By the time she reached her morning Japanese class, the humor was gone. She was still thinking about him when Ms. Sato wrote a new grammar pattern on the board. The characters looked like a secret handshake she had not been invited to join. Ms. Sato instructed the class to repeat after her. The room sounded like competence. She sounded like hesitation wearing lip gloss. Her phone buzzed with a text from Izuku asking how class was going. She answered that language was winning. He told her she was doing great and added a simple encouragement to do her best. She squinted at the kanji he had sent, snapped a picture, and teased that if that was an insult she would sue. He sent a laughing emoji and nothing else, which somehow made it worse. She spent the rest of the lesson conjugating verbs and pretending her pulse was not auditioning for percussion. When the bell rang, sunlight spilled across the desks and Anna leaned over to say that her eyes had that glowy thing again and that it was pretty. She protested that it was stress and shoved her notebook into her bag. They laughed and spilled into the hallway smelling like chalk and caffeine. Halfway to the next building she spotted Izuku across the quad talking to a first year whose wrist brace looked like a science project gone wrong. He was explaining something with animated hands and a gentle smile that felt unfair. He noticed her and lifted a hand in a quiet wave that said both hello and I remember everything. She waved back before her brain could veto the idea. The law and policy lecture was 2 buildings over, and Professor Hashimoto was already writing emergency exceptions for power use on the screen, her favorite kind of battlefield. Hitoshi sat 2 rows down, unreadable as always. When she argued that legislation written from fear only created better cages, he asked if she would rather risk chaos than control. She replied that she would rather risk truth than bad math. For a moment he studied her like a puzzle with good manners and remarked she would make a terrifying attorney. She said she was aiming for effective, and the class laughed softly, the tension breaking. After class he caught up with her in the hall and muttered that she had been right. She smiled without looking back. Lunch blurred into lab PRD. Nito was already spinning on a stool when she arrived and announced they were partners in crime. She corrected him with a grin that they were co-defendants. The portable scanner on the bench looked suspiciously ready to misbehave. He grinned and asked if she trusted him. Said no, but that she liked having stories to tell. He copied her voice perfectly and then yelped when she whacked him with a notebook. The instructor sighed in long-suffering fashion. Somehow they finished the calibration correctly, with him humming and her fixing everything he had accidentally unfixed. When they turned the scanner in, he pointed a screwdriver at her and said she should laugh more often. She promised only when he deserved it, and she was still smiling when she left. The campus was already sliding toward evening. Orange light pooled between the dorms and cicadas tuned up for their nightly argument. Her phone buzzed again with a message from Izuku asking about training tomorrow and offering to teach her a counter throw. She replied that she would go only if he promised not to hold back. He responded by saying she was the healer and he could not afford hospital bills, teased her as a coward, and then corrected himself to realist. She laughed under her breath and nearly walked into a vending machine. My crush was now interfering with basic navigation. By the time I made it back to my room, the sky had gone violet. I swapped jeans for an oversized shirt, opened my textbook, and lasted 5 minutes before Mina's messages lit up the screen. Mina asked if the balcony boy was still texting me. I told her we were friends. Mina teased that she was the Queen of France. I sent her a sticker of a frog in a crown. She replied with hearts and asked if he was my frog prince. I tossed the phone onto my pillow and admitted defeat. Someone pounded on my door hard enough to rattle the hinges. I opened it to find Katsuki, hair chaos and eyes brighter than sense. I asked what had exploded. Katsuki said nothing had exploded yet, but that Kaminari was going to learn about accountability. I pointed out that it was midnight. Katsuki said exactly midnight was the best time for revenge. I blinked and asked if he wanted me to come because of something. He said it was because I was fun when I pretended not to be. He was already halfway down the hall. I sighed, grabbed my jacket and followed. In the stairwell Katsuki told me I looked tired and I jabbed back that he looked stupid. He said that was good balance. We passed Ida's door. It creaked open an inch and one perfectly alarmed eyebrow peeked out. Ida asked if everything was all right. Katsuki barked that everything was fine. I added that we were studying. Ida frowned and asked if we were studying at midnight. I said it was a group project. He shut the door. We exhaled the same laugh. Outside, the campus was quiet enough to hear the sprinklers. Streetlights painted gold on the pavement, catching my eyes and turning them into small lanterns. Katsuki noticed but said nothing, just cracked his knuckles like punctuation. I asked what the plan was. He said it was improvised, which I pointed out was code for terrible. He agreed. We cut across the lawn toward whatever chaos he'd invented, And for the first time all day I stopped thinking directly about Izuku, which of course meant I was still thinking about his texts, his smile, and the hug we had yet to discuss. Some feelings were just good at pretending to be quiet. Katsuki looked over his shoulder, grinned sharp as ever, and asked if I was ready. I asked ready for what? He shrugged and said for fun. The night opened in front of us like a dare. Katsuki and I were halfway down the dormitory hall, whisper arguing about whether vengeance required props, when a strange sound floated from the end sweet, a high, breathy, distressed cry. I whispered whether someone was crying. Katsuki squinted and said it did not sound like crying. Another wail cried out that it was sticking to someone's soul. I recognized Mineta's voice. Katsuki smirked and declared a change of plans. Before I could object, he marched straight to the spa annex, the one the girls used for skin masks and the one Denki had once accidentally used, and singed his eyebrows. The door was cracked and steam curled out. A sweet, alarming smell hung in the air. I peeked in and immediately regretted doing so. Mineta was mid-wax, one leg up on the spa chair and a towel barely holding his dignity. A wax strip clung to his thigh. The technician had backed away to the corner, clutching tongs and muttering prayers. Mineta spotted us in the mirror and shouted not to look, insisting it was a medical emergency. I slapped a hand over my mouth. Katsuki, behind me, was shaking like a bomb about to laugh itself apart. Mineta begged for it to be taken off, claiming it was attached to his spirit. The technician approached with oil and Mineta yelped, clutching the table and pleading not to have his roots removed because he needed them. Katsuki lost control and began laughing so hard he fell against the wall, choking on air. I staggered back, eyes watering. It was too much. I told Katsuki to stop laughing and to do something. He wheezed that he couldn't because Mineta looked like a plucked potato. At that exact moment the wax strip came free and Mineta emitted a piercing, high-pitched cry that made everyone recoil. I stumbled out into the hallway, gasping, shaking, and crying from equal parts laughter and horror. Katsuki stumbled after, clutching his sides and nearly collapsing against the wall, exclaiming that it had been unbelievable. We stood there stunned and delirious. I wiped tears from my eyes and said I needed therapy. Katsuki punched the wall lightly and said that the image was tattooed on his brain and that Mineta had sounded like a kettle. 5 minutes later we turned into the main hall still bent over laughing and ran straight into Izuku and Shoto carrying grocery bags. They stopped dead. Izuku blinked, then blinked again, and asked what we had done. Laughter escaped me. Katsuki told Izuku to go on and explain. I tried to form language and landed on a jumble about Mineta, waxing, midnight, towels, screaming, and potatoes. Izuku, incredulous, repeated potato. Katsuki wiped his eyes and said Mineta had sounded like a skinny microwave. Izuku paled and asked if Mineta was okay. I managed that he was alive, but emotionally wrecked. Shoto asked why anyone would be waxing at midnight. I pointed at the spa annex and said Mineta had believed in smooth confidence. Katsuki added that Mineta had claimed his hair follicles were his children. Izuku made a choked, broken laugh of disbelief and covered his face, saying he did not need that knowledge. I leaned against the lockers, still wheezing and promising never to blink again because the image was burned in. Izuku shook his head and called us chaos incarnate. Katsuki smirked and said Izuku loved it. Izuku looked at me with a small, hopeless smile and admitted that he did. Kirishima arrived, jogging up with his hair perfect and a weaponized smile, and asked if someone had mentioned a public event because he had been dying to use the cafeteria riser for something other than announcements. Katsuki immediately proposed a talent show. I raised a brow and asked if that meant no auditions. Katsuki answered that it was an open mic for mistakes. Kirishima clapped and declared that he and I could be judges. Katsuki savage, Kirishima nice, balance. Shoto stared as if we were proposing a minor war. Izuku looked tired in that fond, helpless way he did when he knew he wouldn't win. Denki slid into the hall like he'd been summoned and asked if we needed a cameraman, offering a ring light and dubious ethics. I named him head of media. Mina popped around the corner with glitter on her cheek and claimed poster design. Katsuki said tomorrow. Izuku objected that we could not organize a campus event overnight. Kirishima threw an arm around him and dared him to watch us. Izuku looked at me and called the situation chaotic. I said it was happening and started typing the event details. The title would be UA's Got No Talent, the Instagram handle at @U_talent show, and a cheeky bio that we did not condone this but would not stop it. Denki was already filming before I finished, announcing to his phone that this was the talent apocalypse and urging followers to tune in for the mayhem. Izuku sighed and told the ceiling he would pretend to be responsible at least once that day. I suggested he could host the safety briefing. He blinked. Someone asked if there was a briefing. The narrator lied that there was. Montage. How to build a catastrophe in 24 hours. Mina taped posters everywhere that dared people to show their talent. Kirishima raided the storage room and returned with a portable stage, 3 questionable stools, and a busted fog machine with a warning label they ignored. Denki created the @U_talent show account and posted a teaser, a close-up of Katsuki scowling, the narrator sipping tea like judgment, and Kirishima giving 2 thumbs up like an apology. The caption announced that the event would be that night at 8 in the cafeteria with no additions and no shame. Elias took one look at the plan and assigned himself stage manager out of survival instinct. Ida wrote a 4-page rule packet, which they used to prop open the cafeteria doors. By evening the cafeteria looked like a courtroom for clowns. Tables had been shoved back, lights strung, and Mina had hung a glitter banner that read UA's Got No Talent. Denki checked audio levels and joked about liability during a mic test. Kirishima arranged chips and water for the performers. Katsuki slapped 3 buzzers on the judge table labeled yes, no, and get therapy, then looked at the narrator with open affection and called their collaboration Merry Chaos. The narrator smoothed a coat, sat, angled the mic, and announced the start of the show. Students poured in 4A, 4B, support, general, business curiosity and poor impulse control present in equal parts. Izuku took a seat in the second row between Ochako and Shoto, arms folded and trying not to look entertained. Denki signaled to the camera that they were live. The narrator introduced the event as UA's Got No Talent, identifying themselves as YN, naming Kirishima, and naming Bakugo. Katsuki warned that anyone who wasted his time would know. The room cheered. Act 1. Support course or explosions with paperwork. Mei Hatsum rolled a contraption on stage that looked like a toaster and a jet engine had been combined. She declared it the pocket lift, promising to launch a person 2 meters. Kirishima's eyes sparkled with excitement. Katsuki warned that if it exploded in his direction they would be paying for his eyebrows. Mei slammed the button. The device coughed, hummed, and sent a sandbag into the air, where it hit a ceiling tile and showered the audience with dust. Kirishima voted yes. The narrator voted yes for courage. Katsuki brushed grit off a sleeve and remarked that the performer lived another day. Denki whispered to the camera that the show had begun. Act 2, General Studies or Comedy as a Threat. Hitoshi Shinso walked out, took the mic, and announced a legally permissible hypnosis bit. He asked the audience to think of their most embarrassing decision and imagine doing it again, then invited volunteers. Kirishima applauded wildly. The narrator voted yes because the act had aesthetic impact. Katsuki admitted that he liked it but told no one. Act 3, Business Course or Capitalism Has Talent. A business student in a suit wheeled out a projector with a title slide explaining why he would be rich and a second slide featuring a dubious graph. Katsuki immediately hit the GT therapy buzzer, and the audience reacted loudly. Act 4, Hero 4B, or the Iron Diet. Tetsu bit a short steel pipe in half. Kirishima teared up at the display. The narrator made an offhand comment about iron intake. Katsuki offered reluctant respect. Act 5, Ochako, or Grace interrupts the program. Ochako took the stage in soft sneakers, hair pinned back, and moved in a piece that felt like modern ballet meeting a playful defiance of gravity. The room quieted on instinct. The narrator forgot to be mean. Kirishima smiled like a sunrise. Katsuki tilted his head, looking impressed and a little caught off guard by the beauty of the performance. At the end, the narrator announced that actual talent had entered the chat. Kirishima cheered yes, and after a moment Katsuki conceded yes. Act 6, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, or Goth Cabaret. Tokoyami stepped into a single spotlight and presented a haiku about winter and ravens, then Dark Shadow added a low beat that unexpectedly worked. The narrator applauded, saying they would buy this on vinyl. Kirishima beamed and voted yes. Katsuki squinted and asked if saying no would result in a curse. Tokoyami left the answer ambiguous, and Katsuki voted yes. Act 7. Mineta, again. Mineta limped out with a bandage and the misplaced confidence of someone who had not learned. He announced stand-up comedy and started a routine that did not land. All 3 buzzers registered no so fast the live stream glitched. Denki panned to Izuku, who had his face in his hands. Shoto watched with a look that mixed confusion and disapproval. Mineta sulked off, claiming the place hated free speech. The narrator responded that they hated him. Between acts audience banter, Izuku caught the narrator's eye between performers and mouthed that the narrator was a menace. The narrator mouthed back prudent. Izuku shook his head, smiling despite himself. Act 8. Kaminari, or the Ballad of Bad Timing. Denki took the stage with a guitar for an original song called Voltage of the Heart. Katsuki barked no at the start. Mina shouted yes from the wings. Denki began the song with a line about his brain going boom when someone entered a room. Katsuki slammed get therapy. Denki joked and pointed his pick toward the narrator, saying the second verse had been about them. The narrator pressed no with the gentleness of a guillotine and reminded everyone that consent was key. Kirishima clapped and praised the chorus. Act 9. Surprise participant. A first year from General I's large and bravery questionable sang a sweet little love song. He did not look at anyone directly but sang toward the narrator. The room reacted with an appreciative sound, and the narrator felt cheeks warm and pretended to check notes. Izuku made a soft involuntary sound. The narrator looked up and noticed Izuku's expression shift for a fraction of a second, surprise flickering into something else he hid quickly. The narrator voted yes because the performer kept his distance and the note was on key. Kirishima encouraged him. Katsuki, protective, leaned toward the mic and told the performer to stay away from the narrator, prompting an uproar of laughter. Izuku's perspective. He had not planned to come and had intended to study in the library while the live stream ran. Instead he sat down in the second row because he apparently had no self-respect. The show felt like a building falling down in slow motion. When the first year sang to the narrator, the tightening in Izuku's ribs returned the same brief constriction he told himself was normal after missions when it was not. She laughed at a line, head tilted and warm, and Izuku had to remind himself the room still existed. The chorus hit and his mind imagined telling the singer to pick a different star to orbit, but he did not move. "I'm not Bakugo." Katsuki warned everyone to stay away from her, and the room exploded. The girl pressed her lips together to hide a smile. She glanced at me by accident. I pretended to adjust my sleeve because I wanted to be the person she looked at on purpose. Midway through, Denki shoved a mic at me and asked for words for the stream. I fumbled, stood there like I'd been dropped into a new language, and opened my mouth to say something supportive. Then her hands slammed the no buzzer. The sound snapped and the room screamed. She smiled at me, wicked and bright, and it took a full second for my lungs to remember their job. She tilted her head in a practiced gesture of tradition. I laughed, helpless. I deserved that. I went back to my seat and tried to be normal while my heart did acrobatics without a spotter. The stream cut back to me. A pair of support twins performed synchronized wrenching. A business major delivered slam poetry about margins that made Katsuki openly boo. Shoji juggled 6 apples and then distributed them to the judges like a saint. Ciro taped a volunteer to a chair and called it conceptual art. Mina Vogue walked across the stage wearing a glitter sign begging for applause, and we obliged. Tokoyami returned for the finale, Dark Shadow layering bass under a whispered poem about surviving winter together. It shouldn't have worked, but it did. We let the last note hang in the cheap cafeteria air like it belonged somewhere better. I declared the winner and hit the yes button with something like affection. Kirishima announced Tokoyami as the winner. Katsuki grudgingly agreed, which in his dialect counted as high praise. We presented the prize. A duct tape trophy Kirishima had made in 5 minutes and half a bag of chips. Tokoyami bowed as if we'd given him a cathedral. Denki swung the camera back to the judges and asked for final thoughts. Kirishima grinned and told everyone he was proud of their bravery. Katsuki leaned into the mic, eyes like a warning label, and told some of the performers to try harder, adding that others had been painful and perhaps should leave the country. I lifted my mic with a slow smile and suggested they meet again next month, bringing their shame. The room erupted. The live comments were already feral. Our talent show account pinged phones with 1,000 new followers and a handful of fake sponsorship offers from snack accounts. I stood and stretched to unkink my back. Izuku was threading through the crowd toward the judge's table, hands in his pockets and that smile that always did odd things to me. He stopped in front of us, slid his gaze from the broken trophy to my grin, and told me I was chaos. I corrected him, calling it prudent chaos. He glanced at the stage and observed that I had looked happy. I did not look away and confirmed that I had been. Katsuki groaned and claimed to be allergic to whatever that feeling was. Kirishima elbowed him and proclaimed that it was friendship. Katsuki muttered that it was explosive friendship. Denki announced from the dais that there would be an after-party in the lobby and that he was doing a debrief with the winner. The crowd cheered. I hopped off the riser and asked Izuku to walk me to the lobby. He nodded simply and agreed. We moved with the tide of students, laughter tugging at our sleeves. He leaned close enough for his shoulder to brush mine and thanked me for preventing him from saying something embarrassing on the stream. I told him he was welcome and said I would intervene again if necessary. He laughed under his breath. For a second I let myself imagine that this noise, jokes, and nothing on fire could be ordinary. Outside the doors, the lobby lights glowed. The talent show would trend for a night and vanish in a week, but the memory would remain. Somewhere in the back of my head a past scrape tried to haunt me. I smothered it with Tokoyami's poem. Katsuki called after us that next time they should charge admission. I called back without turning that we would sell popcorn. Izuku chuckled that he would reserve a seat. I told him he already had one and then pretended I had not. He did not press it. He simply walked with me, steady and warm, like the last act of a show that, against all odds, had found a little bit of talent. The week had the texture of a secret. Everything looked normal: lectures, emails, the hiss of espresso machines, but underneath something hummed. Could feel it when I crossed the quad. A small frequency pitched only to the parts of me I pretended I didn't have. The mission hug kept reappearing like a watermark in my thoughts. I had not told anyone how much it unsettled me to be held without being handled. I had not told him either. By late morning, I convinced myself I was busy enough to be invulnerable and cut behind the support labs to avoid the footbridge, only to come up short because the universe has a sense of humor and I am its favorite joke. Izuku stood in the sunlight with a girl I'd seen in passing, Aya, a support transfer tablet between them and shoulders angled in that easy V of people who had decided the conversation was the point. He was patient and earnest, the way he always is when the world asks him to explain itself. Aya laughed and he laughed with her, soft and unguarded. I had not seen that laugh aimed anywhere but me. It did not stab, that would have been honest. It burned, low and even, like a stove left on. I did not ruin anything. I did not even blink with malice. I turned and kept walking, a woman with places to be and a small fire under her ribs. I made it as far as the cafeteria before the feeling caught up. The big windows threw squares of light over the tables, the vending machines, and the cheerfully updated notice board. I sat with my back to the room and stared at my phone until the letters swam. Katsuki thumped his tray down across from me, eyes flicking once to my face and then to the invisible thing standing on my shoulder, and asked who had ruined my mood. I answered that it was new toner and joked that it smelled like lies. Denki slid in beside him, already too pleased, and noted that I was in an interesting mood. I protested that I was not a storyline. Denki said I was always in an arc and asked, half joking, what today's villain origin was and whether glitter was necessary. Katsuki followed my gaze to the glass doors. Outside, Izuku was still with Aya, pointing at something on the screen and nodding, that small light in his expression refusing to ask permission to exist. Katsuki's mouth did the smallest, cruelest grin as he dismissed Aya as a support student and declared it unsurprising. Denki, who never met a foot he didn't love to put in his mouth, commented that after Mirio it felt like a downgrade and flailed for a comparison, joking about the contrast. Kirishima ambled up mid-slander, caught the last line, and agreed. A nearby joke that someone had downgraded so hard the floor filed a complaint drifted across the room. Something in me that had gone tight uncoiled just enough to laugh, clean and sharp. The sound startled me, it startled the boys too, an actual laugh, not the polite social thing. My face relaxed into a smile with teeth. Heat nicked the edge of the moment like a flare. I didn't have to look to know. I looked anyway. Izuku was watching me through the glass. Aya was still talking. He wasn't listening. I sat back and let the smile linger, velvet and dangerous. If he was going to laugh like that with another person, he could also learn how it felt to watch me brighten for anyone else. I stood to toss my cup. As if scheduled by a badly written comedy, a trio of upperclassmen from the hero track drifted by, all shoulders and swagger. One of them, tall with decent cheekbones and the sort of face that seemed kind to dogs, approached and complimented YN on her work during the war, suggesting they would love to take her out sometime. His friend clarified that he meant coffee. Izuku's head snapped up. YN smiled in a way that shifted the room. She acknowledged the compliment without committing to acceptance or decline, letting the moment hum with possibility. A support kid cut in, nervous and earnest, saying he had seen YN's training sessions and asking nervously if she tutored for situational triage. A business major in an overly proud suit offered a card as if it were an offering and explained that a leadership panel the next week would be hushed by YN's presence. Behind me, Katsuki exhaled a laugh that tasted like blood and taunted Midoriya with the certainty that she had never been his alone. I felt eyes on me from everywhere: curiosity, admiration, hunger, boredom. This had always been true, I had just been careful not to make a point of it around him. It landed for the first time in my own body. I was not a secret. I had made myself small for one person's comfort and forgotten to check if that person wanted me large. I looked over my shoulder through the glass. Izuku had stood without meaning to. His fingers crushed the edge of his notebook, warping the cardboard. For a second, he looked like a man arriving late to a meeting he couldn't afford to miss. Katsuki followed my line of sight, satisfied, and murmured that it hurt now, didn't it? I told him to shut up without venom. Katsuki pointed out that he had not been addressing me but addressing him. I gathered my tray, murmured non-committal kindnesses to the upperclassmen, and turned toward the doors. The gold in my eyes ticked up a shade. I didn't dim it. The day had shifted its weight. I intended to be the pivot, not the scenery. Izuku met me halfway and greeted me breathlessly. Up close he looked the same as always, hair untidy from thinking, hands wanting to help something. It made me irrationally angry. I returned his greeting. Izuku offered that Aya had asked him to show her the calibration protocol, presenting it as a defense he did not want to use. I suggested gently that her advisor could advise her or that Elias could handle it. Izuku began to say he had just been trying to do something, and I finished for him that he had been trying to be helpful. He asked quietly if I was mad at him. I lied smoothly that I was learning. When he asked what I was learning, I said I was learning how to watch. The line confused him. I walked past, brushing his sleeve like an accident. He didn't move for a beat. Then he turned, and we stood in the doorway like a stage. Aya reappeared, bright as a bird, calling to Midoriya to see if he was still free. I interrupted before my better self could intervene and said he was not free, smiling at her so kindly the smile burned. I added that Elias calibrated blindfolded and she would learn more there. Aya blinked, looked at him rather than me, and then recovered with grace. She said she would find Elias and thanked us before leaving. Silence slipped into her place. Izuku asked, soft and flat in the disappointed tone that made misbehaving first-years confess, why I had done that. Told him it was time management. He accused me of chasing her off. I corrected him, saying I had placed her. He stared as if the sentence were a puzzle in a language he nearly knew and told me I wasn't being fair. I told him he wasn't being honest, with me and with himself, and asked him to pick one. He looked hurt, then annoyed at being hurt, and asked what I wanted him to say. I told him I wanted him to admit he did not see me only when I performed miracles, that he would see me when I was just a person, and that he would do so intentionally. He answered that he did, too quickly and too raw, like a truth he wasn't ready to handle in public. I told him to act like it, almost gently, which is worse than cruel when one is angry. We might have found a different shape for the moment if the world hadn't decided to be itself. The same upperclassman with the good cheekbones hovered again, emboldened, and asked about that coffee. I told him to text me, keeping my gaze fixed on Izuku because if I was going to be petty I refused to be sloppy. The boy beamed. Izuku made a quiet shocked sound like a string breaking under pressure, then stepped forward and told the boy that it was enough in a low, controlled voice. Everyone stilled. The boy blinked and protested that they were just talking. Izuku replied that he had not asked him, still calm and not kind. He was past the part where posture helped. Heat chased up my spine, affront, desire, relief, fury. I turned to him slowly and asked him to speak correctly when he accused me of entertaining everyone. He swallowed and tried to explain that he did not want to watch me in that way. I pointed out that it was the shape of it and that I was tired of pretending not to see shapes. I did not raise my voice. I did not move closer. I did not cry. I simply refused to disguise the truth anymore. A semicircle of students had formed at a polite distance, the way crowds form around performers or accidents. Phones rose and then sank again without recording. Katsuki, close enough for only me to hear, urged me to finish the sentence. I could have ended it gently. I could have said let's talk later and meant it. Instead, I did what I was unfortunately very good at. I made the room choose which version of us it believed in. She told Izuku that he did not get to claim what he had never tried to keep, her tone light and almost bored, the kind of line people quoted when they did not have to live with it afterward. He went still, a silence that felt less like restraint and more like shock taking its manners. Kirishima muttered an oath under his breath. Mina made a small, involuntary noise like a balloon letting out air. Even Shoto, who usually pretended to be a lamppost, flicked his eyes between them like a judge at a match. Izuku admitted that he was trying, too honest for the performance everyone else was putting on, and added that he was trying not to hurt her. She told him to stop making her guess, and told him that if he wanted her he should say it, and if he did not, he should say that instead. She could survive either, but she could not survive being his good intention. Her voice wavered on the word survive, barely enough for either of them to notice. Silence took a breath. Katsuki clapped once, sharp, and announced that the field trip was over, hurting the crowd with sheer rudeness and telling them to find hobbies. The circle dispersed with the relief of people released from jury duty. Denki mimed locking his phone and throwing away the key. Mina looked at her with a question in her expression, asking if she wanted to be stolen away. She shook her head once. I stepped back from Izuku and said that they were done there, which was an inaccurate and childish note exactly matching the energy she had to give. He did not reach for her, and he also did not step out of her way. They stood in a space the size of a decision without the courage to make one. Izuku finally said okay, barely above a breath, and added that not here was better. She echoed that they should not end it there and walked past him because she could not stand another second of being publicly braver than she felt. Katsuki fell into step without being asked, a wall in the shape of a boy. They did not speak until the building swallowed them. Katsuki remarked with a grin that it was velvet and claws, the kind of matchup he had not seen since midterm debates. She said she hated that. He said he had loved it, and commented that, for what it was worth, the other man had looked shaken by her, rattled in a way that spoke to her strength. She replied that there was no good way to rattle someone like that. Katsuki joked that they should tell that to surgeons and bumped her shoulder, careful. He told her that she had done what the other man would not, and now he would either grow up or get out. She did not answer. She watched her hands steady, capable at the faint gleam of gold still held in her peripheral vision. Part of her wanted to turn back, apologize, make a joke. Part of her wanted to climb into a plane and land in a place where he did not exist. Both impulses felt dishonest in different ways, so she kept walking. Behind them, on the steps, Izuku was blinking into sudden quiet, realizing that jealousy did not mark a moral failing so much as a weather pattern warning that something someone valued had drifted too close to the cliff edge. He would figure it out or he would not. Either way, she had stopped pretending she was unaffected. It was a terrible kind of relief. By the time they reached the dorm, Mina had already weaponized the group chat with supportive memes and playful threats. Denki renamed the chat with a joke about green and fate and got booed by everyone. Kirishima sent a picture of a duct tape heart with a caption about repairs. She said nothing. She closed her door and sat on the edge of the bed. The room smelled like laundry and the vanilla candle she still would not admit she had bought. She let her head fall into her hands, not to cry but to feel the weight of her own skull for a minute. It was astonishing how heavy one person's name could make a day. Her phone buzzed. Katsuki sent a short message saying he was proud and that she should eat. Mina followed with an offer to kidnap her if needed, using pineapple as a silly code. A third message from an unknown number claimed to be the coffee guy and offered a casual coffee if she wanted. She stared at the new contact until the screen dimmed. She did not want coffee. She wanted the thing she had asked for and was furious she had had to. Outside, campus kept being a place. Someone laughed near the vending machines. Somewhere down the hall, Denki failed to whisper. In the bigger world, people went to work, bought oranges, put money into envelopes, and did not know she had just declared a small war in a courtyard. She lay back and watched the glow lines in the plaster turn into a map. She was tired and not finished. She could feel, like weather predicting itself, that the temperature of green would change tomorrow, not softer or safer, but clearer. Sleep would not come for Izuku. It paced the room, counted his breaths, and clattered around like guilt with keys. He kept replaying the courtyard, her voice soft but sharp, the way she did not raise it because she did not need to, the way he stood there with a heart full of answers and a mouth that would not move. He trained until the gym floor started to feel personal, bag work, breath work, footwork, anything with rules he could follow. He kept hearing her accusation about guessing each time he struck the bag. She had been right. He let people guess because it felt safer than failing loudly. By noon he had dodged 3 invitations and 2 friends, skirted hallways, stood in doorways pretending he had forgotten why he had come. He saw her twice, once leaving a lecture, once laughing at something Mina said, and both times his lungs betrayed him by forgetting how to work. She looked untouched, as though the courtyard had not cut anything out of her. He felt ruined. When classes ended, he took a shower and tried to do laundry but ended up sitting on the floor with his back to the washer, listening to the coins in the drum and remembering her demand that he say if he wanted her. Truth, he thought, refused to be rehearsed into existence. You either said it or you did not. He had not. By evening his phone contained polite, ignorable messages, Aya's easy note, Ida's scheduling disguised as concern, and a short blunt text from Katsuki telling him to stop hiding. He did not answer any of them. He wandered the dorm floors like patrol and found himself in the lobby, deciding afterward that he had been there on purpose. He told himself he was on guard duty because Mina had mentioned she might visit, and there was a standing Thursday night meetup for the foreign language crowd. He stood where he could see the door and named it something that did not hurt. The clock slid past 11. Around midnight voices spilled through the entry, laughter, shoes on tile, a gust of cold air. She came in with 2 students he'd seen in Japanese class, a girl from Spain and a guy from Morocco, and a third trailing with a camera bag. She carried her heels in one hand and her hair was less precise than usual, and the smell of an expensive, quiet perfume hit first and did something unhelpful to his pulse. Light-headed, not sloppy. Looser than he'd ever seen her, spine still straight, eyes gold at the edges as if the color had decided to be a secret with him. She said goodbye in 2 languages and turned toward the elevators, and he stepped in front of her like a problem. He demanded to know what she had been doing, his voice rougher than he intended. She stopped, lifted her eyes to his, and did not smile. She said she was living and accused him of refusing to let her do so. Something snapped inside him, quiet and mean. He told her she had walked back alone at midnight. She echoed the word alone as if it were an insult and said she had a perimeter. He started to point out risks and stopped himself. He admitted that she had scared him. She blinked once, slow. The elevator dinged behind her, but she did not turn. She said he scared easily. He mentioned what had happened the other night and said he knew she could not be hurt easily, but that did not mean he did not care. The word came out clumsy and true. Her expression flickered, not softening but showing interest, as if he had finally done something human. She said good care and warned him not to confuse care with ownership. The elevator doors slid shut and they were left in the lobby's late-night hum and the vending machine's tired buzz. He should have backed off, but he stepped closer. He pointed out that she was lightheaded. She asked, with a feathered but furious tone, what he meant. She challenged him about testing limits to make a point. He asked what point that could be and she, tilting her head, asked if it was that he had to watch her laugh with someone else and could not stand it. He admitted the truth. Yes, he was jealous. He hated watching her laugh with others so much that he forgot how to be reasonable. She looked briefly satisfied, then sharpened her tone, saying she had wanted him to feel what she had felt. He demanded to know why. She said because she had felt it first and then accused him of expecting her to be generous about his politeness. She told him to tell her where to stand if he wanted that. He said he only wanted her where he could reach her. She told him to reach, stepping into the space as if daring him, and to stop waiting for an earthquake to knock her into his arms. He protested that he was trying not to break things. She told him to try better. The argument swelled, voices rising until other doors down the hall paused and the vending machine seemed to listen. He began a sentence and she cut him off. She accused him of making her feel replaceable. He stammered that he had never meant to, and she snapped that he let her guess. He said he did not know how to, and she urged him to use his words, insisting that he had them now. He declared that his confession had come too late. They stared at each other, as if they were the last two people left at a bad party. He conceded, saying she had won and admitting his jealousy openly. It made the ground honest under his feet. He said he did not want her to change. She asked what he meant, softer and sharper, and asked him to say the part where he asked her to dim. He answered immediately and decisively that no, never. She told him to stop mistaking her light for danger, that it was a map. He opened his mouth to say the wrong thing and closed it. Her gaze flicked down and back up. Something shifted between them with a sound he almost heard. He reached out impulsively and let his hand brush the line of her jaw, a tentative, respectful touch rather than a hold, a quiet question. She startled, then steadied without leaning in. She let him move a breath closer, close enough to study the flecks in her eyes and to notice the rhythm of her breath, finally able to stop. Guessing. She told him not to do this, and the word was not a refusal but a boundary. She explained that she did not want this kind of closeness when he was angry or when he wanted her out of fear of losing her. Her voice steadied, the intensity cooling. His hand fell and the distance widened to something they could both live with. He opened his mouth to say there were other times, then stopped. This was not the speech to give in a lobby under fluorescent lights. She took a step back, not retreating but resetting the room. She asserted that she was sane, her quirk protected her body, not her heart. She said she could allow herself to be lightened for an hour without being foolish, and that was the absolute edge of losing it for her. She warned him not to talk to her as if she were fragile or as if he knew what she could not handle. She told him he did not get to worry about her if he would not choose her. The last sentence landed with weight, reverberating across the lobby. He swallowed around the metallic taste of truth and adrenaline and said it was not fair. She replied that it was not supposed to be fair, it was supposed to be clear. Mina peeked around the corner to the common room, eyes wide, and Katsuki stood behind her with the expression of a coach watching two athletes finish a hard run. Katsuki mouthed to him to say it, but he ignored the prompt. He tried again, clumsy and earnest, saying he did not want to see her hurt. She reminded him that she healed, but that she was not a hospital for his indecision. The words landed with the gravity of closure and left him with a hand at the back of his neck and a new, bitter clarity. I nodded once, too many things trying to be the next sentence and none of them brave enough. She let out a breath that sounded like uncurling a fist. The lightness from earlier was gone now, or maybe it had always been armor with good manners. She looked at my mouth again, then away. For a second she wavered, then she straightened. She said good night to Midoriya. He started to say my name, but she interrupted and told him not tonight. She pressed the elevator button with one finger like signing a treaty. The doors opened with bureaucratic timing. She stepped in and did not look back. The doors closed on the gold of her eyes, and I stood there with my hand half lifted like a man who had reached for the right thing at the wrong time. Silence settled. Mina exhaled a long ribbon of air. Katsuki kept his gaze on me and told me to confess or combust, insisting I was not built for the middle ground. I found a chair, missed it by an inch, then found it again and sat. The adrenaline left like a tide. I put my face in my hands for a second, just to give the world the courtesy of not seeing me think. I told my palms I did not want to be wrong. Katsuki urged me to be honest, adding that honesty could be wrong but cowardice was always wrong. I dragged my hands down my face and stared at the elevator numbers like they might spell a solution. They did not. Mina touched my shoulder once kind, light, and disappeared back into the common room. Katsuki stayed until I stood, then turned on his heel without a speech. He had already made it. I took the stairs. I needed the penance. I did not start crying the second the elevator doors shut. I did not cry at all. I stood with my heels in one hand and watched the mirror version of myself breathe steady, dignified, ridiculous. The car jerked once between floors and I said out loud to the empty box that of course he would say it like that. This had not been the plan. There had not been a plan, but if there had been one, it would not have included coming so close to a kiss while noticing someone else's scent. I let myself into my room and sat on the floor with my back against the bed. The quiet felt like the kind you pay extra for in hotels. I pressed my thumb to the pulse at my wrist and counted to 20 because Recovery Girl taught me that in a world with sirens for nerves, a small ritual was a kind of profession. My phone buzzed. Mina texted offering to bring water and a legally distinct hug. I declined and thanked her. Mina joked that I should say pineapple if I changed my mind, and I replied that pineapple was a fruit of lies. A second buzz arrived. Katsuki texted that he was proud of me and to stop giving him half, threatening that the rest would be forced into place. I replied that the threat was tempting. I stood, washed my face, and undid the careful shape of my hair. The mirror looked like a witness. I did not ask it to testify. He had said he wanted to keep me safe. That had sounded noble at 15. At our age it sounded like poor translation. I could keep myself safe. That was not what I wanted from him. I wanted him to choose a place to stand and then stand in it with me, not orbit until the weather was perfect. I set my heels by the door, turned off the lamp, and let the dark be kind. Somewhere on a lower floor, I knew he was walking the stairs because he always did when he had too much feeling in his legs. Somewhere on an upper one, Denki was whisper shouting into a phone about a new hashtag. The world continued to be unserious even when we were not. An hour later, I still was not asleep. I lay there cataloging everything I had not said and every way I could have said it better, which is a hobby for people who like pain. On the list of things I would not do anymore, I added dimming myself for someone who would not turn the lamp on, and felt a small, mean relief. Next week would still come. Classes would be classes. Training would be training. He would be himself impossible and careful and kind, and I would be myself impossible and careful and unkind where necessary. The middle ground had been set on fire. If he wanted me, he would have to find me in the open field with his palms up. I closed my eyes and willed tomorrow to arrive braver than we had been tonight. In the morning we would pretend to be normal until the pretense cracked. We would pass in doorways, knock shoulders by accident, look too long. He almost would follow us like weather. We had not made up. We had not made sense. We had only made a line across the floor. When we crossed it, it would be loud. For now, I let my heartbeat agree with the clock for a while and did not forgive anybody. The briefing room smelled like old coffee and new trouble. Aizawa leaned against the windowsill with his arms folded, Nizu perched on the table like a porcelain gargoyle, and the screen behind them displayed an elegant crest in black and gold. Kyoto Royal Institute of Strategic Arts. Momo sat beside me, already annotating the dossier. Shoto held the posture of a statue that could decide to move at any moment. Izuku took the chair across the table and looked everywhere but at me. Nizu thanked everyone for coming on short notice and said Kyoto Royal was unusual. I answered that I knew. My voice surprised me by sounding cooler than I felt, and I added that they did not worship grades so much as odds. Aizawa added that they also cared about status and leverage, then clicked the remote. The slide changed to a campus map overlaid with red dots. Izawa explained that someone there had been running a quirk trafficking ring, targeting students who had fallen into debt with the school's internal gambling economy. He described disappearances, coercion, and a few withdrawals that did not track with travel records. Momo traced a finger along a corridor labeled Council Hall and asked about security. I said that officially security was strict, but unofficially the place was theatrical, everything a performance, and people obeyed their own mythology. Izuku finally looked at me and observed that meant outsiders would be tested immediately. I realized they would test me because they had heard stories. Nizu nodded and explained that was exactly why I was being sent. He said Kyoto Royal had invited observers from partner institutions for Council Ascension Week and that I would join as a cultural exchange cohort with auditing privileges, a perfect pretext to look inside the system. He clicked again, and a photo of a bright-eyed fourth year with immaculate hair filled the screen. Nizu identified the suspected ringleader as Kanzuki Ryo, saying he was running for council chair, charismatic, well-funded, and very careful. Momo asked for evidence. Izawa replied that money had been routed through campus clubs and that recruitment had happened through private matches. Anyone who lost big suddenly became a runner and stopped showing up to classes. Shoto's gaze rested on the photo like frost. The team agreed to arrest him once they could prove it. Izawa specified that the operation would be undercover only, no uniforms and no spectacle unless it became necessary. He glanced at the narrator and made clear that the narrator would have to be the one to go in. The narrator smiled without showing teeth and promised to be polite. Izuku flexed his hand on the table and suggested they establish a verbal signal for extraction. The narrator proposed two signals, one for extraction and one for escalation. Momo met the narrator's eyes, steady and pleased, and agreed. The extraction phrase would be call the registrar, escalation would be raise the stakes. Shoto nodded once, and Izuku recorded the phrases with the careful thoroughness of someone writing contract law. When Izuku asked what they should expect culturally, the narrator leaned back and described rooms that pretended to be classrooms but felt like theaters, contracts that left a bad taste even when they were only paper, and rules that rewarded nerve more than sense. The narrator called it education and a farm for aristocrats. Izawa slid a slim folder across the table and left wardrobe decisions to the narrator, advising them to blend in. The narrator said blending in was not the aim, they would set the dress code. No one argued. Nizu clapped his paws together, cheerful and brisk, and gave a briefing. They would leave at noon, be greeted by a junior host, be amiable and watchful, and try not to cause unnecessary financial ruin. The narrator made no promises. Across the table, Izuku's mouth tilted as if he wanted to smile but remembered he wasn't allowed. Packing took 10 minutes and felt like a year. The narrator laid the uniform blazer across the bedspread and stared until the fabric seemed to stare back, black with gold piping at the lapel, a precise cut that made a silhouette deliberate and formal. The knee-length skirt, the stockings with a neat seam running down the back, the shoes that looked formal but were functional. The narrator buttoned the blazer slowly. Hands were steady until the third button, then steadiness wavered and the narrator pressed fingers flat to the fabric and breathed, telling the empty room that it was a uniform, not a person. Still, it felt like something learned and worn until the line between self and costume blurred. At the station, the team presented a polished international cooperation, Momo in a crisp coat, Shoto in neutrals that made him look like winter gone to college, Izuku in a dark jacket that made his eyes striking. The narrator carried a suitcase and their own questions. They boarded in silence as Kyoto slid past through windows that reflected faces trying to be private. Mina texted in the group thread urging everyone to be safe and to send pictures of any impropriety. Denki added a lightning emoji and a skull. Katsuki sent nothing, which was his way of showing concern. The narrator did not sit next to Izuku, and Izuku did not ask. Momo sat to the narrator's right and briefed quietly while Shoto watched the passing countryside as if it might offer a confession. Izuku's reflection in the window looked tired and stubborn. When the conductor announced the next stop, the narrator and Izuku met eyes in the glass. Neither looked away first. When the train curved, the moment slipped away as moments do when they are not held. Kyoto Royal's main hall announced wealth without saying its name: black marble, veins of gold, and a ceiling mural of mythic figures who looked as if they charged interest. The air carried a faint scent of polished wood and poor decisions. Whispers rose from the stairs and spread like a current, names and impressions flowing through the crowd until the narrator's own name moved from hand to hand. A girl in a red blazer detached from a cluster of students and approached with a practiced diplomatic smile. She introduced herself as Ishii Rina, their host, and assumed the narrator's identity with obvious pleasure. She relayed that the council invited the guests to that night's preliminary, an open table where winners would be granted audience the next day. Shoto murmured that it was an efficient way to gamble for permission. Rina's smile remained steady. She said only that the institution believed in merit. Momo's eyes catalogued exits, guards, and cameras. Izuku hovered his hand near his pocket where a notebook waited, ready to record every way the operation could go wrong. They followed Rina down a corridor lined with framed contracts. Students drifted aside as the group passed, staring as if the visitors were a storm with tickets. The narrator let the place's coat settle over them the way you let cold water take you, all at once. The preliminary hall was a theater pretending to be a parlor, velvet banquettes, chandeliers too bright to flatter, and 5 heavy tables arranged like battlefields. At the far end, on an unapologetic dais, stood Katsuki Ryo, smile too perfect and suit immaculate, eyes like the inside of a safe. He acknowledged the guests from UA with the kind of greeting that announced he knew who they were and wanted everyone else to know it too. He explained that the evening's game was called the House Wins. 4 rounds, mixed tables, contracts enforceable. Attendants distributed slim envelopes and the players were told to choose tables and bring their courage. Rina guided them toward a central table labeled Exchange. 10 seats were arranged, 8 were occupied. The narrator and Izuku took the last 2. A boy with owlish glasses glanced at the narrator's blazer and swallowed. A girl nervously shuffled a deck of slim white cards. Shoto and Momo settled at neighboring tables. Trust arranged itself in the geometry of proximity. The dealer, a senior with steady hands, laid out the rules in a voice meant to soothe. Each participant began with 10 house chips. In each round a player could bid 1 chip to vote on another player's fate or choose to bleed 1 chip to remain neutral. The dealer set down a sling paper cutter that looked sharp and unsettling and explained that bleeding was symbolic, though it could sometimes be escalated into a stylized, non-graphic confrontation if someone pushed it. The girl with the deck laughed too high and too eager. The dealer continued that round 1 was observation. Each player would reveal a card marked virtue or vice, and the majority could either extract a chip from any minority cardholder or choose forgiveness. The house favored forgiveness, the dealer said, and also enjoyed its own authority. Cards slid into hands white, tactile, weighted. The narrator watched faces instead of looking at their card. The boy with glasses liked his lips. The girl with the deck glanced around anxiously. A senior sitting 2 seats down ignored his card and offered the narrator a conspiratorial smile. When the cards were revealed, the narrator's card read vice. The boy with the glasses also had vice. The girl with the nervous hands had virtue, and Izuku's card showed virtue. He didn't show it, he didn't need to. She read it in the way his shoulders loosened a hair, in the senior's reflected virtue and the tiny smirk that treated morality like a party trick. The dealer sang that the majority may extract. Eyes slid to her. Izuku spoke softly that he forgave. She did not look at him when she answered. She told the table to eat him and tapped the boy in glasses. He flinched and asked why him. She said it was because he would recover and because she wanted the table to believe she was cruel. It would buy her 2 rounds of charity. The girl with the deck stared. Izuku tilted his head with a mix of hurt, understanding, and something like admiration, exactly the combination she had hoped for and hated. They took the boy's chip. He staged a wound that appeared dramatic enough to preserve his neutrality for the next round, the paper cutter nicking his thumb in a way that left a small, noticeable mark. The table shifted around her, doing the animal math of fear and appetite. Round 2 was rumor. Each player wrote a sentence about another and placed it in a bowl. The group would draw and vote whether to believe or punish the subject. She wrote without looking up that the senior at seat 5 was working for Katsuki and dropped it into the bowl, watching the room breathe around a lie that was not quite a lie. Izuku drew first. He read and glanced at her face, then at seat 5. He did not smile. He said simply that they should believe. The table followed. They believed. The senior's smile thinned. She added that they should extract, and the cutter flashed. He made another show of bleeding and folded some chips. His stack looked less like a wall and more like a suggestion. He finally met her gaze and found no hospitality. Round 3 was bluff. Hidden wagers and secret partners were explained by the dealer, who said partnerships would be assigned at random by a house coin. The coin landed on her card and Izuku's with a thud that felt like fate playing a trick for children. They would speak frankly or lose. Izuku leaned, eyes still on the table, and stated that she was targeting seat 5. She said that he was a runner and to watch his tells. His left hand went still when he lied. She accused him of loyalty to Katsuki like that of paid dogs and said he would sell them for a good treat. Izuku murmured that she would sell him sooner. She let the corner of her mouth lift and said it would be worth it if it benefited him. The round broke into whispers. Favors were traded in hand squeezes and glances. The bowl passed with slips like secrets. When the dealer called reveal, half the table swore in unison that they had backed the wrong horse. Her horse. They extracted again. The senior smiled too nicely as he paid. He leaned toward the dealer and whispered between rounds. The dealer did not look at her, which was how she knew he was afraid. Round 4 was dare. The rules changed from paper to body. One player stood in the center and declared a wager, which the house could match or double, and the table could force a volunteer. They forced her. She stood in the ring of light and let her eyes adjust. Katsuki had entered the room at some point with a quiet entourage and now watched from the dais as if he deserved to. The chandelier threw gold across the pupils of her eyes and made them look like coins. Katsuki called lightly that they should deal something exciting. He said they were bored of being civilized. She glanced down at Izuku once, then not again. She told the table that her wager was simple. Half the room would go home happy and half would leave with less than they came with. She tapped a knuckle against the cutter and then slid it aside, declaring that she would not pay the house with blood. The table responded with a wave of disappointed laughter. She waited for the hush to return and then told the dealer that they would play numbers. Each player would choose a number from 1 to 10 and lock it. One person she touched her chest would call 3 numbers, and those players would surrender 2 chips. Explained that surviving with 5 or more chips would earn an audience with the council the next day, while failure would mean they should try again next season. Izuku sounded low enough that only she could hear and warned that it was dangerous. She said the math was kind if they trusted her. He said nothing more. He put his trust on the table the way he put everything there quietly, with the belief that it could carry weight. Numbers were written in secret and locked under glass. She listened the way one listens for rain in the distance. The boy in glasses tapped his foot, nervous and risk-averse. The girl with the deck favored patterns and would likely pick a 4 or an 8. Seat 5 would hide in the middle where cowards lived. She called 3. The girl with the deck gasped and surrendered 2 chips, uncertain whether she admired or hated her. She called 7. The boy in glasses whimpered and paid. She called 5. Seat 5 froze, his left hand going still, and then tried to smile as if it were the best day of his life while he paid his 2 chips and kept his eyes away from Katsuki. By the end of the round, 4 players had 5 or more chips, her, Izuku, and 2 students pale with relief. The rest were worse off. The dealer declared the results in a steady voice and invited the surviving players to sign the guest book for the next day's council audience. Katsuki clapped and said their guests lived up to their reputation. She inclined fractionally in his direction and said she preferred to exceed it. Katsuki widened his smile and said they would make room at the long table tomorrow. Rina returned to usher them from the floor as if this had been a theater and not an examination. Shoto and Momo rejoined them, eyes busy and mouths quiet. They had also advanced and carried news. Izuku rose without looking at her and then did look. Their shoulders almost brushed, and both pretended not to notice. As they turned away, seat 5 no longer smiling and smelling of expensive cologne called after her with a silk-like voice. He murmured a friendly suggestion that she not overplay her hand tomorrow. She replied that it would not be her hand that was overplayed but his leash. His left hand went very still. They left the hall with a schedule purchased in chips and a target registering in quieter colors. In the corridor, Momo leaned close and said that 2 runners had followed Kanzaki to a staff door between rounds and had not returned. Shoto added that security badges had changed hands and that the guards were either complicit or pretending not to see. Izuku's jaw worked as he said they would need council access to reach the lower archive. She said they would get it tomorrow. He walked beside her for a few beats while the others spoke behind them. They kept pace as if they had practiced being near without touching. When someone called her name from the stair landing, the closeness broke. The dealer announced to the room. I turned. 2 last-minute challengers stood at the rail, their ties loose and their eyes bright with foolishness. The first challenger called down that he wanted one more match. The second challenger challenged guest versus school and urged them to show what the stories had forgotten. I told them that I did not play exhibitions. Kanzaki, perched on the dais, told me pleasantly that I would tonight. The whole hall turned toward us as if they had been promised fireworks. Shoto sighed in a way that felt like weather. Momo kept a hand near my sleeve in a gesture meaning the decision was mine to make. Izuku's eyes had gone the deep green of water at night. I agreed to 1 game in group format. The dealer, delighted, asked whether it would be a team match. I rested my palm on the table and named the stakes. 5 players total, 2 from us and 3 from them, with the prize being audience time without cue and the forfeit being a public confession. Kanzaki smiled and asked who would play from Yue. I said that I would. Izuku said the same at exactly the same moment. We avoided looking at each other. The room did the rest of the math and found it appetizing. The game was a Kyoto favorite called The Lantern's Lie. 15 people formed a circle in a dim parlor, a single paper lantern in the middle that steadied when a player told the truth and flared when someone lied. Each round, players took turns asking a question. Anyone could answer. At the end of each round the group voted to remove a player from the circle and take a chip from their stack. The last 5 standing would win. Momo whispered from the sidelines that it rewarded charisma and detection. Shoto added that it rewarded cruelty. I said that it rewarded appetite. The lantern was placed and the room dimmed. Shadows made people honest in the way mirrors make them vain. Kanzaki's 3 entered with the swagger of men who were liked for the wrong reasons. Izuku took his place at my right. The dealer rang a tiny bell that made my teeth ache. The dealer announced that questioner 1 should ask, and a girl in velvet, smiling with knives, asked who among them would betray a friend to protect their family. The lantern trembled. One of Kanzaki's men nodded at his chest without apology. Another tightened his lips as if wishing for courage. I raised my hand steadily. When the questioner asked who believed they could read a stranger's tells in under 30 seconds, I raised my hand and laughed. Kanzaki's man copied me like an echo with worse shoes. Someone asked who had lied today, and the lantern flared so hard the light could have illuminated a book. Round after round stacked into a portrait. I played hungry and precise and avoided Izuku's eyes. When someone asked who thought they could win a round by sacrificing for another, I said that I already had, and I removed a boy who had misjudged me. We climbed the bracket fast. People fell away, removed by vote or by their own lack of nerve. Chips slid into new hands with the rustle of paper shifting. 9 left. 7. 6. The question that cracked something open came from Kanzaki's corner. Who among them would step in front of a blow meant for a teammate? Izuku raised his hand before I could stop him. The lantern didn't just flicker, it sighed. One of Kanzaki's zealots then targeted Izuku with a sharp, loaded question. He leaned in and asked whether Izuku would comply if she asked him to sit or to stop. Izuku said that he would listen. The zealot declared the response a non-answer and called for Izuku to be removed. The vote slid like a tide. 3 hands rose against Izuku. Quick and ugly. The lantern flared as someone lied about their motive. Another hand wavered. I didn't think. I stepped in. I told the room that anyone who was stupid enough to test me twice was welcome to try. The zealot smiled and urged the table to remove me instead, boasting that I would devour them if they let me. Hands began to rise. I let the sharp thing inside me do what it does. I said that they could try, but they would fail because the lantern was showing them the easiest path. Cut the boy who kept telling the truth. I explained that if they kept him, They could use him as a scapegoat if we won. If they cut him, they would make me the story. I warned that they would lose and then have to answer to council for letting me win. Silence hummed. The hands that had started to rise lowered instead. The vote pivoted like a flock and fell on the zealot. He gaped, laughed, and bowed himself out with an undeserved flourish. Izuku exhaled as if a piano had been lifted off his chest. We played 3 more rounds by nerve and calculation. When the dealer rang the bell for the last time, 5 still stood. Me, Izuku, the velvet girl with knives, a council whisperer who grinned like a cat, and a terrified sophomore who looked as if he had wandered into a war and found religion. The dealer declared the prize awarded. Kanzaki descended with the courtly delight of someone who always enjoys proving a point. As we stepped back, the floor tilted for a half-heartbeat enough that Izuku's stance wavered and a knee he had bruised in training argued with gravity. He recovered a fraction too slowly for my nerves. My hand landed on his elbow before my mouth had permission. I hissed at him that he was insane and that he could have been hurt. After a small pause, he looked directly at me, not at the room or at Kanzaki. Izuku said quietly that he had realized I still cared for him. The look was plain and honest and caught me off guard. I let go of his sleeve as if it had burned and warned him not to be stupid, leaning on a sharp edge because I had no safe answer to offer. We signed the guest book with practiced hands. Kanzaki moved through the crowd to congratulate us on proving his school's excellence. The velvet girl kissed both of my cheeks in a conspiratorial gesture. The sophomore shook Izuku's hand with the wide-eyed fervor of someone who would follow him anywhere if asked in the right tone. Rina arrived with a folder and a bow and informed us that our audience was at 10 the next morning and that we should dress accordingly. I replied that I always did. We walked back through the corridor of contracts carrying our new credentials and the peculiar sense you get when a city decides to be beautiful even when it is wrong. The room with the staff door was empty now. Momo marked it on her map with a neat red X. Shoto's phone hummed quietly with an alert that he swiped away. In the courtyard, the air had cooled enough to be kind. They did not speak until the gates. Then, because the narrator felt compelled and the world was unhelpful, the narrator thanked Izuku for trusting them when they had let the table decide. Izuku nodded once, as if he did not trust his mouth, and said that the narrator had made it easy. The narrator replied that it never was. They stood like that for a second, 2 people not touching in a city that loved to watch. Shoto cleared his throat and suggested they should brief and eat. Momo smiled and reminded them that they should also sleep, then glanced at the narrator and said the narrator had been extraordinary. The narrator answered that they had been home and hated how true it felt. They turned toward the street. Behind them, beyond the doors, whispers spread again, not a title but the narrator's name in the mouths of people who thought they knew what it meant. They did not. Izuku did, or he was beginning to. The narrator did not know whether to be grateful or afraid. Kyoto ended with signatures and silence. Kanzaki smiled for the cameras. The runners did not return. Their evidence landed in neat packets that made ugly things look organized. They shook hands like polite weather and rode the train back with 4 seats and 3 conversations. The narrator spoke briefly about logistics, reporting, and the parts of a mission that fit inside a form. Kanzaki sat diagonally across from the narrator, looking out the window as if the glass were telling her secrets. The black and gold blazer had returned to its hanging bag, but a part of its precision still clung to her posture. Kyoto was built for her. The narrator was built for running into burning buildings. Those truths argued when they should not have. The narrator kept replaying one line from the hall, Kanzaki asking if they were insane and warning they could have been hurt. The narrator kept their own reply in return, that they knew Kanzaki still cared for them. She dropped the narrator's sleeve like it burned and did not speak for the rest of the night. Neither did the narrator. When UA's gates clicked behind them, campus tried to pretend nothing had happened. Grass, banners, late sunlight rinsing the dorms. The world has a talent for normal exactly when you do not. They tried to avoid each other. Fate refused to help. The first collision happened 20 hours after they got back. The narrator turned out of the common room with a stack of forms and almost dropped them when she appeared from the side hallway at exactly the wrong velocity. The narrator's elbow bumped the water cooler, her heel caught the mat, and gravity decided they should both become a lesson. The narrator caught her shoulders and she grabbed the narrator's shirt. They listed, tried to correct, and ended up on the carpet in a clumsy, mortifying tangle. The narrator half propped on an elbow, her braced with a palm on the narrator's chest, their faces close enough for the narrator to notice the gold flecks in her irises. The narrator apologized. She blinked, processed, and said it was fine. They did not move. The hall held its breath. Somewhere, mercifully distant, Denki whispered a warning. The narrator slid their hand away first, gently, and she stood, offering a wrist. The narrator hesitated, then took it and rose, feeling the warmth of her skin in their palm. They stared for one beat too long. The narrator mentioned the forms. She said they should walk. They parted like they had signed a treaty that forbade eye contact. The second collision came in the gym. She was working with Shoto on footwork through an obstacle grid. The narrator was supposed to be analyzing timing. A stray disc ricocheted, the narrator pivoted to catch it, she pivoted to clear it, and their paths crossed wrong again. She knocked into the narrator's chest hard enough to rock them backward. Instinct wrapped both of the narrator's arms around her before sense could protest. She fit there like a truth the narrator had not said aloud. Both of them froze until Shoto cleared his throat loudly as a rescue. She stepped back. The narrator let their arms fall. Training resumed and the narrator forgot everything about breathing for 20 minutes. The third collision was the library. The narrator turned a corner and she did too, reading as she walked. They met at sternum height. Her book thumped the floor and she muttered something the narrator did not catch because they were busy not staring at the small furrow between her brows. The narrator apologized again and she told the narrator to stop apologizing. The narrator began to answer and stopped because the next word felt impossible to say in that quiet. They retrieved her book at the same time. Their hands touched the cover and the narrator drew back like a child. She did not. She let her fingers rest on the spine for one extra second before taking the book and leaving. The narrator watched the space she had been, as if it had something to teach. Days rearranged themselves into a new routine, avoiding paths that kept intersecting, saying nothing when they ended up in the same square of light anyway, pretending not to notice that pretending was impossible. Mina watched them like a scientist who had finally trapped a rare weather pattern under glass. Katsuki said nothing and smirked too much. Momo wore concern like a ribbon she might tie at the right moment. The narrator told themselves to be patient. The part of them that listens for sirens argued that patience was a polite way to call a fire. The narrator lost that argument. It happened on a Wednesday that smelled like printer toner and rain. She had policy with Shinso that afternoon. The narrator had a debrief with Aizawa and a list of repairs for the training zone. The narrator left the meeting early because they always walked the long way after missions. It helped the adrenaline find the door. She exited the lecture hall at the same time, walking with Shinso, both of them calm and understated in a way that drained the narrator's resolve. Shinso said something that made the corner of her mouth tilt, not a laugh but the shape of one. Shinso had watched her during Kyoto like a man who recognizes a storm pattern and decides to build a house in the path anyway. The narrator had not planned to dislike him, but did. The narrator tried to keep walking. Shinso glanced at a strand of hair that had come loose near her temple and told her it suited her. She touched it without thinking. Midoriya said that he had been in a hurry. Katsuki told her she should be in a hurry more often. It was nothing. It was everything. The words were quiet, the looking was not. Katsuki looked as if he had already imagined being close to her. She smiled. Not the Kyoto smile. A small, domestic, perfectly devastating one. I failed to be mature. I crossed the space without thinking and stopped at her side like a line break. I told her she was needed. It came out even. It did not feel even. She blinked, surprised into silence. Shinsu's gaze slid to me with curiosity and something like warning. Shinso said that she had time. I said that she was busy. Shinso told me that she could speak for herself. I turned my head slowly and said that I had not asked him. Shinsu's eyes chilled. He did not move. We could have stood there all afternoon exchanging calm, barbed words. She would have let us. She was too stunned to cut the rope. I stepped closer to her, not to Shinso, and instructed her to walk with me. It was an instruction, not a request. Bad habit. Worse impulse. I regretted it as the words left my mouth. She obeyed. We moved a few paces down the hall before I heard Shinso exhale through his nose, the sound someone makes when a game they were winning changes rules mid-move. I did not look back. I did not trust my face. She finally spoke, low, not angry, not anything yet. It sounded diagnostic. I told her I had tried to be reasonable. She asked if that had been reasonable. I admitted it had not been reasonable. My hands were shaking, so I put them in my pockets so the shaking could be private. We stopped in an alcove where the window turned campus into glass. Rain ticked at the pane, eager and harmless. For the second time in a week, I ran out of the right words and had too many wrong ones. I said that he liked her. She asked what came next. I said that I did not like watching it. She pointed out that was not the legal argument. She sounded bewildered rather than biting. I said I did not have a legal argument. I had the space between our chests. Her eyes softened and then sharpened in a rhythm I was getting too good at reading. She told me I did not get to tell her who she could talk to. I told her I knew. She told me I did not get to decide her walks. I said I knew. I met her gaze and stayed there. I said that I still wanted to be the person who walked next to her when it was bright. Silence followed, interrupted only by rain. She told me to say the rest and finish it. I could not do Kyoto again in a hallway. I could not leave a half thing to ruin us until the next coincidence. The sentence found my mouth with a steadiness that surprised me. I told her I was not asking her to dim. I was asking to be the person who walked next to her when it was bright. She stared at me as if the page had turned and she was not sure she liked the chapter. My pulse was a hammer and my hands were still useless. I reached up and brushed the loose strand of hair behind her ear. My knuckles grazed her cheek. She did not flinch. She did not lean in. She simply let me, and the permission shook me. I asked her to stop making me prove it by getting in the way. That broke whatever held her still, not into tears, into awareness. She swallowed. Her throat moved like a promise preparing to be made later. Her eyes were very, very gold. She stared at me, bright and unreadable. She began to say Midoriya, but I shook my head once and told her not to call me that. It was not loud or sharp. It was simply true. She blinked, caught off guard, and asked what I meant. I said she knew my name and to use it. Something flickered behind her eyes, defense, then confusion, then something dangerously close to vulnerability. She did not say his name, but she did not walk away. The hallway felt too small and the air was warm against the glass. Everything in me was too loud. Because I did not know any other way to make her understand, I moved the loose strand of hair gently aside again. Her breath caught. She did not move. I murmured that if she was going to keep hurting me, she should at least not pretend she was a stranger while she did it. She could not reply. For the first time since Kyoto, she had no line ready. Gold burned in her gaze, not with anger but with hesitation, and that was worse. I asked her more quietly to stop making me prove it by fighting for space she already owned. Silence followed, heavy and fragile. She did not step back. I did not step forward. We stood there suspended between pride and confession, both too stubborn to surrender. I let my hand fall and then, foolishly, patted her head lightly, a touch that carried more than either of us were ready to name. I said that we were not finished. She did not speak, but she nodded once. I walked away before I could ruin it, and Katsuki's voice came from behind me, amused and sharp with a word that meant finally. I woke up with his name in my mouth like a secret I had not meant to keep. Not the formal version I used when I wanted distance, but the softer one he had asked for, the one that turned my spine into a wire and my chest into a bell. I tried to do normal things. Coffee, water, blazer, notes for policy. Each task arrived with a small, humiliating cutscene. His voice reminding me that I knew his name, the memory of his hand tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, the careful way he had touched me like I was both weather and map. I was not built to be ridiculous. I am a system that solves problems. And yet I sat on my bed for 5 entire minutes replaying the moment I had almost said his name out loud. By the time I left my room, I had made 2 decisions. I would be calm, and I would fail spectacularly and pretend it was a strategy. Campus was too clean for the mess inside me. The plane trees did their green, sensible thing. Sunlight decided to be flattering without asking permission. I crossed the quad with my best imitation of composure and told myself that if I saw him I would be something measured, something adult. Then I saw him. Under the same plane tree as yesterday, in soft light that made his hair look unbearably good, he was talking to Aya. Their heads leaned in at that polite angle that said they enjoyed each other's minds. His hands moved when he explained something. Her laugh was quiet and respectful, harmless if I were not currently an unreasonable person. He looked up. We locked eyes. Everything inside her went still and loud. He didn't cross the space. He didn't wave her over. He gave her an expression that said he would be there when she was ready. If he had called her name, she would have either melted or fled. He had let her choose. For 3 long, thoughtful seconds, she tried to be noble. Then jealousy slid a knife into her good intentions and she became the worst version of herself with excellent posture. She walked up with a smile bright enough to be a warning. She greeted them too warmly. Aya returned the smile, unfailingly pleasant, and began to explain that they had been talking. The narrator cut her off and pulled Izuku's sleeve in a firm tug that left no choice. She told him she was borrowing him. Izuku started to protest, surprised. She led him into the service alcove off the corridor, the quiet one that smelled faintly like citrus cleaner, and secrets pushed him lightly back against the wall, and planted her feet. She instructed him, very evenly, like she was about to brief a surgeon before a procedure, do not talk to Aya anymore. He should only talk to her. She warned him with an exaggerated threat about rough lessons if he did not comply. Izuku blinked, his brain trying to process the tone. He asked if she was serious, his voice catching on a laugh he was trying to swallow. She confirmed that she was completely serious. A blush crawled up his face in a ridiculous, campus-illegal gradient. He looked at her with an amused warmth, remarking that she was small and really, really cute. Instead of defusing her, the comment ignited her. Aya, sensing the tension, melted into the background. The narrator let the last scrap of composure become theater. She reached up and made a bold, public gesture to mark him, then stepped back. Izuku froze, eyes wide and surprised. He seemed momentarily at a loss for words. She knocked his cheek twice with her knuckle in a little, testing motion, leaned close enough to feel his breath, and murmured a parting admonition telling him to behave. She released him and turned, feeling a small warmth of victory. Her heels clicked toward daylight. She could feel him watching her like she was a solar event. For once, she left a mess and didn't feel bad about it. She made it 3 steps before fast, intentional footfalls halted her and a warm hand closed around her wrist, drawing her back into the shadow she'd claimed as hers. Her shoulders met the wall. His palm landed beside her head. The corner shrank down to the size of whatever lived between them. Before she could speak, he held her wrist gently and kept her close for a brief, charged moment, then stepped back and walked away with too much self-control. She stood frozen for a full, humiliating count of 8, hands pressing to her cheeks where heat still lingered. She slid out of the corner on knees that had temporarily forgotten professionalism and re-entered daylight as if she were a new species of person. The quad stayed the quad. Birds continued their bird agenda. Somewhere, Katsuki laughed loudly like someone who had won a bet. She would deny hearing it until the end of time. Her phone buzzed. Mina messaged to ask if she had just been assaulted in a janitorial closet. She typed and deleted 3 responses before settling on no comment. Mina replied that it was confirmed. She put the phone away and tried to take a breath that looked normal. It did not feel normal. It felt like a before and after had been drawn through the middle of her day with a gold pen. She had dragged him, threatened him, and made a bold public move. He had run after her, held her briefly, and then walked away. She resumed walking because if she did not, she would stand very still and whisper his name like a prayer she didn't yet believe in. The next class existed. The world continued to contain obligations. Somewhere, Aya was probably laughing at the sky and thanking gravity for its restraint. Adult things. To-do lists. Bullet points. Also, she was going to combust later in the privacy of her room. For now she kept her chin up, her stride even, and pretended she still lived in a universe where a single bold gesture didn't change the climate. She could feel the temperature of green rising under her skin. She had won the first strike. He had won the first strike back. And tomorrow, they would both pretend they did not want the next one to land even harder. The plan to be normal lasted 8 minutes. Mina had declared a therapeutic fun night at the arcade, and they arrived as a unit of chaos, Nito narrating like a sportscaster, Denki already dual-wielding tokens, Katsuki in his natural habitat of controlled aggression, and her pretending she hadn't been shaken into a different climate the day before. Katsuki shoved a plastic rifle into her hands and urged her to channel the energy. She squared up to the screen. Targets popped and a primal part of her switched on like a stadium. She shouted at the game, taking the intensity seriously. Denki filmed and joked that she needed therapy and a sponsorship. Katsuki beamed, proud. Nito leaned into the camera and narrated a flourish about aristocratic minds. Mina offered a paper plate of strawberry shortcake and urged her to breathe and indulge. She kept shooting, took a forkful of cake between plays, and insisted she was calm. An elderly couple a few cabinets down left in gentle alarm. For the public safety, they moved on to skee-ball. Denki bowed every time I missed. I did not miss often. By the time the sugar hit, the night had softened into that silly domestic rhythm that almost passes for peace. I let myself laugh, a real one, then my phone buzzed with a text that iced the back of my neck. Elias's message explained that Midoriya had been in a training accident, had taken a hit from an unknown quirk, was conscious and stable, might have delayed activation, and that the infirmary wanted him observed overnight. Everything in me went quiet. Katsuki read my face and demanded to know who had been hurt. I said no one had died and announced we were leaving. Mina did not argue. Denki pocketed the tokens. Nito killed the camera. Katsuki fell into step beside me, a guard dog in designer anger. They kept pace with me to the infirmary like a convoy and then left me at the threshold as though I were heading into a small private war. The infirmary lights were too clean. Elias met us at the door and assured me immediately that Midoriya was okay, that vitals were steady, and that whatever the quirk might do could be hallucinations or transient paralysis. The nurse explained the protocol and said someone should stay. She looked at me as if I were the responsible adult and handed over a second futon. She added that the lights dimmed at 11 and to keep things low. I acknowledged her instructions. We ended up with 2 futons close enough to insult modesty but far enough that my better judgment felt included. Midoriya lay propped on a cot, hair a gentle riot, his t-shirt collar skewed, and one wrist wrapped from a training scrape. The sight stabbed under my ribs in a way without polite words. His eyes opened, foggy but focused, and he greeted me in a scratchy voice. I told him that I ran a strict no-dying unsupervised policy and that violations were billable. He smiled small and honest, and I told him to be scared, which made him laugh. The nurse reiterated the monitoring instructions and dimmed the lights at the appointed time. We kept the room quiet, the machines humming, both of us pretending to relax. I scrolled through names on my phone to avoid staring while he watched the ceiling as if it might announce something important. He asked if I was still mad at him. I said yes and told him to sleep. He turned onto his side, facing me, and closed his eyes. I fixed my gaze on the wall instead of his mouth or hands. After the lights dimmed, the room slipped into an elastic quiet. I shifted to my back and exhaled. Then I woke to gold. At first it was faint, a spill of sunlight catching dust, then clearer, each fingertip a tiny halo, the ends of my hair lit as if dipped in a star, my eyes reflecting the light back into the dark. He was awake and watching with astonishment. He whispered that I was shining. I rolled to face him and deadpanned that I glowed at night as a side effect and that contact might void the warranty. He smiled in a way that made the room tilt. I made a face to hide how it affected me and asked clinical questions about dizziness or numbness. He breathed humor about feeling insufferable. I warned him that if he tried anything I would scold him severely. He propped himself on an elbow, the lamp light catching his jaw, and asked how I would enforce that. I let the gold on my fingers brighten and replied that I could use words or a firm hand, leaving the choice to him. He swallowed and called it unfair. When a tiny ripple passed through him, I moved before I could think and asked what it had been. He muttered that it was nothing, and I pressed my glowing fingers gently to his wrist. The flare, a small spark, fizzled and faded. I told him not to lie, I was sensitive to surprises like that. He confessed it had felt like a static pop and that it was gone, and I kept my hand resting lightly there. The silence that followed felt full rather than empty. He examined my face the way he studies schematics, patient for an answer. He asked whether the glow hurt. I said it did not, only that it was loud inside me, as if I had swallowed a choir. He laughed quietly and I reminded him he was still alive and welcome. His fingers turned until they brushed mine, a tentative question rather than a grab. He asked me quietly to stay close in case it hurt again. Instead of making a joke, I scooted my futon 6 inches closer until the edges touched, and the glow made a small universe along the seam. I warned him that crossing the line would earn him a stern lecture and nothing more. He agreed to abide by that treaty. After a few quiet moments, he told me what felt wild was that I had stayed and that he was not scared when I was there. The admission pulled at something inside me. I tried to deflect with a TSK and reminded him that I enforced policies. He smiled at the ceiling like it had told him a secret and wondered whether, if his quirk triggered hallucinations, I would stay. I answered that I would remain and that I would mock him relentlessly if he let me. He grew quiet in a way that suggested he was feeling everything and holding on. I made an impulsive move. I slid my glowing hand up and tapped his cheek once to watch the color rise. I noted that his vitals were good and reflexes intact. Silence hung between us like a low lamp. He shifted closer by a crime's worth of distance, careful not to cross the treaty line, and rested his palm-up hand between the futons as if offering a truce to gravity itself. I placed my glowing fingers in his. The gold flowed over our knuckles like a private constellation. He exhaled as if someone had released a rack. The speaker told him to sleep, the command softer than the lamp's glow. She had meant to be clear. Izuku agreed, eyes half closing. He told her that if she kept glowing, he would not. She said it was not her problem and then let him drift toward sleep. She watched the steady rise and fall of his chest, the way his mouth softened when he stopped performing survival, the way even asleep he seemed to be negotiating with the world to be kinder. When she was sure the quirk was settled, she tipped her head toward him on the pillow until they were sharing the same small weather. Almost asleep, he murmured her name and she answered with a hum. He asked that if this was a dream, she should not heal him. She smiled into the dark and told him to go to sleep. He did. She kept her hand in his and let the glow dim to a promise. If it flared again, she would be there. If it did not, she would still be there. The night had chosen its shape, and she closed her eyes and let the room settle. He did not know when he slipped under. The last thing he remembered was their fingers, bright, then the room obeying the light. If anyone asked, he would deny the part where he whispered good night like a prayer he finally believed in. Izuku woke up warm and realized he was lying very close to her. They had fallen asleep beside each other. For a heartbeat he did not move, watching how the infirmary light threaded through the ends of her hair and thinking that he did not want to let go. She blinked awake and gold flickered in her eyes. They registered their positions at the same instant, faces inches apart and both clearly startled. She made a small sound that clearly expressed refusal and rolled backward like a startled cat. The futon creaked. His arm fell to the mattress and he tried to look apologetic, but his face smiled without permission. Izuku greeted her groggily and noted that she was very warm. She asked him what was wrong. He replied cheerfully that there were many things wrong and asked what she meant. She shot him a blistering glare and stood so fast the blanket lost its argument with gravity. She declared a new rule forbidding proximity, ever. Izuku sat up, stretching the K&K from his shoulder and avoiding her mouth. He asked if one small exception could be made. She pointed at him like a judge and corrected his misuse of a legal term. Izuku promised to study. She left, muttering about policies and decency. He noticed that her ears were scarlet. He lay back for one indulgent second and stared at the ceiling as if it had granted him a small mercy. By noon the infirmary released him with a stack of instructions and the world resumed pretending to be normal. It did not last. Someone, probably Denki, suggested all you can eat as a team reset. Mina declared it therapy with chopsticks. Katsuki grunted as if the idea offended him and then led the way. They took over 2 tables. Tenya stacked plates into an architectural hazard. Kirishima cheered for no reason. Shoto ate in polite silence with the glacier-like calm of someone attending brunch. YN sat opposite him, and somehow the space between them felt smaller than the hospital room. They were a problem. They kept finding the same joke from different directions and meeting in the middle. She raised an eyebrow. He finished the punchline. She laughed and he felt it travel through his ribs like an endorsement. Everybody noticed and pretended not to. Mina kept sending looks that translated to "I knew it." Katsuki looked like he had been waiting for the world to catch up. Denki announced an eating contest, slapping the table and declaring a match of him versus YN with eternal bragging rights as the prize. Tenya objected that bragging rights were not a real prize. Denki insisted that they were to him and added that the camera was rolling. He warned Denki not to do that, speaking fondly, and said that YN would end his bloodline. Denki protested that she was tiny and called himself a growing boy. YN folded her sleeves like a surgeon and promised to be merciful. She was not. She demolished Denki with elegant ferocity, speed, and precision, pausing only to sip water like a queen at war. By the 6th plate Denki's spirit had long since fled. By the 8th plate he was bargaining with the universe. She tapped her chopsticks against the rim like a metronome of doom and finished the 9th plate with unbothered grace. Kirishima applauded. Mina screamed. Tenya attempted to draft a safety policy mid-cheer. Katsuki pointed at YN like a proud, terrible coach and declared her his warlord. He clapped and tried not to look like he was in love with the way she pushed her hair behind her ear with the back of her wrist. He failed. She caught him looking and hid a smile in her water glass. They rolled back to the dorm in a chorus of groans and sugar. Night fell with that soft UA hush that made the dorm feel like a city tired of being loud. He lasted exactly 20 minutes in his room before standing, opening the door, and letting poor judgment take the wheel. Her light was on. He knocked and identified himself. The door opened a careful hand's width. She asked why he was there. He said that the quirk might still activate randomly and that he thought it might be safer to stay in her room that night, offering a half-truth with the sincere face he used for easy deceptions. She stared and accused him of lying. He corrected that he was half-lying and admitted that he had slept better with her there. The flush rose on her cheeks so fast it felt like a victory he had not earned. She stepped aside and set a new rule about no proximity. He agreed and stepped past her, absolutely not looking at the armchair he had no intention of using. Her room smelled of vanilla and the last hour of a library. She wore an oversized shirt that made time itself feel softer. They negotiated the futons again. 2 separate, respectful, and stupidly close. He lay on his side facing her. She lay on her side facing him. The distance between them was measured in polite inches and the kind of quiet that carried everything unsaid. They regarded one another with identical innocence for 5 seconds before remembering who they were. Izuku said he felt fine, that he had no symptoms and perhaps he should go. YN frowned and told him to stay. Izuku's heart did a sudden, awkward flip and he agreed. They stayed still for a long minute. Her eyes were too much in the low light sharp, then soft, then shining when she blinked. A smile appeared on his face without permission. Izuku said he was studying and she told him to stop. He replied that he could not, that he noticed things. He lifted his hand slowly into the small air between them. She did not retreat. He kept his motion careful and respectful and let his fingers stop short of crossing any line, resting them briefly near her cheek before withdrawing. He observed that she worried her lip when she was nervous during the midterm briefing, at the buffet when she thought the machi was laughing, and now. Her eyes widened, catching the lamplight, and she told him to be quiet. He said he would not, smiling in spite of himself, and let that be the boundary between brave and foolish. Izuku admitted that he was not there because of the quirk but because he wanted to be, and because if the quirk triggered he wanted to be the first thing it saw. She swallowed and called his reasoning into question, but it made sense to him. Most things did when she was in the room. To distract herself she resorted to a familiar threat, warning that if he got closer she would break his legs and heal them again out of spite. He acknowledged the threat and held his position, letting the charged silence between them grow until it sounded like music. They talked about nothing for a while: Denki's tragic face at Plate 7, Mina's offhand plan to invent glitter with legal disclaimers, and Shoto's quiet triumph over a particularly spicy dumpling. The conversation slowly eased the fear in Izuku's chest into a softer recognition. A simple, steady want to be near her rather than possess her. Eventually the room cooled and she shivered. Without thinking, Izuku reached across and tugged the edge of her blanket higher. His fingers brushed her wrist and she did not pull away. A faint radiance returned to her fingertips and threaded the ends of her hair like a secret. He noted her glow and she dismissed it as a side effect of being near trouble. He admitted his guilt with a quiet laugh. Silence settled around them, warm instead of empty. Izuku memorized the way her lashes cast shadows and how her breathing slowed when she forgot to perform steadiness. His chest ached in a way that felt both painful and good. She spoke his name softly and ordered him to sleep before he said something unbearable. He replied that he already had and wished her good night. They did not move their hands far. They fell asleep facing one another, inches apart, the line between them ignored by mutual consent. If anyone asked why Izuku stayed, he could answer with a truth he could live with. Just in case the quirk triggered, just in case she glowed, just in case he needed to remember how to be brave without crossing the edge of her light. The morning after glow night felt like walking around with a neon sign under YN's skin. She could sense it in her fingertips, a low hum that warned against touching anything she was not prepared to keep. Unfortunately, the schedule listed hero combat block, and All Might's booming greeting meant the morning would involve touching everything, and doing so forcefully. They funneled into Arena C where mats were down, dummies were stacked, and sensors blinked. Everyone looked overly alert. All Might greeted the class with his enormous voice and announced that they would train in pairs that day, focusing on trust, timing, and heart, and that teams would be randomized. Mina grabbed YN's arm and threatened melodramatically about the team outcome. All Might then called Team Alpha and announced that Midoriya and YN would be partners. The room inhaled as one. Denki reacted by recording the moment. Kirishima pumped his fist, Shoto blinked, and Katsuki muttered his mock condolences while looking pleased. YN and Izuku walked toward each other as if approaching a meteor. He was flushed and she felt heat rise up her throat. They stopped an arm's length away. They ran through warm-ups like people auditioning for the role of responsible adults until Izuku stepped behind her to correct her stance. One hand rested at her lower back while the other closed around her wrist to adjust the line of her guard. He spoke softly that he was helping and urged her to relax, pressing a thumb once through the fabric with patient steadiness. His confidence and steady guidance made her senses stutter. All Might clapped and called the team onto the deck, instructing them to take Beta Squad on the left and to use control, strategy, and communication rather than full power. They faced Tenya and a fourth-year guest. Izuku glanced at YN and asked her to keep her eyes on him. The whistle blew and Tenya launched with mechanical precision. The fourth year feinted high, and Izuku moved first with a clean parry and a quick pivot. YN found herself exactly where she needed to be, guided by his presence. They flowed together without conscious thought. His directions and her responses were already synchronized. On the sidelines, Mina cheered loudly for them. They were 3 exchanges from finishing the round when a matte edge caught YN's heel. She stepped back to set a counter, hit the lip, slipped, and reached instinctively for something to steady herself. Izuku's hand found her waist in an instant. Time tilted. He hauled me forward to stop the fall. My foot landed on his and we spiraled together until the world made the choice for us. We fell. His back took the mat and I landed on him. Our faces met in a clumsy, accidental collision, brief and electric rather than NTMT. The arena went silent except for the two of us holding our breath and the faint hum of the building. The accidental contact sent a quick, startling charge through both of us. Gold flared at the edges of my vision and the ends of my hair lit like a wick. At the same instant, green sparks traced Izuku's forearms as his power tried to answer. The arena lights flickered. Mina whispered that they looked like they were forming some kind of bond. All Might's alarm sliced through the hush as he called for Midoriya to control his output and demanded to know why I was glowing. I scrambled up, mortified as the glow receded. Izuku sat up slowly, rubbing the back of his neck while his power popped like distant fireworks as he reined it in. We glanced at each other and looked away. Izuku tried to speak and stumbled over words. I tried to respond and failed. He fumbled through an awkward attempt to ask if I was all right and then quickly tried to save face. I told him to stop talking because my face felt like it was on fire. He pushed to his feet and offered a hand, which I ignored out of principle and stood unassisted. He smirked as if I had passed some private test. From the sidelines, Katsuki yelled that they should just date already. All Might admonished him for being unhelpful, and Tenya moved to restore order. We reset and continued the round. The rest of the match passed under a fog of embarrassment. We still won, our powers kept under control, but that accidental moment hung between every exchange like a bell I couldn't unring. When All Might finally praised our resilience despite distractions, we left the mat in perfect, mortified silence. In the empty locker hallway, I leaned against cool concrete and forced my breathing into something steady. He paused a respectful distance away, close enough for conversation, far enough not to make either of us nervous. Izuku began to speak, and I cut in to insist it had been accidental. He agreed, calling it physics. We stared at the textured wall until it became a focal point. I tried again and ended up admitting that I hadn't hated the way the contact had felt. Izuku turned so quickly it was like the air hiccuped. He admitted he hadn't hated it either. We let that sit between us, small and dangerous. I swallowed and said I wouldn't mind if it happened again, on purpose. He reacted softly, a smile threatening and then tempered into something calm. He stepped a careful pace closer and acknowledged my statement as a promise to act on agreement passed quietly between us. He confirmed he would be intentional about it, and I pretended to check my wrist while feeling heat rush up my neck. He promised to keep his focus on me. I hated that the exchange worked and loved that it did. I pushed off the wall and walked past him. He fell into step at a steady pace beside me. We rejoined the chaotic bustle. Mina radiated ecstatic energy. Denki pretended to examine a scuff on the floor while clearly trying not to show he was taking pictures. Shoto offered a dry congratulation that also hinted at polite concern. All Might gave both of us a long, theatrical look before moving on to emphasize teamwork to a different pair. The rest of the block passed in a manageable haze. We didn't speak about the moment again, there was no need. It perched between instruction and drill, an unspoken fact that our bodies had answered in a way our mouths had not. After dismissal, Izuku walked me to the doors with the air of a gentleman trying to be nonchalant. The late sun flashed off the glass as he said quietly that they should plan for tonight. I responded in kind and we stood there for one more heartbeat before slipping away in opposite directions. That evening, the group chat filled with teasing. Denki posted a blurry photo with a dramatic caption about the lights flickering. Katsuki told them to stop being cowards. Mina sent a playful gift basket emoji. Shoto typed a dry reminder to keep romance out of training. I turned my phone off and leaned my forehead against my door until the wood cooled me. The day had been foolish and perfect. I felt something bright and new and, for the first time in a long time, not afraid of it. Mirio returned to UA like a burst of sunlight that didn't know boundaries. Fourth years poured out to the training field as if his laugh alone could add reps to their count. He wore the instructor vest with an enthusiasm that made it almost a cape. Behind him, a shadow followed in glossy heels. All Might welcomed Mirio and introduced their guest instructor. Togata Mirio moved through the crowd waving and then pivoted to the woman at his side. Sachiko stood with a sharp bob and a gentle smile, the kind of sweetness that could dissolve under pressure. She met faces briefly, lingering for a moment on mine before moving on. Mirio announced that Sachiko was auditing drills and that they had worked together in Hosu, praising her instincts. I returned to the front row and set my posture. We broke into stations. Power control, mobility chains, evasion grids. Mirio roamed, tossing tips and beaming. Sachiko shadowed him, offering bottled water and laughing at the appropriate moments, blending into the rhythm of the drills like a supportive presence. When they rotated to grappling frames, She peeled off straight toward Izuku. She told Izuku that she had heard so much about him and that he was even more impressive up close. Izuku smiled automatically, awkward and grateful in equal measure, and thanked her. She asked to see his grip and said she always lost tension there. YN watched him demonstrate hand placement while the other girl observed closely and attentively. Denki drifted by with Kirishima and whispered that Mirio had really downgraded after YN, as if sharing a private joke. The comment landed badly. Sachiko's smile wobbled and color flared on her cheeks. She said that the remark was mean and that she had only been trying to help. Denki, suddenly embarrassed, stammered a clumsy apology and fled. Sachiko turned to Izuku with hurt in her eyes and asked if she had done something wrong and repeated that she admired him and had only wanted to talk. Izuku, looking uncomfortable and apologetic, explained that Kaminari was unfiltered and that she hadn't done anything wrong. YN felt something ugly and hot climb up her ribs like ivy. She excused herself and told Mina she needed water, then walked away before losing her composure. Behind the storage shed, the campus shrank to breathing and birds. YN crossed her arms, pressed her back to the sun-warmed wall, and stared at chalk dust on her shoes until it looked like a map. She did not want to be jealous or petty, and she did not want to admit that the thought of anyone else learning the geography of Izuku's hands made her feel feral. Footsteps approached. Izuku rounded the corner, slowed when he saw YN's posture, and stopped a careful distance away. He observed that she seemed angry. YN denied it, looking anywhere but at him. Izuku noted softly that she seemed to glow when she lied. YN told him not to use the gentle voice because it made her confess things. Izuku suggested then that she should confess. She managed to say that she did not like people getting too familiar with him, and the sentence hung there, blunt and raw. Tension snapped. YN grabbed his collar and pulled him forward in a sharp, angry motion. They were chest to chest in a rush of heat and words. The anger surged first, then the fear beneath it appeared. She faltered and softened for a single breath. Izuku saw it and closed the last inch between them, but they did not cross a line. Instead they shared a brief, meaningful, non-SXL moment before stepping apart. They broke that moment together. YN focused on his mouth because she was not ready to meet his eyes. He responded quietly and earnestly that he had meant what he had done. She looked up and found his expression sincere, without apology. He released her collar first and stepped back a fraction, giving her room to run if she chose. She did not run. She trembled, furious and grateful in equal measure. She asked what came next. Izuku almost smiled and said they would keep training, tell no one, and try not to set off the lights again. He added that later they would do what had just happened again on purpose. The phrase settled into something inside her. YN nodded once because more would have been a collapse. When Izuku hesitated at the corner, he called her name. She answered, and he told her not to run too far because he was done chasing without catching. She told him then, simply, to catch her. He blushed and acknowledged the order. He left first. YN stayed a moment to steady herself, then walked back to the field. No one appeared to be watching behind the shed. Denki was offering awkward apologies to Sachiko. Mirio spotted YN, smiled brightly, and glanced between her and Izuku with a small, private understanding before turning back to the class. Mina inspected YN's face with delighted mischief, saying that she looked like she had committed a minor felony. YN replied that she needed to stretch, and they resumed the drills. Across the mats, YN met Izuku's gaze once. He looked settled and kind, neither smirking nor shy. She kept her response to a single, internal assent. The whistle blew and practice resumed. The world remembered how to be loud. Between exchanges, Sachiko laughed at something Mirio said and did not look their way again. After dismissal, YN walked to the doors while Izuku did not follow. At the threshold, the afternoon flared white on the glass. She touched 2 fingers to her mouth like a secret oath, then stepped outside. Nito chose the restaurant with a flair that matched his taste, crystal chandeliers and velvet curtains, a place where the spoons seemed to weigh more than some careers. Aoyama sparkled under the lighting as if he had brought his own star. They took the corner banquette with a view of the city and a waiter who addressed her as Miss, as if apologizing. Aoyama announced that they should have champagne and pronounced that she was vibrating. She denied that she was vibrating even as she felt it. Nito propped his chin on his hand, eyes predatory with affection, and urged her to spill. She did. She confessed everything: the jealousy that stung like citrus in a cut, the kiss behind the training field, the way she hated herself for wanting to burn a girl for touching his sleeve. She spoke of Sachiko's glossy smile, Mirio's bright shadow, and Denki's accidental grenade. She told them how he had said on purpose, and how the floor had finally steadied beneath her feet. Nito listened like a courtroom and finally pronounced two problems. First, she was trying to be reasonable when that was not her brand. Second, she was hoping he would read her mind when he should not have to. Aoyama raised his glass and suggested she tell him her terms, to put him on a leash of silk. She corrected him that she did not leash people, she domesticated them. Nito delighted in the semantics and advised her to teach him how to behave, comparing men to powers dangerous when unmanaged, divine when trained. She pinched the bridge of her nose and admitted she hated how right they both were. Aoyama patted her wrist and offered a platitude that jealousy was just love with bad public relations, and counseled channeling it into ultimatums on balconies rather than crying in bathrooms. The waiter arrived with something indulgent and delicious. They ate cake that tasted like money and bad decisions. By the end of the second glass, her spine remembered it was both decorative and functional. Nito, wiping a crumb with surgical precision, advised that when he asked what this was she should say that she did not date to pass time, and then set rules. She repeated the word rules on her tongue like a coin, and it felt like home. They left under a sky full of glass and gossip. Aoyama air-kissed both her cheeks in a mock benediction as if she were off to war. Nito hugged her hard enough to be rude and told her to text him a simple phrase if the situation went wrong. She told them to go home and turn toward the dorms with a heart that felt like a drumline. He was waiting by the gate, hands in his pockets, shoulders easy, gaze steady, the picture of someone who had simply happened to be there and had been for 20 minutes. The lamplight threw gold into his eyes. He greeted her softly, and she returned the greeting, hating how her voice softened around him. They fell into step without agreement. For half a block they let the night speak: cicadas, a late train, the hush of campus deciding to be kind. At the hedges he reached, gentle and sure, and guided her into a shadowed corner where ivy clung to brick. He did not ask. He offered. He placed a warm, simple kiss on her cheek, then another at the hinge of her jaw, a little braver, and then a careful press to her mouth that felt like permission. She put a hand to his chest and pushed, not to reject but to negotiate, and asked what now. He did not flinch and answered by asking her to date him. The request landed like a gavel. She lifted her chin and declared that she did not date to pass time, she dated to win, to build, with the intention to marry. He agreed immediately and, with a casual exaggeration, promised that if she ran he would crash her wedding. Her laugh came out dangerous. He swore he would face anything, then added quietly that he was not leaving. When she folded her arms as theater, she presented terms. He listened, grinning and then straightening his expression. She explained that as long as he was with her, he would follow her lead, that she was arrogant and stiff, and warned him from the beginning. She demanded that he close wandering eyes when they tried to stray, and accepted that if she caught him looking at another girl in a way she did not like, she would make him look away and then tend to him. If he could not handle her drama, he should not try to date her. His eyes darkened with focus rather than fear. He asked her simply to command him, and promised that when she broke he would hold her. She found her breath hitching and told him he must not be looking for someone better. He stated plainly that there was no better. Silence stretched, rich instead of empty. Her pulse did things it had no right to. He stepped half a pace closer, leaving her room to be a coward. She did not step away. He murmured, asking if he could kiss her again now that they were dating. She pretended the throne was uncomfortable and said if he must. He obliged properly this time, with no nerves or stumble, an even, steady kiss that felt like a promise. Steady pressure, patient warmth, a faint hum of purpose. She kissed him back because she could not deny it. He tasted like mint and victory. When she broke the kiss, she smirked to save face and teased him by calling him bro. His smile sharpened, and he replied that he would show her what nice could be. He pulled her into a hug that was too tight and exactly right, lifting her half an inch off the ground as if by accident. She made an undignified sound and smacked his shoulder. He laughed into her hair and it felt like a small, private religion. She muttered that it was enough, and he agreed, not letting go for a few more seconds. He walked her to her door, their knuckles brushing as they both pretended not to notice how often they almost held hands. At the threshold he looked at her as if she were a future he had decided on. He bid her good night, and she replied with a wish that he not vanish. He did not vanish. He stepped back, shoved his hands in his pockets to stop himself from doing anything more, and left at a human, unheroic pace. She closed her door, leaned her forehead against it, then sprinted to her bed and buried her face in a pillow to scream silently until her lungs remembered how to be civilized. When she surfaced, the room looked the same and felt entirely different. Her phone buzzed with Nito asking for a report. Had she ruined or redeemed things? She replied that Condition 1 was accepted and that she had a boyfriend. Nito sent a single command response to train him. Aoyama congratulated her and joked that she should wear lipstick to war. She set the phone down and stared at the ceiling like it had stars. Her fingertips hummed, a soft, well-behaved glow that needed only to exist for her. She did not sleep. I lay there and listened to the building breathe and thought about contracts, and weather, and the way a person survives being chosen so softly. When the glow finally dimmed, it was not because the feeling passed. It was because I did not need the light to know where he was anymore. He knocked once like a gentleman and leaned in the doorframe like a problem, greeting her in a low voice and calling her girlfriend. She blinked at him with a toothbrush in her mouth, hair still damp, dignity somewhere under the bed, and told him to stop saying it like that. He tilted his head and asked what she meant, then suggested it sounded true. She spat, rinsed, considered slamming the door, and reminded him they had class. He agreed, stepping inside as if the laws of physics included him getting closer. He glanced over her, unhurried, and noted that she had changed her hair. She corrected him that she had dried it. He admitted it was distracting. She set her jaw because her spine felt like champagne bubbles and told him to walk. He obliged, brushing his shoulder against hers and moving with the kind of quiet confidence that felt like a respectful menace. Every time she reached for the strap of her bag, his fingers found it first. Every time she reached for a door, he beat her there by a breath, grinning like he had won something rare. She warned him with a single name that once used to rattle him. He corrected her and used his own name instead, then she said it back and felt the corridor learn what heat was. They had gone 10 yards into the common hall before the building erupted. Mina shrieked and declared it canon. Kaminari dropped his tray and asked incredulously if she had picked the nerd. Aoyama clasped his hands to his cheeks and exclaimed that at last her heart had been found. Kirishima whooped in endorsement. Tenya tried to install traffic cones around their general vicinity. Shoto blinked in quiet acceptance. Bakugo leaned back in his chair like a king and announced that he had called it. He did not release her waist. He did not pretend to. He tugged her a fraction closer in front of half the year as if he had been waiting his whole life for a reason to be rude. Mina launched herself across the room in sparkles, demanding details. She refused at first, but he answered at the same time and Mina gasped with delight. Aoyama floated over with starlit eyes and told her she was radiant, then warned Izuku that if he hurt her he would turn him into confetti. Izuku accepted the warning with absolute seriousness. They escaped to class amid shrieks, which only turned the espionage up. He held her hand under the desk like a teenager. He leaned in during tactics to murmur that she smelled like vanilla and she nearly dropped a pen on purpose so the floor could eat her. In the hallway he maneuvered behind her and wrapped his arms around her shoulders while she was mid-conversation with Momo, resting his chin in her hair as if this were entirely ordinary. She hissed his other name. He hummed, perfectly at peace, and corrected himself while insisting he was not doing anything wrong. She pointed out that he was hugging her in public. He acknowledged it and placed a light, reassuring kiss on the crown of her head. Momo watched, amused and sharp-edged, and said she was happy for them and that their synchronized timing might make things easier to schedule. She told Momo not to bring the power company into her romance. At lunch, Kaminari took pictures like a paparazzo. Mina drew hearts on her hand with a highlighter. Bakugo lobbed a grape at Izuku and muttered that if he softened in a fight he would deal with him. Izuku caught the grape, ate it, and replied that Bakugo could not, which made Kirishima clutch his chest because friendship was his religion. Through it all he remained a steady presence. He was not crude or careless, he was simply there, his wrist brushing hers, his palm finding the back of her neck when they passed through crowded doors, his voice in her ears saying ordinary things that sounded like everything else when he said them. Directions, questions about food, comments that made her feel dangerous. By evening she felt like a puddle of warmed chocolate. She rebuilt herself long enough to shower, change into a soft shirt that could not defend her, and sit on her bed pretending to read policy while her brain replayed small, affectionate forehead gestures in surround sound. Her phone buzzed with a message from Nito asking how the pet project was. She typed that he was a public menace and added a row of dramatic emoji as a joke. Aoyama messaged to wear lipstick to war. There was a knock. This time he did not wait for an answer. He cracked the door and leaned in, mouth curved and eyes bright, asking if she wanted to walk. She lied and said yes, rising to go. Night had rinsed the campus clean. They strolled the longer route past the gossip in the group chats, past the lamp that always flickered, past the vending machine that seemed fond of Shoto. He did not speak at first, the quiet between them felt good. At the hedges he guided her into the corner where the ivy pretended to be a curtain and pressed a brief kiss to her cheek, a habit that had become familiar. He then leaned in and offered a gentle, tentative kiss to her mouth. She allowed it because consenting to her own joy was a skill she was practicing. When she asked him to stop, he slowed into a softer, more comforting embrace and laughed against her skin in a way that made her forget conjugation. They came up for air when her phone began buzzing insistently. Her sister's contact flashed with a curt message demanding an immediate FaceTime. She stared at the screen and told him it was her sister. He brightened and was ready to interact. She answered anyway, because years of practice against a superior opponent had taught her to take the hit. Her sister's face appeared stylish and precise, eyeliner sharp and hair in an immaculate bun, smiling in a way that was both soft and cutting. She teased her about the way she used to cry over small slights and then spotted Izuku peering into the frame. Her sister noted him as the man who thought he could handle her sister. Izuku did not flinch and declared that he did not just think it, he planned to. Her sister sipped something expensive and asked if he was being forced, with a teasing demand that he blink twice to signal distress. He blinked once and said he was exactly where he wanted to be. She warned him, with joking menace, that if he hurt her she would make sure he regretted it. He acknowledged the warning warmly as if she had offered cookies. Her sister reminisced about childhood antics and remarked fondly that she had always been decisive. She reminded Izuku of one particularly decisive childhood incident and received his amused reply. Her sister asked him again to signal if anything was wrong. He glanced at her as the call continued. Something softened around his mouth. He said that he was volunteering. She sat back, satisfied, and instructed Midoriya to prove he wasn't fazed by calling his mother, adding that if his mother approved she would consider not flying in with a shovel. He cleared his throat and admitted that he had already told his mother. Both of them stilled. He continued, sheepish and rubbing his neck like a confession, and said that his mother really wanted to meet me, preferably tomorrow if I was free. The words scrolled across my vision like a headline. My sister's eyes glimmered. She told me to meet his mother, be charming, not over-accessorize, and insisted I wear the emerald dress, not the short one. I protested that tomorrow was too soon and that I needed charts. She magnanimously told me to bring charts. She told Midoriya to blink if I was spiraling. He did not blink. He reached, gently tugged my wrist so my face was uncovered, and kissed my temple in a practiced, tender gesture. He said they could reschedule, or they could do it now while it was scary and get it over with. I muttered that that was his whole personality. He defended it and then told my sister that he would take good care of me and already did. My sister softened and told us I could stay, waving at the camera as she said goodbye. I told her to hang up and she did, laughing. Silence reknit the night. My heart felt displaced. He told me to breathe. I lied that I was. He offered that tomorrow could be coffee with his mother, short, simple, and on my terms, or that they could wait longer, and then he said he wanted me in the parts of his life that mattered. Those words settled inside me. I stared at his mouth to keep from crying and finally agreed to the coffee, joking that if his mother hated me I would blame him and move to Monaco. He said his mother would love me, then added that he was not done for the day. When I demanded what he meant, he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to my cheek and forehead, then held a close, reverent moment that he softened into a respectful gesture. I pushed him back with one hand on his chest. He grinned like a thief who had found religion. I called him clingy and breathless. He said simply to let him and that he was very useful. I sniffed that it was debatable and failed to hide a smile. He hugged me tightly as if trying to memorize the moment, and I made an undignified sound. He laughed into my hair and then forced himself to let go, walking me back toward the dorm with our fingers almost laced. At my door he dropped his voice and told me to text him if I panicked. I denied panicking. He told me I panicked beautifully, and I smacked his shoulder to stop myself from melting. We exchanged goodnights, and he left. I closed my door, sank onto my bed, and stared at the ceiling while my nervous system tried to install an update. My phone buzzed with messages from my sister demanding 3 outfits, from Nito asking for a public menace report, and from Aoyama advising subtle armor for meeting his mother. I typed back that I required sedatives and a stylist. My sister replied that she was both. I put the phone face down and exhaled into a pillow until the world blurred into something survivable. Tomorrow had a shape now: coffee, a mother, a boy who kissed me with purpose. I did not sleep. I let my fingers glow soft, contained, private, and thought about surviving being adored by someone whose opinion mattered more than most rules. When the light finally dimmed, it was because morning had arrived. Inko Midoriya hugged me as if she had been practicing since her son learned to walk and thanked me for taking care of him, speaking into my shoulder with warmth and sincere gratitude. I said I was attempting it, which made her laugh and pat my cheek like I had answered a test I had not studied for. The cafe smelled like toast and soap. Izuku watched us with the quiet, helpless affection he wore when the world behaved. Coffee was soft and ordinary and almost rude in its gentleness. She asked about classes while I asked about neighborhood cats. She told a story about him as a child trying to fix a broken toy with tape and a speech. He turned pink and knocked his knee on the table. I pretended not to notice and filed the image away as devastating evidence. When we stood to leave, she took both my hands and noted that he was stubborn and that I was too, smiling conspiratorially and saying that stubborn people did not let go. I survived the visit, barely. Outside, daylight made the city honest as we walked back toward UA in easy silence, our shoulders finding a rhythm. He bumped my knuckles once, like a secret handshake. He asked how bad it had been. I said his mother liked me and that I would recover in a month. He grinned, then asked me to come with him to show me something. I joked that it would never be ominous and let him lead. The dorms were quiet in the post-study lull. He unlocked his door and held it for me like a gentleman who was also the menace of my peace. His room was clean in a lived-in way, notes on the desk, books stacked meaningfully, a small plant by the window. Against the far wall, a tall rectangle leaned, draped in a white sheet. My pulse went uncivilized. I asked what he had done. He said he had tried and crossed to the canvas like it might spook, hands steady though his eyes were not. He said it was not perfect but that it was how he saw me. He lifted the sheet. For a second I forgot where air came from. He had painted me, but not like a mirror. The portrait was rendered in greens and golds that oddly worked together. Light threaded through hair, a faint suggestion of a glow at my fingertips, eyes that seemed to catch an unseen sun. It showed strength and a gentle softness at the edges of the mouth, a private warmth I recognized because he had put it there on purpose. He said he had wanted to get the light right. He commented on the way the narrator held the painting, trailing a helpless shrug, and said that she was already a legend and he had wanted proof he was there to see it. The answer inside her chest arrived too fast to vet. She stepped closer, touched the painted cheek once, then turned and touched the real one. His skin was warm from the walk, his lashes were too dark for his face. She told him that it was beautiful and added, out of habit, that he was ridiculous. He admitted that, too, a small, smiling breath. The room grew quiet around them and the canvas. She felt the hinge point of a choice, the kind you did not get to unmake. She stepped into his space. He did not move. They breathed each other's air for 3 heartbeats. They leaned in, paused, and shared a long, gentle embrace that felt like an agreement across lifetimes. It began softly and stayed gentle. His hand came to rest at her waist in a steady, reassuring way. Her hand found the back of his neck and learned its shape. He guided her back a step, just one, until her shoulders met the wall. The room tilted. The painting watched them be unreasonable in the best possible way. He smelled of mint and of the quiet relief that followed telling the truth. A small sound slipped from her. He caught it and returned the gesture with deeper tenderness, as if gratitude itself could be given back through touch. When he finally broke the embrace to breathe, his mouth hovered near hers as if air were optional. He said that sometimes he was scared he would not be enough for her. She laughed, shocked and soft at the same time, and told him that he was the only one who ever had been. Whatever restraint he had kept eased for a moment. He made a vow with his expression rather than words, calm, decided. Her fingers curled in his hair. His thumb traced her jaw slow enough to make the floor irrelevant. She felt the smallest flare of light at her fingertips, obedient, well-trained, content. Somewhere in the building, Denki shouted about losing his instant noodles. Katsuki answered with a lecture on competence at a volume that argued against it. They froze, foreheads leaning into each other like a truce. She said that they should stop, not moving. He agreed, not moving. She warned him on principle using his given name. He corrected her by using her name and then added a quick, shameless peck on the cheek, a small, brave thing that she let happen. He stepped back half an inch, enough to bring the world back into focus. The painting looked larger now, as if it had eaten the room and kept only what mattered. She thanked him, because gratitude was the currency she trusted most. He asked what for. She said it was for seeing her like that and for doing something about it. Color rose honestly up his cheekbones. He said that he had wanted her to have something that did not ask anything from her. She considered him, the room, and the ridiculousness of being 21 and allowed to be happy for a full, unbroken minute. She told him that it did ask something. He asked what the price was. She replied that it was everything, and eased the word with a smile, saying that he was already paying. He let out something like a laugh of relief. They did not try for more, not because they did not want to, but because wanting was not the same as readiness, and she, against all propaganda, considered herself responsible. They stayed a while, trading low, nonsense conversation whether Kirishima could bench press a vending machine, yes. Whether Mina would notice if glitter were swapped for edible sugar, also yes. Whether they should tell Nito that her sister liked him, absolutely not. The ordinary wrapped around the extraordinary until the two were indistinguishable. When she finally moved to leave, he walked her to the door with a steadiness he refused to fumble. His fingers skimmed hers once, twice, then settled interlaced, warm, inevitable. He asked if later was all right. She replied that it would be on purpose. He pressed a kiss to her knuckles like a ridiculous, wonderful gentleman, then let go. In the hall, the building resumed being a building. She took 3 steps, stopped and looked back. He remained framed in his doorway, his smile small and stunned. She told him to put the sheet back on so no one else would see the painting. He answered that he would, delighted, and saluted. She returned to her room and sat on the edge of the bed with her coat still on, her heart already making plans. Her phone buzzed from her sister and friends. She typed that he had painted her. The responses came in quick bursts. Her sister joked about marriage, Nito asked for proof, Aoyama suggested gold frames and theatrical options. She set the phone down and stared at her hands. They were steady. The glow that sometimes slipped out at night hummed low and content, like a cat that believed in sunlight. They had not said anything they could not take back. They had said everything anyway without words, with a canvas, with a touch that felt like the start of a map. She lay back, let the ceiling blur, and thought about how to survive being seen so completely. When the glow dimmed, it was not because the feeling had passed. It was because, for once, she did not need the light to find her way. A few days passed, and the title of boyfriend settled around him as if it had always been there. He held her bag when her hands were full, borrowed her water bottle without asking, and took her breath with even less permission. Training days were worse or better, depending on one's will to live. He stood behind her on the combat mats and murmured that she should relax her shoulders because she was carrying too much tension there. She muttered that she wondered why. He laughed quietly, satisfied at being known. They finished class without incident, unless Mina's habit of shouting about a power couple every time they moved in sync counted. Afterward, he walked beside her, bumping her shoulder with his as if negotiating gravity. He asked if she was free that night and whether it would be another training session or an attempt to make her blush in public. She pretended to consider and decided she was already putting on shoes in her head. She agreed on the condition that he paid. He answered with a playful yes and did not flinch when she almost tripped. The date was quiet, warm lights and uneasy jazz. He watched her more than he ate. On the walk back, he said nothing and simply held her hand like it was irreplaceable. By the time they reached the UA gates, the sky was violet and her pulse had been rioting for an hour. He asked her to come with him because he needed to grab his training journals. Wyan reminded Izuku that she still owed him a session on strength control. She rolled her eyes and asked if he was going to be her coach now. He smirked and told her he was whatever she would let him be. They climbed the dorm stairs together. The halls were hushed at that hour. Izuku walked ahead, paused at his door with a hand on the knob, and glanced back at her once before inviting her in and promising he would not keep her long. The room was exactly him order inside a quiet chaos, bold dreams framed on the walls. All Might posters watched from the walls like silent witnesses. His notebooks lay open on the desk, filled with notes and tactics, as if left in a hurry. He closed the door with a soft click. He said he needed to grab his training journals, but his voice was softer than the excuse, and they both knew they were not really there for ink and paper. A long pause stretched between them, not empty, just waiting. He crossed the room, sat carefully on the edge of his narrow bed, and asked her to come closer. She sat beside him, closer than she had meant to. Their knees touched and the mattress dipped under their weight with a slight creak. Light filtered through the window, painting everything in warm, dusty gold. The world outside the glass faded, leaving only the small room and the unsteady rhythm of two people trying to find a pattern. They did not speak because they did not need to. Izuku sat with his shoulder pressed against hers, a faint tremor in his arm that she noticed. He turned his head and looked at her with concern, asking quietly if she was okay. She admitted she was nervous and wondered aloud if that was foolish. He replied immediately that it was never foolish, reached for her hand, and squeezed it gently, telling her he felt the same. Her gaze dropped to their joined hands, then flickered back up. She said that he made her feel safe. The admission warmed him in a way no quirk ever could. He lifted their hands and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to her knuckles, murmuring that she was safe, always. He shifted closer, the air between them charged with emotion. He leaned in slowly and their lips met in a brief, tentative kiss, shy, sweet, and comforting rather than intense. They pulled back and rested their foreheads together, breathing quietly. She whispered his name and he answered, both of them steadying on the same fragile ground. They sat like that for a while, sharing a comfortable silence and the simple reassurance of one another. After a short pause, Izuku suggested they focus on training and supporting each other. She agreed, and they promised to help one another with the session and with whatever came next. The evening faded into a quiet, hopeful calm as they sat together, ready to face tomorrow side by side. He held her gaze, letting her see the reverence, the hunger, and the absolute focus in his own. She whispered his name, Izuku, a ragged breath torn from her throat. He did not speak, he lowered his head. They shared a quiet, NTMT pause, the room narrowing to the two of them. They remained close, sharing comfort and warmth as the tension between them eased. He watched her with fierce, protective care, noting every small shiver and tremble. She reached out instinctively and clung to him, searching for grounding in the moment. Overcome by emotion, she tensed and then slowly relaxed, breathing in short, uneven bursts. He eased his movements into gentle, reassuring touches, soothing her until the tremors began to subside. Her grip loosened, fingers falling back to her sides as if all strength had left her. Her legs, which had been wrapped tight around him, fell open again, trembling weakly. When the storm of feeling passed, she lay spent and flushed, eyes squeezed shut as she struggled to catch her breath. He crawled up beside her with slow, careful motions. He placed a tender kiss on her forehead and the back of her hand, then settled beside her, propping himself on one elbow and gazing down at her face. Her eyes fluttered open, hazy and unfocused at first, then gradually cleared as they found his. The trust. And all reflected there took his breath away. He brushed a sweat-damp strand of hair from her forehead with a tenderness that felt almost sacred and asked if she was okay. A slow, dazed smile spread across her swollen lips as she laughed softly, saying that it had been overwhelming and incredible. She reached up with a weak but deliberate touch that rested lightly against his jaw, eyes full of warmth. She made a clumsy, uncertain motion, but he caught her wrist gently and held her hand in both of his. He stopped her and softly and firmly told her not tonight. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles in a quiet, protective gesture, explaining that the evening had been about her and making her feel safe and cherished. He admitted that simply knowing he had been able to comfort her was more than enough and asked only to hold her. She searched his eyes, found sincerity and protectiveness there, and relaxed. A different kind of warmth bloomed in her chest. She snuggled closer. He wrapped his arms around her, pulled the comforter up over them, and let the frantic energy of the moments before settle into a deep, warm quiet broken only by their slowing breaths and the distant sounds of the dorm settling for the night. He traced idle patterns on her back, his heartbeat a steady, comforting rhythm at her ear, and kissed the top of her head, telling her to sleep. She slept, and the room softened around them. Wyan woke to the unfair experience of being watched with genuine affection. Izuku greeted her with a warm, gravelly tone and teased that she was still glowing. She buried her face in his pillow and protested that she was mortified. He smiled and leaned in to peck the tip of her nose, claiming that he could not help it. She protested again, insisting he stop looking at her like that. He pretended to be decent and asked if she was hungry, offering instant miso that Kaminari had not yet destroyed. Wyan asked for tea and he promised to make it, warning her against his dangerous smile as he went to boil water. They ate quietly at the edge of his bed, tea for Wyan, a hastily grabbed protein bar for Izuku. Each accidental brush of knees made the corner of his mouth tilt, and when Wyan reached for her mug, his fingers brushed hers as if checking that everything was normal. He teased that she could not even look at him properly. She lied that she could and chose not to. He offered, half joking, to kiss her again to help her remember, and she retaliated by throwing a pillow. He caught it one-handed without looking, a small display of reflex and calm that made her both fond and annoyed. Wyan's phone buzzed on the nightstand with a message from Aizawa instructing a briefing in 40 minutes and to pack an overnight bag for a mission assignment. She stared at the words until the future rearranged into something sharp. Izuku read the worry on her face and asked what was wrong. She confirmed the mission and the overnight nature of it. Izuku checked the message, exhaled, and told her that the assignment was in Europe. Her mouth went dry in a new way. He set the phone down and promised to accompany her. Wyan admitted that it was not his presence she feared, and he sat beside her, asking her to talk when she was ready. She deferred, saying that if she started now she might delay everything. They packed quickly standard UA travel kit and a clean shirt borrowed from his drawer because it smelled like mint and habit. On the walk to the briefing room, Izuku took her hand without announcing it, offering steady, quiet company. Aizawa looked like he had slept through a news cycle, which meant importance. A projection lit the wall with the outline of a continent marked by several red dots. He explained that intelligence had confirmed a laundering hub using charitable foundations as cover for quirk enhancement contraband and that they had a diplomatic window to make contact and hand data to local authorities. He emphasized that their mission was not to level buildings but to listen, collect information, and leave clean. Aizawa noted that, given the circles involved, Wyan's background and contacts were relevant. He designated Midoriya as lead support, Kaminari on communications, and Minoma for reasons that he indicated as obvious. The room fell into a focused quiet. After the briefing, Wyan pretended to be occupied while slipping her passport into a holder, an unnecessary but satisfying gesture. Izuku pretended to loiter nearby. Nito appeared at her shoulder, smelling of expensive soap and gossip, and joked about a road trip to the homeland, calling it romantic and advising her to pack dark clothing for meetings with dangerous people. Wyan warned him not to flirt with the metaphorical sharks. Nito answered with a smirk that he only flirted with apex predators and then tried to steer the conversation toward Wyan's sister, prompting her to shut him down with a warning. He smiled, slow and wicked, but the moment passed as they prepared to move out. "I intended to finish." The narrator groaned and fled to logistics before imagining the collision of those two forces of nature. They left at sunset. UA issued the least conspicuous transport possible, which meant it was almost invisible. The plane hummed like a large, well-behaved secret. Denki was wired on fruit gummies and responsibility. Nito composed monologues to himself. Izuku read the narrator's face like a document with hidden annotations. The narrator took the window seat and watched the campus recede until it became a tiling of light. Izuku sat beside them and angled his body like a shield against the aisle. Izuku asked gently for the narrator to tell him what was wrong. The narrator rested their head back and looked at the ceiling as if expecting poetry. They explained that when they left they had promised not to be pulled back by pageantry, not to become a prop for people who introduce policy at dinner and enforce it with wine. They wanted change, not optics. They said the house had been designed to make people forget the difference. Izuku nodded, absorbing without trying to fix things. The narrator described how their family would be polite and wary, because heroes are variables and variables ruin strategies. Izuku clarified that he was not there as a hero but as the narrator's, and the narrator reached for his hand under the airline blanket like a teenager and did not let go. They fell into quiet. Somewhere past the clouds, Denki and Nito argued about whether the narrator's sister preferred scarlet or black, and Denki typed hello in 6 different spellings. Izuku tilted his head toward the narrator until their temples touched and reminded them they still had exam week when they returned seminar presentations and a Law of Powers policy midterm. The narrator corrected him about the course name change. Izuku said he should read the new rubric. They laughed and joked that they would have to study like criminals, together. Izuku suggested library dates, color-coded notes, and flashcards. The narrator mocked the idea briefly and Izuku admitted he loved flashcards. The narrator confessed that econometrics made them want to abolish numbers. Izuku promised to bribe them with tea and asked for kisses as repayment. The narrator accepted the bargain, and Izuku squeezed their hand once, a firm reassurance. The plane's hum became a lullaby. The narrators slept with their forehead pressed to Izuku's shoulder, and if their fingers glowed under the blanket, Izuku did not wake them to comment. They landed into the gray, expensive light of a city that still thought it owned the narrator. The air smelled like cold and money. A black car waited because theatrics were a family habit. Nito slid in beside the narrator and immediately opened a group chat titled Embassy of Violence. Denki filled the chat with variations of hello. The ride passed familiar streets, galleries with glass like knives, cafes that sold gossip as a side dish, a bridge where the narrator had once decided to stay and then decided to leave. The estate rose like a memory someone tried to keep from aging, glass hallways, art that cost more than neighborhoods, and a little courtyard where the narrator's sister used to practice breaking hearts. The door opened before they reached it. The narrator's sister stepped out in scarlet, generous in her flair. She looked the narrator over as if inspecting sea salt on the skin of someone who had been away and then smiled brief and sharp. She addressed the narrator as baby and kissed both cheeks in a manner that felt like both welcome and an assessment. The narrator nodded toward Nito without looking directly at him and explained that this was Nito Monoma and that he should not be encouraged. The sister stated that she intended to encourage him and extended a hand like a challenge. Nito bowed over her knuckles with the delight of someone who had found his sport and addressed her with an exaggerated, playful deference. They smiled at each other like two knives admiring the other's edge, and the narrator made a private note to alert the metaphorical fire brigade. Their parents then appeared, elegant, composed, exactly as they had been left. The narrator's mother's eyes catalogued posture while the fathers examined the narrator's condition with clinical precision. They were beautiful in the way avalanches are beautiful. The father welcomed them home with precise formality. The narrator responded in kind. Their parents' gaze moved to Izuku, who stepped forward unflinching and bowed with a formality that felt genuine. Izuku introduced himself and said meeting them was an honor. The narrator's mother's expression softened almost imperceptibly and she said she had heard of him, adding that he jumped into fires. Izuku replied that he did so only when necessary and not alone. The father noticed the joined hands and regarded the arrangement as if measuring a fault line, and he said that the work ahead was delicate. Izuku stated plainly that he would follow the narrator's lead. Something eased in the narrator's chest that they had not realized they were holding. The mother noticed and lifted an eyebrow in a way that suggested a later, quieter conversation between sisters. The mother invited them to rest, noting they must be tired. They moved through the glass corridor while the art watched with the same old arrogance. The staff, perfectly smooth and efficient, moved around them. Nito absorbed everything like someone handed a live theater ticket. The sister drifted closer, a shadow with perfume, and murmured that the narrator had brought a hero home. The narrator corrected her by saying they had brought theirs. The sister approved and instructed them to make people afraid for the right reasons. In the reception room, tea arrived in cups thin enough to seem magical. Conversation performed itself, pleasantries with pulse, local politics discussed with thinly veiled tension. The father asked sensible questions about the mission, the mother offered resources wrapped as favors. Izuku spoke little, and when he did his plain conviction made ornate words seem cheap. They were polite and they were wary. The parents accepted Izuku with the same careful respect one gives to a valuable but volatile substance that could teach hard lessons if mishandled. It could have gone worse, in the narrator's memory, it often had. When formalities paused for breath, the narrator caught Izuku's eye across the low table. He looked back as if the distance between them was the only thing that existed. The old version of the narrator might have tossed a quip across the room. The current version lifted a chin and held the space. The sister whispered that they would talk later about how the narrator had survived meeting Izuku's mother and how he had survived meeting theirs. The narrator murmured a playful warning not to devour Nito. The sister replied that she only tasted, and she drifted toward him with poised interest. They broke for an hour to wash the travel off. A handler from the foundation would arrive at dusk. The first meeting would be theater with a budget and the second would be business. I found Izuku in the small winter garden off the West Hall, where the light behaved and the roses did not apologize. He stood with his hands in his pockets, shoulders relaxed but ready. He turned before I spoke because he was learning my footsteps. Izuku asked if I was okay. I said I was not, but he was here. Izuku said always, as if that word belonged to him. He stepped closer, the cold making his breath visible, and added that we could still run, a joke without humor. I said we would not, we had come to change things. He agreed, then, lighter, mentioned scheduling a study marathon when we returned and refused to let Shoto beat his midterm score while he was distracted by romance. I blinked and asked if he had just said that. He confirmed and suggested filing a complaint. I filed it under evidence, permanent. He brushed his knuckles against mine in a brief, reassuring contact. A door opened behind us. Footsteps. My father's voice announced that our guest had arrived. The part of me that used to run this world stepped forward and put her gloves on. The part of me that chose to leave checked her defensive tools. Izuku looked at me like we were about to jump, and maybe we were. I nodded once. He asked if I was ready. I admitted I was not. He said that he was. We went in together. The meeting room looked like money had learned to whisper. A white stone table, glass walls, a bowl of green olives no one would eat. The foundation liaison sat across from us in a suit that cost more than moral courage, a ring clicking against the tabletop with the steady rhythm of practiced falsehood. I let him talk. People who believe in their own invincibility mistake silence for surrender. He explained the charity's mission: children, always children, the grants, the audits, the partners. While he performed philanthropy, Nito leaned against the window counting chandeliers. Denki pretended to be his own intern, And Izuku took notes in the way he does listening for the part someone did not say. When he finished, I pushed a slim folder across the table and explained that the endowment's custodian used a feeder fund registered in a tiny island that treated sunshine like a negotiable concept. I said that the feeder was capitalized by shell companies that shared a compliance officer with their medical supplier, that the supplier's shipments entered the country declared as orthopedic textiles and left as goods that caused severe structural damage. I tapped the last page to indicate the forwarder they had forgotten to pay on time and noted that the forwarder had kept very good emails. The ring stopped clicking. I could feel Izuku's attention like heat, though he did not look at me. I said I was not there to embarrass him but to give one chance to stop, transfer the ledgers to the authorities, release the staff with severance, and dissolve the foundation before the week ended. If they did not, I warned, the press would receive this folder and the one 10 times thicker behind it, and then their donors would forget they had ever met them. A long, expensive silence unfurled. The liaison attempted a smile that did not survive the effort. He began to protest that we misunderstood them, and I cut him off, sliding my mother's calling card across the table like a small, polished guillotine and stating that our family would not be used as cover again. He said they would review the matter with counsel. I corrected him that they would act today. We left him with his bowl and his fear. In the corridor, Denki exhaled like a balloon no one wanted at a funeral. Nito patted my shoulder with mock solemnity and praised the merciful paperwork. Izuku said nothing until we reached the winter garden. Then he reached for my hand and laced our fingers like he was plugging something in, telling me that I had been perfect. I said I had been efficient, but the word perfect folded itself into some hungry part of me and stayed. The week stretched and condensed in equal measure. Every day felt like that room, smiling predators, fragile facades, knives tucked under napkins. Every night we wrote reports and sent encrypted packets to people who still believed in evidence. Bit by bit, the hub cracked. The Foundation's donor board discovered ethics when faced with prison. The shipments stopped. The feeder fund began the legal equivalent of dying. Between the strategy and the theater, family happened. My parents requested Izuku for tea just him. I watched him cross the glass hall in a borrowed blazer that somehow made his shoulders look broader. He returned an hour later alive and a little stunned. I asked how it had gone. He said my father had asked his intentions and he had answered that they were lifelong, that my mother had tested his willingness to listen and he had listened. He admitted he thought they liked him. I noted that they respected him and liked that he did not flinch. He said he had been busy not lying. Denki, meanwhile, became my father's favorite co-conspirator. They discovered a mutual love of obsolete gadgets and spent 2 afternoons resurrecting a 1970s coffee machine with the gravity of a surgical team. My sister found Nito in the winter garden and they began a romance conducted like a dual scarlet dress, sharp smiles, and a private embrace that felt urgent and improper in the best way. We walked in on them by accident. I did my mother's perfect impression and forbade it, while my sister refused to stop. Nito waved a hand without disengaging, the picture of aristocratic sin. Izuku laughed under his breath and put a steadying palm against the small of my back, telling me to let them have it and reminding me that we had seen worse. I asked whether we truly had, but my mouth was already honest. I was happy for them. It was fast. It was ridiculous. It looked like relief. On the 4th day, between meetings with men who believed in yachts and plausible deniability, Izuku asked me to show him the city that had raised me tired and glittering. We slipped out without a convoy and walked streets my shoes remembered. He stopped to listen to a busker whose violin made tourists behave. I ordered pastries in a language that lived on the roof of my mouth, and he watched my face like the words were light. Children stared at us, at him, at our hands. An old woman selling flowers greeted me as a prodigy returned and then pinched his cheek for having kind eyes. He blushed catastrophically and adorably. He admitted that he did not understand anything anyone was saying and that he felt happily lost. I told him he did not need to understand. He was bilingual in posture and principle. He said that he was still thoughtful. He asked her to teach him the words for please, thank you, and she's with me. She warned him that he could use the last one only with a license. He said he had it, speaking with a smug confidence that felt earned. They sat on the cathedral steps with a paper bag of sugared pastries that tasted like childhood and teeth. He watched the square breathe. She watched him belong everywhere. That night, the house felt like a stage after the actors had gone home and the props remembered how heavy they were. She went to the west balcony because it had always been hers, the place where decisions looked like constellations and not weapons. He found her there because he always did. He noted that she had not eaten dinner, gently pointing it out. She admitted she had skipped it on purpose, her eyes on the city skyline. He leaned against the rail beside her and urged her to talk. She said that she had tried once to explain. She referred briefly to a painful event from her youth that had shaped her choices. She explained that after that, she had dedicated herself to study law, policy, economics because the trick, as she put it, was to change the rules so quietly the rulebook thought it had written them. She had left for a time because staying would have meant getting good at survival and forgetting to get good at change. She had come back to make sure this place would not use girls like stage directions again. She felt something break then, not elegant or cinematic, but a crack that let grief come through, fresh and disobedient. Tears arrived uninvited and utterly real. She whispered that she could not save her friend, and the sentence hurt her more than any opponent she had faced. He did not say the wrong thing. He reached out, placed his hands on her shoulders, and drew her into a comforting embrace. She let herself cry against him like someone finally allowed to break in private. He held her steady, like a principal rather than a rescue. When she could speak without drowning, he rested his head near hers and told her she was building a scaffold so that the next person climbed instead of fell. He insisted that doing that was not smaller than other forms of heroism but foundational. She laughed wet, broken, and knew at the way he made it sound noble. He replied that it was structural, which was nobility's grown-up cousin. She pulled back enough to see him. He looked at her with the steady gaze that made her believe in forecasts. He cupped her face and brushed the remaining tears away with his thumbs as if he had always been licensed to do so. He observed that she did not just want change, she wanted power, and she should. He told her she would be terrifying and good. She admitted she wanted the position where policy became rule, the seat that set standards for powers and heroes and restrained those who profited off them. She wanted authority over the men who believed no one could hold them accountable. He told her to take it at once and promised that if it burned, he would stand beside her. He spoke those words as if they were weather and meant them like law. The week folded in on itself. The liaison resigned. The foundation quietly folded its tent and tried to leave town. The authorities made a small, historic noise. Her parents clinked glasses with their peers and said nothing while things nudged toward decent. Her sister and Nito found a rhythm that alarmed their mother enough to ask, in a tone, whether she had plans to keep the winter garden from scandal. She told their mother to keep the locks oiled. On their last evening, her father handed Izuku a small box in the library as if awarding an insignia. Inside lay an old fountain pen, matte black, heavy, perfectly balanced. Her father said it was for promises. Izuku looked at it with a reverence reserved for ideas and thanked him. Her mother corrected him lightly, saying it was for policies. They left at dawn. The city saw them off with fog that made the river a rumor. In the car, Denki fell asleep halfway through a joke. Nito texted her sister to try not to conquer the country without her and received a knife emoji and a heart in reply. She watched the estate shrink in the rear window until it became a geometry of glass and regret. On the plane, Izuku tucked a blanket over her legs like she was something fragile and then pretended not to notice when her fingers found his under it. They talked about exams the way people talk about the weather before a storm. Calm, resigned, and slightly proud. She mentioned a seminar presentation on the policy of powers and a case study on regulatory capture. He replied that his econometrics problem set was intense and joked that if he cried on the table it would count as performance art. She decided they would study together with flashcards and tea bribes, adding that there would be no kissing until page 50. He protested that it was unfair and said he would litigate. She smiled and said he would lose. He leaned in until their foreheads touched and murmured that he liked her like that, vicious and planning. She called that her neutral, and he replied that he planned to live there. When Yue's skyline appeared familiar, earnest, there she felt something unclenched that she had not noticed was tight. They descended the jet stairs like two people who had been away and were not done yet. Mina sprinted across the tarmac in glitter and impossible shoes, demanding to hear everything. She said later and let Mina hug her until she felt physically rearranged. Over Mina's shoulder she caught All Might's approving thumbs up and Aizawa's put-upon sigh that meant everyone was fine. They dragged their bags back to the dorms. He stopped her outside her door the way he always did. A pause, a look, a small adjustment of gravity. He told her she had been something out there, softer than the corridor. She answered that she had been herself. He agreed and then placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before asking for a library date that night and an exam war council. She bargained for 2 hours of study followed by dinner. He accepted the deal. He told her that when she took that chair he would bring her tea during revolutions. She scoffed so he would not see her glow and told him to bring good pens. He patted his pocket where a fountain pen lived now and said he was already armed. He left her with her door and her heartbeat. She went inside and stood very still until the room remembered she lived there. The week had been knives and glass and decisions. It had also been hands held under blankets, sugared pastries on cathedral steps, and a boy who looked at her like the future was something they could write down and then enforce. She sat at her desk and opened a blank document titled Seminar, Policy of Powers Case Study Proposal. She stared at the cursor until it understood she was not there to play. When she started typing, it felt like drawing blueprints for scaffolding someone would climb someday, because they had built it strong enough to hold. They had exams to survive, a world to edit, flashcards and tea, and an agreement about page 50 she fully intended to revise. For now, she let the plan fill the page and trusted that when it burned, she would have someone standing beside her with a pen and a grin, ready to write the law again. Ochako laughed at something Gabriel whispered. The laugh was the kind used in polite company, tidy around the edges, apologetic in the middle. Gabriel smiled back with the museum-quality charm he polished for strangers, one hand guiding her elbow as if keeping her from bumping into air. Katsuki's jaw clicked. He did not blow or bark. He rose from the common's couch, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked out like a storm choosing not to announce itself. The door side closed behind him. YN watched him go for 2 beats and then rose and followed. He hit the stairwell because walls there do not ask questions, concrete, steel, air that smelled like rain if you were angry enough. He did not look. She stopped 2 steps below him and leaned into the rail like this was a balcony at an expensive opera and not the place where he stored unspent detonations. She asked if he was all right. He snorted and said he was phenomenal. She offered to tell the vending machine to fight him again since it still owed her a favor. The corner of his mouth threatened treason before he suppressed it and said he did not need a fight. She asked what he needed. He stared at the industrial bulb humming above them and, reluctant, admitted that he had thought she would notice him instead of the other man. He said she smiled and moved like a brochure, that the other man steered her as if she were lost, and that she was not lost. She asked if he had told her any of that. He laughed once, quiet and mean at himself, and said there had been no moment to say it, only the other man's little speeches about how she should pace her career. She waited, which is how you get truth out of bombs. He let his head tip back against the cinder block and sank into memory. He remembered white tape looped around his palm and Ochako's hands small and competent tugging, tearing, smoothing as she told him not to scowl at her for helping and that he went too hard. He remembered a late night in the training hall when everyone else had gone. She had tried new footwork and he had corrected it without yelling for once. She had grinned, sudden and soft, and thanked him using his nickname. He remembered a rainy day when she stood under an awning, hair damp and laughing at nothing, and he had looked away because if he had not, he would have stared. He had thought he had time. She asked why he had not said anything then. He admitted that he had thought she wanted softness and did not see himself as that, and that he had not wanted to burden her. He had waited. She observed that the other man had not waited. He countered that the other man was not soft either, only not him. When she asked what he wanted now, he said he wanted her to look at him again and then, finally and awkwardly, confessed that he loved her. He added a humorless laugh to scare the echo away and asked if she was happy now. She did not flinch and said she was ecstatic. He looked down at her and saw calm like a loaded plan. She asked if he wanted to be told he had waited too long. He shook his head and said she would ask him if he wanted to do something about it instead. His shoulders tipped forward the smallest amount, the only tell he ever gave, and he asked what that something was. She said they would not touch the other man, but they would reach for Ochako, remind her who she was and who he was. He would not take her from anyone, he would invite her back to herself. He stared and then huffed, objecting that she talked like a manifesto. She replied that she talked like someone who wins and asked if he wanted help. He nodded once, like signing a treaty, and she outlined the plan. First, he should not explode near Ochako. Second, he should tell her the truth without making it her job to fix him. Third, he should show up where the other man could not follow. When he asked where that would be, she said real life and a training cage. He accepted both with a snort that was almost a laugh, and she told him to be himself without the part that bit everything. They shared a scowl, affectionate, and went down the stairs together. Getting Ochako alone was not hard. YN trusted Ochako because she did not play games with women who deserved better. In the empty gym that smelled like effort and regret, YN asked whether Ochako wanted honesty or politeness. Ochako said she wanted honesty. YN flicked on the cage lights and told Ochako that the other man spoke as if protecting her from herself, and that Ochako hated that. You think you owe him gratitude because he's stable, the narrator told her, and you don't. You are allowed to want more than stable. Her mouth shook once, then set, and she asked what if she wanted different. The narrator answered that then different was the choice, and asked her to look. She did. The narrator explained that this was not about teams but about the way her face looked when she wasn't trying to be good. Ready to remember, the narrator asked. The door clanked and Katsuki stepped in without looking at the narrator. The narrator left the cage, closed it behind, and leaned on the rail like a referee at an ethical crime. Katsuki did not yell or strut. He simply stood in a stance that meant come on then and waited for her to choose. She did. Their exchange was not a fight to be scored but a conversation their bodies had been avoiding. He moved like a storm that had learned control. She moved like gravity teaching its rules. He corrected her foot without touching. She baited his guard and laughed, real and unarranged, when he took it. At the second bell, he dropped his hands and spoke words the narrator could not hear. She answered and looked like a girl who had just remembered she liked thunder. The narrator slipped out before the third bell. The phone buzzed before the elevator. Izuku messaged to ask if the narrator was okay. The narrator replied yes, saying they were fixing love lives. Izuku reminded the narrator that they had fixed his, which the narrator conceded. Later, on his bed, because they had discovered this was the best place for the narrator to be horizontal while admitting feelings, the narrator told Izuku everything. He listened without trying to solve it, which was why the narrator told him anything. Izuku murmured that it was strange to finally hear it. The narrator said Bakugo had spoken like a war crime and that she still loved him. It was in her mouth when she said his name. Izuku smiled into the narrator's hair and asked what the plan was. The narrator said the plan was to be honest with her and to make him show up where Gabriel could not. No spinning, no speeches, just Bakugo, the version of him that held steady when the ground moved. Izuku approved and reminded the narrator that they would be there to keep everyone from self-destructing. The narrator claimed benevolence. Izuku corrected them gently, calling them terrifying and good, and pressed a brief, tender gesture to the narrator's temple. He then told the narrator to have Katsuki repeat exactly what he'd said and to ask her what she wanted without fear of the answer. The narrator let that sit in the duvet like a live wire and pretended to look at the ceiling. Izuku tightened his arm around the narrator, which was his way of underlining. The next afternoon, Ochako found the narrator in the corridor, cheeks pink from something that was not embarrassment, and thanked the narrator quietly but not small. When asked what for, Ochako said thank you for not treating her like a prize to be won or lost. The narrator said she was not a prize but a person who chooses. Ochako nodded once and said she had chosen. The narrator did not ask which way the choice had gone. It was unnecessary. When Ochako walked away, Katsuki appeared from a classroom pretending he had business with air. He did not look at the narrator. As he passed, he bumped his shoulder into the narrator's gentle and grateful, the way wolves say pack without losing face. That night, Izuku dragged the narrator to the library under the pretense of studying and shared a private, quiet moment behind the stacks under the pretense of breathing. They tried flashcards and failed, tried again, traded tea for math, and chose each other in the margins of work. Sometime after midnight, a message pinged the group chat. Ochako asked if everyone was training tomorrow and said she needed a spar at Katsuki confirmed he would be there. Mina reacted loudly. Tenya asked for public displays of affection to be kept to a minimum during school hours. Kaminari asked what minimum was, and Shoto answered too. The narrator closed the phone and tucked under Izuku's arm as if the place had been built to code, and asked whether he ever got tired of all of them being disastrous. He considered and said no, he liked disasters he could hold. The building hummed. The night was kind. Somewhere, a boy who had thought love was a weakness had said it out loud and had not died. Somewhere else, a girl who had been polite too long remembered she liked lightning. They slept. Tomorrow they would study. The day after, they would fight. The week after, they would make policy, write exams, and fix small things because big things needed scaffolds. Somewhere between all of it, they would keep choosing the work, the people, and the weather they decided to live in. Some truths, once said, refused to go quiet again. Katsuki knocked like a battering ram at 2:14 a.m. The narrator blinked at the clock, considered faking death, and opened the door anyway. He stood there with a black duffel, a suspiciously white lab coat slung over his shoulder, and the deranged light of a man who had discovered purpose. The narrator said no by instinct. Katsuki insisted they go, shouldering past and ordering them to get dressed and join what he called a prank on bad hair. The narrator shut the door, pinched the bridge of the nose, and pointed at the coat, asking for an explanation. Katsuki said the narrator would be the doctor. 10 years older, cold, clinical, tragic. The narrator muttered about typecasting and dragged on leggings. Katsuki was already laying out gear like a quartermaster, portable speakers, white sheets, a fake 4-pole that was actually a microphone stand wrapped in tape, 2 battery-powered heart rate monitors, and a bottle of saline relabeled memories. When the narrator asked what he had done, Katsuki said procured and added that it was for science. The door burst open again without knocking and Mina slipped in wearing a silk robe, hair wrapped in a towel, eyeliner perfect as if it had slept on her face. She said she had felt chaos and asked what they were ruining. Katsuki declared Kirishima's sense of time the target and assigned Mina the role of the wife, telling her to commit. Mina clasped her hands like a villain in a musical and promised to act. When asked who would be the child, Katsuki said he had secured one. A tiny knock followed. The door opened and a 9-year-old padded in wearing a red hoodie and the most earnest expression to ever exist. He was Koda's cousin from campus housing, with hero parents on night shift, freckles, a nervous wave, and hair sprayed into a hopeful Kirishima spike. He asked if he was supposed to say dad, which made Mina clutch her heart and pretend to cry. Katsuki crouched to the child's level with surprising gentleness and explained that the kid would have 1 line and then receive 3 cookies and a signed poster. The child asked whether he could say it sadly. Katsuki's grin went feral and he told the child to say it like his whole world had just been fixed. They moved like burglars in socks down the dorm hall. Denki and Nito were already in Kirishima's room, whisper fighting over light placement. Shoto stood in the corner holding a roll of gauze like a bored stagehand. They had stripped the walls and draped everything in white. Mina had done the makeup with a dusting of gray at the temples and a little age at the eyes. Katsuki stuck a silver streak in his hair and immediately looked like a war veteran of feelings. The room transformed. A bed became a hospital bed, a desk became a medical cart, the lights dimmed, and the speakers filled the air with soft beeping and the hum of sterile HVAC. The narrator checked the mic stand 4, tightened the sheet corners, and took position by the chart. Mina practiced a soft, devastated inhale while Denki clamped both hands over his mouth to keep from laughing. Katsuki knelt by the bedside and flicked Kirishima's forearm, urging him to wake up. Kirishima groaned, blinked at the white ceiling, the dangling 4, and the hum of the machinery, and asked what was going on. The narrator leaned in with a low, professional tone and told him not to panic. Kirishima recognized the narrator and wondered if he was at UA Medical. The narrator confirmed his name and, with the weight of a long relationship behind the words, told him he was safe at UA Medical. Kirishima tried to remember, The narrator explained that he had been in a coma for 10 years. Silence followed as he absorbed the news, eyes flicking to the window, the sheets, and his own hands. The narrator offered a brief apology for the shock. Katsuki rose slowly at the foot of the bed, shoulders heavy and grief settling into his face, and asked if Kirishima was with them. Kirishima blinked and noted that Katsuki looked older. Katsuki agreed and implied it had been a long time. Mina stepped forward with composed tragedy and covered her mouth, calling him by a nickname. Kirishima bolted upright so fast the heart monitor beeped in sympathy and asked what had happened. Mina moved toward him with a convincing shiver and said that he had not woken up, but they had waited and tried everything and had talked to him every day. She credited Katsuki with helping and hinted that he had done a lot. Kirishima directed a stunned question at Katsuki, who looked at the floor like a man who did not want to ruin the moment by dwelling on past mistakes. Katsuki admitted that somebody had to make sure Kirishima did not miss leg day and said he had taken care of the narrator's responsibilities. Kirishima asked in a small voice about the narrator's girls. Katsuki wiped his face and nodded toward the door. A small head peeked in. Their 9-year-old took a trembling step forward, clutched the doorframe, and asked if Kirishima had come back. Kirishima froze. Mina brought a hand to her mouth and made a convincing soft sob. Kirishima immediately began crying, unable to hide the shock and joy of the moment, and exclaimed that he had a child. The child crossed the room with brave little steps and stood at the bed, offering drawings he had made every year as proof of having existed and mentioning that an uncle had taught him to bench. Katsuki looked away hard enough to make the wall seem to flinch. Kirishima reached out, then snatched his hand back as if afraid of breaking something he had only just learned about. He repeated that 10 years had passed and called out to Mina. She cupped his face and told him that they were there and that they had not moved on. Kirishima broke down. He gasped that he had missed everything: the birthdays, graduations, the first day of school, and could not hold the grief together. At that precise tipping point, the narrator and Katsuki exchanged a sign. Katsuki removed the gray streak from his hair, then barked an insult and revealed that the whole setup had been a prank. He explained that the tape was being pulled from the fore and that Kirishima had only been asleep for 40 minutes. Silence fell, followed by stunned confusion. Mina wiped off her age makeup in one swift motion and dissolved into helpless laughter. Denki collapsed against the wall with relief. Nito quietly praised the art in a corner. Shoto cut the heartbeat sound from the speakers. The child looked up at Kirishima and, now just a kid in a hoodie again, asked if he still got cookies. Katsuki reached into his duffel and promised 3 cookies as a reward. Kirishima stared at everyone, then at the window, then at his own hands. He tried to stand, failed, and made a strangled noise before launching into laughter mixed with tears, a man being brought back by sheer absurdity. He repeated that he had a kid and admitted a new, tentative sense of paternal feeling. Mina wiped her eyes and remarked that he had looked paternal and incredibly manly, for the record. He hugged Mina while laughing and then embraced the child awkwardly, still adjusting to the truth. The child patted his back like a tiny therapist and complimented his strength, adding that an uncle had said he cried like a champion. Katsuki turned away and coughed into his fist, then told everyone to get out, which in his own way was a rough form of thanks. They tore down the set in 6 minutes, flat sheets off, speakers out, the fake machines gone. Kirishima remained on the bed, occasionally laughing, cursing, and reminding himself that there was no sun while simultaneously mourning the ghost of one. In the hallway, Izuku appeared in pajama pants looking incredulous at the tableau, the lab coat on the narrator, the gray streak in Katsuki's hand, Mina's half-smeared age makeup, and the 9-year-old triumphantly eating a cookie. Izuku demanded to know what they had done. The narrator said they had advanced medicine. Katsuki quipped that they had taught bad hair about time. Mina claimed they had perfected cinema. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose in an expression of weary amusement and addressed Katsuki, asking him to stop stealing Mina at night. Katsuki put a rude but affectionate arm around the narrator and declared that Mina was his friend for life and that he would borrow her whenever the muse struck. Izuku sighed, stepped forward, and pressed a quick, friendly kiss to the narrator's cheek as a private pact, asking only that the narrator bring Mina back in one piece. The narrator responded smugly that there were no promises. The child paused, looked up at Izuku, and whispered that Izuku could be his dad next time. Izuku nearly choked on the suggestion. Katsuki howled with laughter. Mina leaned against the wall wheezing. The narrator high-fived the child and sent him off toward the promised poster signing. Back in the narrator's room, the lab coat came off and he collapsed into a chair as the laughter finally ran out of him like light. Izuku followed, shut the door with his foot, and slid his arms around my waist from behind, chin hooking over my shoulder. Izuku murmured that I terrified him, warm against my ear. I replied that it was an occupational hazard as I leaned back into him. He asked me to promise no more medical-grade pranks. I told him no, but that I would put it on the agenda. He laughed, kissed my temple, and rested there for a long minute as we listened to the building settle and the distant groans of a newly born prank legend. My phone buzzed with messages. Kirishima saying he was never sleeping again, Mina sending a playful message about being husband for a decade, Katsuki calling it worth it, Shoto noting the heart monitor had sounded fake, and Denki admitting he had cried real tears. I typed that team bonding was accomplished. Izuku tightened his arms once, bracketing the moment. He said thoughtfully that for study breaks this was effective. I warned that there would be flashcards tomorrow. He agreed but said he was hiding my lab coat that night. I told him good luck and that I had 3. He groaned into my shoulder like a man who had chosen this life. Down the hall, Kirishima shouted in outrage about a 9-year-old calling him dad, and laughter rolled like friendly thunder. Found family, I thought, was when you traumatize someone responsibly and bring cookies. We were doing amazing. 3 nights later, the nervous energy was back, buzzing beneath the surface. Izuku's dorm room looked tidier, almost purposeful. His hero analysis notebooks were stacked neatly on the desk and pens lined up with precision. The All Might posters on the wall seemed to watch with benign approval. 2 empty pizza boxes by the trash can proved dinner had been eaten without tasting a single bite. I sat cross-legged on his bed, wearing soft cotton pajama shorts and an oversized shirt that had definitely started life as his. My hair was down, framing my face, and I had been staring at the same paragraph in my textbook for 10 minutes. I told him, casually, that if he alphabetized those notes one more time they might spontaneously combust. He jumped and nearly launched a pen across the room, then scrambled to catch it, ears pink. Izuku apologized, saying he was just making space in case we needed the desk for studying later. I echoed studying and closed my book with a soft thud, noting that we had brought our books for other reasons and indicating that my backpack held exactly 1 notebook and a romance novel. He looked at me then, really looked, with a flicker of nervous hope and determination. He admitted quietly that maybe it wasn't just for studying. He pushed his chair back a little and asked me to come closer. The request hung soft and electric in the air. I moved before I had time to overthink it, sliding off the bed and crossing the small space between us. He stood as I reached him, hands hovering uncertainly. I told him he was fidgeting and asked since when he got nervous. He said he had been nervous since I had started looking at him in a way that seemed to ask him to be brave. The admission sent a warm surge through me. He swiveled the chair to face me and reached out, his hands finding my hips as he pulled me gently forward until I stood between his knees. The desk lamp cast a warm pool of light around us. He told me I looked pretty and that he had always felt that way, especially right then. The earnest praise made my blush deepen and I looped my arms loosely around his neck. He called himself a truth-teller and leaned in slowly, giving me time. He kissed me briefly, gentle and sure, and the moment was tender and charged with a new, patient anticipation. He paused and smiled and we both took a steadying breath. We chose then to shift our focus. A short while later we sat side by side with textbooks between us, returning to the reason we'd been there in the first place. Izuku leaned in and kissed her softly through the thin cotton of her t-shirt, his touch gentle and reverent. Wine gasped and pressed closer, the small space filling with the sound of their breath and the quick rhythm of their hearts. Izuku pulled back just far enough to grasp the hem of her shirt, his eyes searching hers with a silent question. She nodded, breathless, and he slid the shirt off in one smooth motion, leaving her bathed in the lamplight. He stared at her with quiet awe, telling her that she was perfect and letting the words hang between them. His hands rested at her waist, thumbs tracing slow, comforting circles as he kissed the slope of her shoulder. When Izuku guided her down from the desk and helped her to his narrow bed, his movements were deliberate and steady. He sat her on the edge and, after a brief pause, pulled his own shirt off to reveal the result of his training. He knelt before her, positioned as he had been the other night, but this time the atmosphere felt charged with a different kind of intensity, tender, inevitable. He asked if she was still okay, resting his hands on her knees in a reassuring hold. Wyan managed that she was more than okay, voice trembling with anticipation and a little fear. Izuku shifted to sit close, keeping constant eye contact and offering silent comfort. He complimented her again, murmuring how beautiful she was, and pressed a soft, chaste kiss to the inside of her hand before pausing. They chose to keep the rest of their closeness private, sitting together and letting the moment settle around them. Izuku kept his touch respectful and gentle, mindful of her comfort, and Wyan responded with a mixture of warmth and vulnerability. He praised her quietly, his voice rough with emotion, and his hands stayed where she could see them, steadfast, grounding. As the intimacy swelled, both of them felt it in the small details. The tremor in his fingers, the way her breath caught, the shared smiles and the tremble of tears that pricked at the corners of her eyes. Izuku asked her to look at him, and his gaze held steady and anchoring. She met his eyes, and in that lock of attention she found a calm in the storm of feeling. They sat together for a long moment after, keeping one another close, breathing together until the tension eased into a quiet, shared tenderness. The tension finally broke. She sagged back, breathless and shaking, as a deep, rolling wave of release moved through her. Her thighs clamped and her body trembled until the tremors began to subside. He eased his hold and let the quiet settle between them. What followed was private and wordless. They stayed close, bodies pressed together, sharing the hush that came after something intense. He checked on her with a soft, tired question, his voice thick with sleep and satisfaction, and watched her for a sign that she was all right. She nodded, managing a small, breathy reply that she felt okay, that it all felt big but good. They lay there tangled and trembling, utterly spent, their breathing slowly evening out. The room was quiet except for their slowing heartbeats. He shifted slightly to pull her tighter against him, and for a moment the rest of the world fell away. His hand found hers on the mattress and their fingers twined together. He pressed a clumsy, exhausted kiss to her temple while murmuring to make sure she was okay. She turned her head and nuzzled against his jaw, murmuring that she felt better than okay. A small, content sigh escaped her as the lamplight cast soft shadows over their intertwined limbs. The textbooks on the desk lay forgotten, the posters on the walls silent witnesses to the small sanctuary they had found in each other. She closed her eyes, letting deep exhaustion and a profound sense of peace pull her toward sleep, safe in the circle of his arms. She woke before she opened her eyes. Warmth surrounded her, living warmth that held steady against her side, an arm draped across her waist and a hand resting near her pulse. His chest rose steadily against her back, slow and calm, like he had finally given himself permission to sleep. For a single selfish moment she lay still and let herself exist there. Then memory arrived, a vague, indistinct recollection of being close to him the night before. She opened her eyes. The dorm ceiling was the same familiar off-white, but the room felt different. Everything was too still, too sacred. Her hoodie sat on the chair. Her textbook lay abandoned at the foot of the bed, spine cracked open like a witness. The blankets were twisted proof of what had happened. She told herself not to look at him. She would not survive it. She turned, inch by inch. He was still half asleep, lashes fanned against his cheeks, curls mussed beyond redemption. There was a softness to him she had never seen, peace, unguarded, as if she had been the last thought he allowed himself before surrendering to rest. That was the part that undid her. Carefully, painfully, she slipped out from under his arm. He made a soft sound and she froze. When he settled, she exhaled and stood, her legs nearly buckled, not from weakness but from awareness. She pulled on her hoodie and tied her hair with trembling fingers. Every quiet rustle sounded like thunder. She was 2 seconds from the door when Izuku asked if she was leaving already. She told him she had class and that she needed to go. He asked if she was running, his tone amused and gentle. She told the door that she wasn't running. She heard him sit up. There was a warm, patient silence that made her lungs burn. He asked her to look at him. She shut her eyes and called herself a coward. She managed that she had class. He told her that she did not have to talk and that he only wanted her to know it had not been a dream. She opened the door without meeting his eyes, returned his quiet good morning and left. The corridor was offensively bright. She made it to the common room without running into anyone she loved, which felt like a miracle. She poured tea and stared into it like it owed her answers. Mina slid in across from her and greeted her cheerfully, commenting that she looked radiant. She blamed exam season. Kirishima dropped into a chair, yawning, and joked that her radiant look made it seem like she had fought a dragon and then taken its job. She blamed a leadership seminar. Katsuki arrived last, smirked at her, and teased that it had taken her long enough to enjoy breakfast. She told him to eat drywall sweetly. Izuku entered with the quiet certainty of morning, sleeves pushed up and wearing the same shirt, his smile steady as a man who had slept well for the first time in months. He took a seat beside her and greeted her with a quiet good morning. She stared at her steaming cup of tea, feeling flush. Mina watched them with narrowed, detective-like eyes. Kaminari sniffed the air. Tenya adjusted his glasses as if they could block impropriety. Shoto considered the breadbasket as if it were the only moral choice left. Aizawa called from the doorway that if Izuku was going to glow, he should do it after homeroom. Izuku cheerfully agreed. He angled his body toward her, sitting close enough that his presence rearranged the air between them. Under the table, he tapped her pinky twice and then offered a piece of toast, urging her to eat because she needed fuel. She mumbled that she needed a trapdoor and bit the toast to stop herself from saying anything unwise. They tried to study in the library, but he made it a hostile work environment simply by existing. Izuku told her to focus and leaned over her shoulder to check which page she was on. She whispered that she had been on that page since the Renaissance. He offered to help her study. Her pen leapt from her hand and clattered across the table and into the space between stacks. She hissed his name and he reminded her of his. By afternoon the campus rumor mill had turned whisper into poetry. Mina sent a text bursting with celebration. Nito replied with a swan gif and the caption about consenting adults. Izuku remained unreasonably kind, carrying her bag without theatrics, refilling her tea, saying her name in that steady way that made her spine misbehave. Avoiding his eyes became a sport. He made it impossible by existing at eye level. At dusk, on their way out of the training hall, he caught her wrist and gently guided her into the shadow of the bleachers. The sky had gone soft and the air smelled like chalk and grass. He told her to breathe, she lied that she was. He said something reassuring, and they shared a brief, private moment before parting. He repeated that last night had not been a dream. She had not been entirely convinced and asked for confirmation. He answered firmly, then steadied her with a quiet gesture and asked her to look at him. She looked. It felt both dangerous and right. Time became a parade of exams. In Policy of Power's seminar she presented on regulatory capture, resisted the urge to rewrite the Constitution mid-sentence, and earned the professor's nod that meant respectful alarm. In econometrics the numbers threatened her civil rights. Izuku offered tea and small comforts, and she repaid him with flashcards and threats. For field assessment All Might smiled at them like a proud weather system. She did not make a show under the fluorescence, mostly by choice. On the third night of exam week Izuku and she camped on the dorm roof with a blanket and a thermos. The city was a smear of light and the air nipped at their ears. He lay on his back with his hand in hers, their shoulders touching in a familiar geometry they had learned to keep. He asked what she wanted to do first after exams. She said sleep for a century and then mess up a few corrupt men's lives. He laughed and clarified that he had meant dinner. She answered that she wanted something with noodles and no witnesses. He agreed. Then he noted that graduation was close, and she felt the word like a horizon line. He asked if she still planned to take the exam for the council posting. She affirmed it, because the alternative would be smaller than the promise she had made to someone who never got the chance again. He promised to bring tea to the revolutions and squeezed her fingers once to make sure she would remember. She told him she remembered. They dozed there for a while, suspended in a metaphor she did not name. Exams ended the way storms do, suddenly, leaving air that smelled different. Mina and Kirishima organized a celebration that pushed the limits of legality. Tenya scheduled a calibrated cheer interval. Denki attempted to DJ from a phone in a mug. Nito choreographed a toast with 3 costume changes and a Latin motto. Shoto brought a cake and a careful, earnest expression. Katsuki clinked his glass against hers without looking and muttered that she should not ruin being happy. She told him she was exceptionally competent. He grunted in the way he reserved for pride. Later, away from lights and confetti, Izuku found her on the balcony and slipped his arms around her waist from behind, chin resting on her shoulder. He observed that they had done it. She corrected him that they had survived. He said that was the same thing. When she turned in his hold to face him, she asked if he was ready to watch her intimidate some officials. He smiled, calm and certain, and said he had never been more ready for anything. Music swelled and friends shouted terrible karaoke. The future waited behind a door they had to choose to open. She rested her forehead against his and told him she would do it on purpose. He echoed that he would too. Tomorrow she would sit the exam that could let her change the system from within. Tonight they let their lives be soft. The world could wait one more song. 6 months after graduation, Tokyo moved the way it always had, faster than reason and exactly on time. What changed was the way doors opened when she knocked. The global power policy seat promised marble corridors and long tables. In reality, it was a team of insomniacs, a network of vetted portal users in 6 time zones, and 1,000 small decisions that determined whether power kept people safe or quiet. She learned new mornings, encrypted briefs at 5:30, tea gone cold by 9 o'clock, 3 countries before lunch. Between those obligations there were the quiet moments. Izuku's agency logo still looked impossibly clean on the door the day he received it. He came home with scuffed gloves and shoulders that carried stories he did not use for bragging. The city knew his name. The quiet in their kitchen knew the rest. A photo of them lived in the inside pocket of his uniform, a small green and gold sliver he touched once before heading out. They lived in adjacent high-rises by choice, which meant 2 sets of spoons and 1 shared life. He left sticky notes on her fridge reminding her to hydrate, be bold, and that he was proud. She sent policy memos at unholy hours with commands and playful penalties. They were domestic in a way that felt alarming and right. Her birthday arrived by appointment and rumor. The morning calendar held an 8 o'clock entry labeled as absolutely not a surprise brunch. She wore a suit for morning meetings and lipstick for the life that came after. Mina decorated the private room with streamers and moved a bouquet into her arms that came with confetti cannons. Kirishima tried to help and ended up tangled in a glittering banner that announced Queen of Policy. He looked proud anyway. Katsuki faked discomfort and then repaired a lopsided cake stand with more care than he would admit. Ochako arrived on Katsuki's arm, no longer apologizing for deserving joy, and hugged her with both arms to say thank you for a conversation from months before about choosing the version of oneself to wake up with. Aoyama floated in wearing an outfit that refracted light, placed a slim box in her hands, and presented a silk scarf patterned with tiny scales and roses as a private wink at the girl who had learned to wear armor softly. Denki arrived late because fame and fashion interfered with punctuality, came in with a camera around his neck, tripped in a dramatic split, and recovered with the kind of theatrical timing he did on purpose. He wished me a happy birthday, calling me his favorite threat to corruption, and handed me a cupcake shaped like the scales of justice. Nito and my sister were 10 minutes late by design. They entered like a weather event, scarlet dress and silver grin, 2 kinds of trouble that had learned to dance. My sister kissed my forehead and murmured that I managed to look better than most men survive. Nito bowed and presented a card that read Tribunal of Love. We find you guilty of slay. Izuku was already there when I arrived. He had a way of being on time that felt like respect rather than compulsion. He kissed my temple without fanfare and looked lighter, as if some invisible weight had finally agreed to be shared. We ate and were loud. Tenya made a toast that had bullet points and still made me tear up, to integrity, to effort, to public service that remembers the public exists. Shoto presented a box containing a ceramic tea set he had made himself, cool blues that warmed under hot water. He explained that it changed with heat, like most people worth knowing. It was the closest he had ever come to poetry. We treated it as such. After lunch the day turned back into policy and patrols. I did a 2-hour briefing with Brussels via portal, signed off on a pilot program for local oversight boards, and told a minister 3 different ways that voluntary ethics was not a thing. Throughout the morning my phone hummed with feral congratulations and a single message from Izuku asking if I could be on the rooftop at 19:30 and to dress warm. I replied by asking whether this was a kidnapping. He sent back a photo of a thermos and the night sky. Work ended. The city exhaled. I went home, hung the suit, and chose a midnight dress with a coat that did not apologize for existing. My reflection looked like a girl who remembered to love her future. At 1925 I took the elevator to the roof we had claimed during exam week, the one with the stubborn view and the soft wind. The door clicked open. Fairy lights strung low across the railing turned the concrete into a constellation. A small table held 2 plates, a thermos, and a single candle that refused to flicker out. Beyond, Tokyo glittered like a very rich idea. Izuku stood by the edge with his hands in his pockets, suit jacket open and tie loose. He turned when he heard me, and the look that crossed his face stole the rest of the city's voltage. I told him that he cleaned up, because words are often cheaper than awe. He replied that I always did, which was not fair. He poured tea into the 2 cups the set Shoto had made, the glaze shimmering warmer by the second, and handed me one. I warmed my fingers and let the steam kiss my nose. I asked lightly what the agenda was and whether we were planning to overthrow a small country after dessert. He said there were no coups tonight, amused, only cake and a question. I made a small noise asking him to continue. He said they would get to it, gestured toward the table, and insisted on dinner first. He had cooked. Simple things done with attention. Ginger and garlic, noodles that tasted like comfort, vegetables that still had a say in the matter. We ate on the low wall with our knees knocking, talking about operational nonsense because neither of us wanted to blink and miss the way the moment felt ordinary and enormous. He told me about a child he had pulled from a stuck elevator that morning, tiny hands clinging so tightly that saving them felt like rescuing the entire building. I told him about the octogenarian councilwoman who had muttered about time when I announced a review of grant audits. We were very ourselves. It helped. When the plates were empty and the candle had lost half its height, he set his cup down and turned fully toward me. The fairy lights caught in his eyes. I set mine down too, because it felt right to have my hands empty. He reminded me that I had once asked him what he wanted after everything. I said quietly that I remembered. He said he had answered that he wanted to keep saving people because that was his answer to most questions. He added that he still did, but it was no longer the whole of it. A breeze flirted with the edge of my coat and I did not move. He said he wanted to be the person who brought me tea during revolutions, the phone call I would make before terrifying a committee, the one to argue about where the mugs belonged and then move them to my side because I was right. He said he wanted to be the hands that held my shoulders when the news cycle was cruel, to be a witness, a shelter, and the reminder to eat. I told him that he already was those things. He said he would like to make it official, then reached into his pocket for a small, dark box and opened it as if it contained a star. Inside was a ring, simple as truth, a slim platinum band with a narrow emerald in the center, green like the first leaf that dares a new season. He explained that Aoyama had designed it and had kept trying to add lasers, and he had refused. He stepped in so we were toe to toe, eye to eye, equals and entirely each other's, and asked me to marry him not to make me smaller or to fix anything, but because every version of his life he liked had me in it, and he wanted all his forevers to be deliberate. For a second the world went soundless, fairy lights, the city's hum, and the drum of my pulse against my ribs like the best yes in the world knocking to be let out. I did not think about policy or optics or headline writers who would try to turn 2 people into content. I thought about the tea that changed color with heat, about a balcony where grief finally had permission, And about a boy who painted me because he believed legends should be seen and then handed me a ring that said choice instead of possession. Said yes. Relief broke across his face like morning, and he slipped the ring onto my finger with hands that had lifted buses. It fit like a decision I had already made and was always making. I kissed him in a way that felt like signing a form and setting a fire and building a house at the same time. He tasted like ginger and the longest future. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers and breathed as if he had finally allowed himself to relax. They stood there in their small empire of lights while Tokyo pretended not to eavesdrop. No speeches, no fireworks, just the kind of quiet that feels like architecture. Eventually he remembered the cake. It was a disaster, a leaning tower of frosting that tasted like joy. He fed her a bite and got icing on his thumb. She wiped it away with her finger. He blushed and she gloated. Balance restored. They told no one for an hour because the world could wait. Then, in order, her sister answered her call in full armor, shrieked, and demanded venue control. Nito cried and declared that at last there was an institution he respected. Katsuki stared at the photo of the ring on her hand, grunted that it was finally time, and texted a warning not to make it tacky. Ochako sent 40 heart emojis and asked them to bring tissues to training tomorrow. Mina FaceTimed and pretended to weep. Kirishima lifted her like a trophy and shouted across the balcony that she had said yes until 3 neighborhoods knew. Denki started a live stream announcing that he had taught them love and was promptly shut down by Aizawa within 60 seconds. Aoyama conceded that the ring was a study in restraint and then mailed 4 outfit sketches with stern notes forbidding lasers. Recovery Girl called her kiddo, said she had always known she would choose a good heart over a good headline, and told Izuku she expected grandchildren eventually. Izuku turned a color she had never seen on a human. She considered framing it. By the time they ran out of people to shock, the candle had surrendered and the thermos had gone lukewarm. They danced anyway, slow, without music, steps messy and honest. He hummed something that might have been a battle theme slowed into a lullaby. She let her cheek rest against his shoulder and counted the beats in 4s. He murmured into her hair that he was wishing her a happy birthday. She answered that it was, and felt the ring with her thumb, the engraving like a secret you keep even when you want to shout it. They stayed on the roof until the city remembered to be dark. When the wind finally dared to be cold, they went home 2 doors, 1 key between them. He walked her to her door and did not let go of her hand until the last possible second. He asked if they could do the same time tomorrow. She promised for the next 40,000 tomorrows. He grinned, kissed her knuckles as he always did, and stepped back, saying that it was on purpose. She returned that it was on purpose. Inside, she set the ring box beside Shoto's tea set and Aoyama's silk, a small museum of what they had chosen. Her phone buzzed with chaos and congratulations. She put it face down and stood at the window for a while, watching the line where the sky met the city and thinking about scaffolds and chairs and kids in elevators who would grow up in a world they had built sturdier than the one they had been given. The future did not feel like a cliff anymore. It felt like a door they had the key to, and they had decided, together, to open it. 6 months into power and love, she discovered the one institution more complicated than international policy: weddings. She had said she wanted a hybrid ceremony in her home country, reception in Tokyo, 2 cultures, 2 families. Easy, she had thought. It was not easy. It was logistics with choreography and knives. By Monday she had 3 spreadsheets, for calendars, 6 time zones, and a private Slack channel called Operation on Purpose where Mina communicated entirely in exclamation points and Aoyama declared an aesthetic war on Tool. On paper the plan was simple: an old-world cathedral in her home city with the afternoon sun and strings and vows spoken in front of stone and history, a reception a week later on a glass rooftop in Tokyo with a night skyline, lanterns, and suspended cherry blossoms, dancing until the building forgave them, transit arranged through government-licensed portal users hopping guests between continents like polite thunder. In practice, her mother's guest list multiplied when left unattended. Her father and Denki optimized security and nearly hired a marching band by accident. The cathedral required modest dress guidelines that felt like a quiz. Japan's venue needed an engineer's sign-off for Mina's hanging floral installation, which Mina insisted was weightless even when it was not. On day 3, Izuku texted her to breathe. She replied that she could not because she was choosing a font. He sent a photo of tea and her favorite cookie with a note that he had left his office and invited her to steal one. She did. They shared a cookie in the doorway like a crime, foreheads pressed together for 30 seconds of quiet oxygen. He reminded her that she did not have to win weddings, she only had to show up and say yes to him. She said she intended to win but that she would accept his helpful reminder. The dress fitting felt like a diplomatic summit held in a mirror. Aoyama's atelier smelled faintly of steam, silk, and ego. He stood before a rack of white like a general arranging a campaign and insisted they avoid anything that suggested she was made of frosting. Mina sat on the floor with 3 binders and a highlighter, emotionally prepared to cry. Her sister lounged on the chaise like a cat at court and warned that if anyone put her in lace that looked like doilies they would stage a coup. Assistants moved with choreographed efficiency as fabric drifted and zippers whispered their secrets. The first dress was a column-sleek, bias-cut silk that poured like water and argued like a lawyer. She noted that she could filibuster in it and wondered if she was ready to marry. The second dress felt like a cathedral fever dream, long sleeves, a high neck, a train that could have invaded neighboring countries. Mina sobbed audibly. She felt like a haunted saint and asked to try the next. The third dress made the room go quiet. Silk crepe, clean as a decision, with a deep architectural V that suggested structure more than exposure. The waist was sculpted as if she had built it herself, the skirt a soft A-line that moved like someone who had paid attention in physics. Cap sleeves nodded to the cathedral without apologizing for shoulders. No sparkle, no embroidery, just geometry and light. Aoyama covered his mouth and declared that she was no cupcake but a verdict. Mina cried into a tissue. Her sister smiled, small and deadly, and approved. She turned. The dress turned into wind. She could run in it. She could stand very still and own a room in it. I could say yes and mean everything. Aoyama asked delicately whether I wanted a veil, his question feeling as careful as one might choose between daggers or poison. My mother, arriving in the doorway without sound like an omen, specified cathedral length and spare. She stepped forward, touched my cheek with the exact amount of affection she allowed in public, and then forbade rhinestones and pearls, insisting I already shone. We tried the veil. It was a river. When it settled over my shoulders and trailed down the platform behind me, even I fell silent. My sister described me as soldier and saint, and Aoyama clapped like a conductor bringing in the strings before turning to a second rack to declare that for Tokyo they would give me light. The reception dress was not white. Aoyama revealed a sleek slip of luminous gold that caught every particle of light and made it obedient thin straps, a low back, a hem that would float when I moved. I stepped into it and understood how constellations must feel. Mina fell over with delight and said I would blind them with joy. Aoyama sniffed, triumphant, and claimed he simply held a mirror to my truth. I looked at myself, a woman who had built her own weather, and allowed a small smile, admitting that I was terrifying. My mother and sister agreed in unison. Invitations became their own nation-state. My father drafted language like treaties, attempting formality with phrases such as the family's request the pleasure, and I rewrote it to something more deliberate. He sighed. We compromised. The paper was heavy enough to be a weapon. Aoyama sealed each envelope with a black wax emblem that combined an emerald and a tiny stylized scale. Denki tried to lick a sheet of stamps, misread the adhesive technology, and had to be rescued by Tenya with tongs. Mina asked if there would be bridesmaids, eyes gleaming like a dragon who had discovered sequins. I told her we were not 12, then immediately agreed and named her, Ochako, and my sister, instructing them to wear what made them feel expensive and useful. Mina texted Kirishima in triumphant shorthand about capes. The best man was decided by tradition and volume. Katsuki took the role like an assignment he intended to overachieve, declaring he would not give a speech. I responded that he would give a 2-sentence, scathing speech and that I would cry. He called it gross while looking secretly pleased. Security coordination spun up like a quiet storm. Portal users were vetted and briefed on jump staging rooms at the Cathedral and Tokyo venue, time-stamped slots and redundant routes. Shoto offered to personally freeze anyone who attempted nonsense. Nito submitted an itemized list of approved dramatic entrances and was removed from the run-of-show document by 3 separate administrators. Somewhere in the middle, I forgot how to sleep. There was too much visible happiness. It made me itchy, the press speculation, family expectations, the feeling that I was stepping onto a stage without armor, bride instead of architect. There was a peculiar terror in letting yourself be seen as someone's chosen person instead of everyone's chosen instrument. It hit me 2 nights before we departed. I was at my apartment table, red-penning a seating chart and deleting an entire row of ambassadors, when my chest tightened and the room grew small. My phone buzzed with a message from Izuku asking if I was home and whether he could come over. I hesitated, texted no and then yes. He let himself in, careful and quiet. He found me under a pile of vellum and kissed my hair first, approaching like someone who knew how to calm a spooked animal. He asked what I needed. I told the table that I needed a different species, a broken attempt at humor that cracked instead. He pulled out the chair beside me, sat, and waited without touching me until I leaned. I eventually rested my forehead against his shoulder, ink on my fingers, the edge of panic loosening. I admitted I was good at big things, systems, laws, knives and mirrors, but that this, weddings and florals and RSVP logic, felt like being a person in public and I did not know how to be a person without performing. Izuku listened and then told me I did not have to perform, urging me to let them love me for an afternoon. That sounded dangerous. He smiled into my hair and promised he would stand in the blast radius. He took my pen, drew a tiny star next to his own name on the seating chart, and solemnly wrote T beside it, promising to bring me a cup at the ceremony if I started plotting policy mid-vow. I allowed myself to laugh. He told me he loved me, unbothered by my hubris, and kissed my temple and each knuckle of my ink-stained hand, telling me I already was the person I feared. I unclenched. I could do this. 2 mornings later we flew by Portal family first, then a second wave of friends. The cathedral smelled of stone and history and incense that lingered in the ribs. Sunlight found the nave as if following a map. I walked the aisle in sneakers and a hoodie to get the feel of it and thought of every girl who had walked here before me, asked to be smaller for beauty. I had no such intention. Rehearsal tasted like dust and laughter. Tenya ran the order like a general with a stopwatch. Ochako cried during the second practice. Katsuki pretended to be inconvenienced by the emotion, then handed her a handkerchief with no witnesses. My mother practiced her entrance like a queen granting a boon. My father stood in the front pew and looked at me like a child he'd almost lost and now chose to let go. The morning of the ceremony, Aoyama's team turned the world to silk. The dress slid on like an argument I had already won. The veil fell like a benediction I had reclaimed from old men. My sister tied the last ribbon and kissed my cheek, whispering that I should make them fear the right things. Mina poked her head in, red-eyed and feral with joy, announcing that he was ready and that he looked like the word devotion. I told them I was going to eat air and Mina handed me the bouquet, white roses, anemones, a single sprig of green, and shoved a tissue into my hand like a weapon. In the hallway outside the vestry I stopped, breathed, and listened to the music swell strings counting a story that began long before me and would outlive me. My father offered his arm and asked if I was scared. I corrected him that I felt seen. He agreed that feeling seen was scarier and patted my hand as if reassurance could be transmitted by knuckles. We stepped forward. The doors opened. Stone and light flooded in. 100 faces turned and became a blur. The veil lifted in a draft. A small, private hush settled through my bones. At the far end of the aisle, standing very straight with hands clenched and eyes already shining, Izuku waited. He looked at me the way a man looks when the map and the treasure are the same thing. My breath stuttered. My father murmured that it had been on purpose. I exhaled the same and began to walk. I woke before the bells. The guest room was all limestone and morning, a kind of clean quiet that made him realize he was breathing too loud. His suit hung on the wardrobe door, black and pressed with a deep emerald tie folded across the hanger like a line he intended to cross. He tried his vows in the mirror and failed the first sentence. He attempted to say hello to himself, and his voice cracked. He laughed at the nervousness, rubbed a palm over his face until the nerves turned into something warmer. He was not scared. Overwhelmed. Grateful, definitely. But not scared. It felt like the instant on the edge of a rooftop when the wind is good and your feet know where the ground is even if they are not touching it yet. He checked the ring for the 10th time, a simple band with an engraving inside that read on purpose, and slid it back into its box, feeling his hands steady around the edges of the day. A knock interrupted the quiet. Kirishima's grin arrived before he did. Shoto followed with garment bags, Tenya with a timetable, Kaminari with a camera he should not have had, and Katsuki with a face that said he was allergic to sentiment and a duffel that probably contained it. Tenya announced that they should stretch, hydrate, and save shoes for last, noting that they had 8 minutes of buffer and he would defend them. Kirishima clapped him on the back so hard it felt like being baptized into a new faith and told him he was glowing. Katsuki muttered that he should be allowed to breathe, then adjusted the lapels with a precision that could not have been accidental. Shoto held up 2 ties, black and emerald. He reached for the green because it matched nothing in the room and everything that mattered. Kaminari sniffled unabashedly and reminded everyone of how he used to faint around pretty girls as an example of character development. Katsuki told Kaminari not to encourage him but did not move away when he fumbled the knot. Instead he stepped in, flicked and pulled the tie into place with a tug that felt like a blessing, and warned him not to cry yet. He admitted he was trying not to and failed. They traded the worst stories they knew, the dorm parties, small humiliations, and misadventures, and he laughed until his face remembered how to be his again. A gentler knock brought his mother into the room, small and bright with a sewing kit because she was who she was. Inko called him her handsome boy, straightened his pocket square, touched his hair and cheek, and reminded him softly that he had always run toward people and that she had once worried he would forget to stop long enough to be caught. She thanked him for choosing someone who could hold him. He hugged her to keep from ruining anything with words. She hugged back with the compact strength of a teacher and a mother. More knocks followed. Time slipped away in good ways, and then they filed down the cloister toward the side of the nave, the stone cool against the heat of his palms. All Might waited in the shadow of a column, suit immaculate and sunglasses completely unnecessary indoors. He tipped them down and, with eyes suspiciously bright, told the young Midoriya that proud did not cover how he felt, patting his shoulder carefully like someone who remembered the weight of his first cape and urging him to go be happy. They waited behind the wooden screen while the murmur of guests turned into music. Tenya breathed like a metronome. Kaminari mouthed the words to a hymn he did not know. Kirishima flexed his hands. Shoto studied a stained glass window as if it were a map. Katsuki glared with an expression that only he could wear, a look that meant he would keep him standing. Mina popped her head around the screen, feral with glee, and whispered that it was the pre-show before disappearing. When he asked what she meant, Katsuki answered too fast, then clapped and said that the bride wanted to see him early. Tenya consulted a mental list of rules and decided it was allowed for a limited, supervised 50 seconds. Shoto turned him to face the aisle and instructed him to close his eyes and not peek. He obeyed. The room narrowed to bells and breath and footsteps. Soft fabric moved behind him and a faint brush of a veil skimmed his cheek. His heart did something impolite. Kirishima urged him to turn, nearly hysterical. When he did, Katsuki stood there in a full white gown, veil and bodice and a skirt like a weather system, arms crossed and scowling. Katsuki deadpanned that he should pick him like a prank, shoved the bouquet at his chest, lifted the veil with theatrical disgust and a wink, and then stomped off, shedding tulle as he went. Kaminari screamed into his fist. Kirishima fell on the step. Shoto blinked exactly once. Mina filmed from behind a pew shaking so hard the footage would qualify as modern art, and YN's sister applauded like a queen who had ordered this. He laughed until it became survival. Tenya checked his watch with the patience of a god and announced that it was time to take positions. They took their places, best man, groomsman, and him. The screen opened and the music shifted. People rose. He had never been more aware of gravity. The doors at the back of the cathedral swung wide and light poured in. For a moment the aisle was air. Then she stepped into it. Everything else ceased to exist. She wore not just a dress but a decision silk unapologetic as law, geometry that invited and corrected. The veil fell behind her like a river agreeing to follow. She moved with the quiet confidence of a promise that knew it could be fulfilled. He felt his ribs relearn new mathematics, and tears came because there was nothing else to do. Kirishima's hand landed between his shoulder blades to steady him. Katsuki passed him a handkerchief without looking, as if he had always intended to. He could not have spoken if the building had been on fire. She locked eyes with him halfway down the aisle, and he watched recognition sweep over her face as if she were thinking that he was the person she had come for. She smiled, small and private, the one that lifted just the right corner of her mouth as if saying yes were a game she liked to win. Izuku thought he knew what exhaustion was: patrols, war, final exams, saving the world in the rain. He did not. He had never watched his wife wage a silent war against her own hormones at 3:17 a.m. in the kitchen, crying over strawberries because they were too beautiful to eat, but she was hungry and unsure what to do. He stood there holding a spoon, terrified. She was P'Arjun in tea. His brilliant, unstoppable wife, the woman who dismantled international policy over breakfast, now cried because the wind had hit her feelings wrong. She seemed to float and then curse gravity. She did not so much crave food as summon it. She did not simply speak, she issued small, imperious edicts. There were days she clung to him, eyes wet, asking if he still found her beautiful. He answered like prayer that there had never been a single second in his life when she had not been beautiful. She would cry harder. There were nights when she glared from the couch and blamed him for everything, insisting he was responsible, and he felt the same pride that terrified him. 9 months passed in rubbing her back through nausea, kissing her forehead when she fought migraines, holding her hand at 4 in the morning while she whispered fears that she might not be a good mother. He whispered back that she had rebuilt nations and loved fiercely. She would be shelter and storm. Then the day came. No villains. No danger. Just their daughter arriving 5 days early because she was her mother's child and obeyed no schedule. He held his wife through every contraction, letting her squeeze his hand until it ached. He cried when she screamed and collapsed when he heard the first cry that was not hers but their daughter's. Small, perfect, infinitely loud in his chest, a girl. A tiny, soft miracle wrapped in a blanket. Her name remained sacred between them. When he placed the baby in his wife's arms, the impossible, invincible woman broke into light. She cried, laughed, and whispered that their daughter was real. He cried too hard. Katsuki still denied wiping his eyes behind the glass. 6 months later their daughter slept in his lap, drooling on his agency jacket like the true heir to chaos. YN leaned on his shoulder, hair a mess, eyes soft, tired, and happy. She looked at him, truly looked, and he felt that this was everything, this was home. He kissed her temple and then teased about trying for another child, enjoying the dangerous joke. She turned her head, blinked slowly, and laughed that she would bury him under the hydrangeas, the threat playful and full of affection. She was smiling and radiant. He grinned back, holding their daughter, loving them both more than breath. It was all on purpose, always on purpose. 8 years later, mornings in their home had changed but peace remained, only louder now. Sunlight spilled across the kitchen floors, warming the clutter of crayons, hero reports, and tiny socks. Someone was already yelling outside. YN stood at the stove, hair loosely pinned, stirring something with one hand and holding tea in the other. No council robe, no press lights, just her. Still impossibly powerful, still the most beautiful force he had ever known. She told him to stop staring and he said he could not. She did not hide her smile. A scream shot across the backyard in triumph, not fear. He moved to the window. Son 2N, age 3 and feral by birthright, ran in circles with a bucket over his head. Son 1N, 6, calm and responsible, paced behind him, holding a juice box and bandages, already sighing like an old man. Izuku commented that training had gone well. YN sipped her tea and pointed out that the younger one had climbed the shed and declared war on clouds. Izuku noted that he got it from YN. It was HN who changed the air. 8 years old, composed and quiet, with eyes deep in a way he could not name, an inheritance from her mother, not just by blood but by fate. She never ran, She walked with care as though gravity owed her respect. She knelt beside her younger cousin who had skinned his knee on the brick path and gently placed her small hand over the wound. Izuku felt it before he saw it. Light, soft and golden, tender but absolute. It flickered around her fingertips like visible breath. She froze, eyes wide, and the boy gasped as the scrape sealed, skin smoothing. Izuku's heart stuttered with awe and an ache he could not name. She was still so little. A bottle of lemonade dropped behind him. Katsuki, visiting for the afternoon, stood very still and swore that no boy would ever be allowed near her. Ochako smacked his arm, reminding him that HN had simply healed her cousin. Katsuki insisted she was a goddess and that they had better watch out, while Mina burst into tears of joy at the resemblance to her mother. Kirishima fist-pumped with a delighted cheer, Shoto nodded approvingly at her control, and Denki filmed the whole thing as expected. Izuku stepped outside before he realized he was moving. Shin turned to face him, hands still glowing faintly, her lower lip trembling. She asked if she had done something bad. He knelt and told her that she had done something extraordinary. Tears pooled, but she did not cry. She was his wife's daughter, scared of what power might mean rather than of the power itself. He pulled her into his arms. She was still so small. He felt YN watching from the window, steady yet soft, a storm of pride and fear. YN murmured that their daughter would need guidance and Izuku promised she would have it. YN worried she might be feared and Izuku promised she would be loved. When HN pulled back, he wiped her cheek with his sleeve and she touched his tie, asking if her power could hurt people. He answered honestly that it could or it could save them, and that the choice would be hers. YN approached, silent and regal, laying a hand on their daughter's back and telling her that power was not what made her special but what she loved. The light faded from HN's fingertips and the garden filled again with joyful chaos. Friends and family heroes who had once held up the world now chasing toddlers around lemon trees. Mina and Kirishima's daughters painted rocks. Ochako kept her twins from brawling like kittens. Aoyama taught several children how to pose dramatically. Denki dropped his phone in the pond and Shoto quietly offered popsicles. The afternoon settled into a noisy peace, legacy alive and loud. Izuku stood behind YN and slid his hand into hers, fingers fitting where they always had. She leaned back into him and said softly that they were raising legends. He disagreed, watching HN teach her cousin how to bandage a doll. He noted that they were raising good people. She smiled, tired and proud, and asked if it was on purpose. He whispered that it was every day. As the sun sank behind their home, he remembered that he had saved the world before, but this was the world they had built. 50 years later, the house was quieter now. Not silent, never silent. In the distance, laughter drifted from the garden, high and bright, belonging to children whose names he sometimes mixed up but whose laughter he would recognize anywhere. They were their grandchildren, the newest constellation in a sky they once did not believe they'd live to see. He sat on the back porch, wrapped in a familiar green cardigan, hands rough with time but steady in his lap. The evening sun spread itself across the hydrangeas at the edge of the yard, the same hydrangeas where she had once playfully threatened to bury him for teasing her. Footsteps came, slow and familiar. She stepped onto the porch, silver threaded through her dark hair, her eyes unchanged, sharp, molten, endlessly alive. Time had taken nothing important from her. She pointed out that his cardigan was inside out. He smiled and said he had been thinking. She sank into the seat beside him, lowering herself carefully but elegantly, each movement deliberate. The world had called her many things over the decades: director, high counselor, architect of peace, but to him she had always been the calm after the storm. She asked what he was thinking about, and he said he was thinking about beginnings. She laughed softly and reminded him they were far from beginnings. He replied that they were far in distance, not in wonder. The garden came alive with chaos. HN was there grown, a powerful healer and leader, kneeling beside her own child with hands that glowed faint gold as she mended a scraped elbow, continuing the cycle. Sun 1N stood beneath the trees, taller and thoughtful, discussing philosophy with his partner and offering quiet wisdom. Sun 2N, still stormborn and even with silver in his hair, sprinted after toddlers while pretending to be a dragon. Some things did not change. Friends arrived often and were family too. Katsuki and Ochako, hair gray, still argued about everything. Mina and Kirishima remained inseparable, dancing barefoot at every reunion. Nito and her sister were infuriatingly dramatic, presiding over holiday chaos like royalty. Denki, godfather to half the neighborhood, performed magic tricks badly. Shoto, still serene, brought ice cream to every gathering, a tradition never spoken and never broken. Time had softened none of them, it had only refined them. Inside the house, lining the hallway, pictures hung like a quiet shrine. 2 reckless students in uniforms, a bar in Europe where 2 strangers had met too soon, a battlefield victory with her arriving in light, a moonlit rooftop with a ring, a white dress and a tear-streaked groom, 3 babies, a golden girl healing her first wound, a family growing endlessly. She followed his gaze and asked if he regretted anything. He turned to her and answered that he regretted nothing, even the hard parts had made them. She tilted her head and asked whether that included her hormones. He laughed softly and replied that it included them especially. She reached for his hand, and he laced their fingers. Her skin was thinner now, and his hands trembled, but their grip was uncompromised. From the garden, one of their grandchildren shouted eagerly for them to come see. She called back that they would in a minute. They stayed seated. She said quietly that power had never been her crown. He replied that he knew, and that this family was her crown. She leaned her head on his shoulder, and he rested his against hers. She whispered that stories did not end. He finished that stories rested. She asked what about theirs. He closed his eyes and said that theirs rested gently. The end. On purpose. Forever.